9. To those who had relished the sultry noontides of an Ataran summer, the light of the new land seemed always less gold than silver, just as, for a true Atlantean, the warmest of these northern waters would always evoke a shiver. But none could have denied that a change had come, bringing the marshlands to ever more vibrant life. The refugees welcomed every lengthening minute of light. Even if the sky would never achieve the deep turquoise blue that had crowned Atlantis, still no meadow of the old world could have matched the vivid green of these hills. For Tiriki, the luxuriant growth seemed one with her own fertility. As the hawthorn bloomed in the copses, and primroses opened their glowing petals beneath the trees, her own body rounded, and her face grew rosy in the sun. With the fruits of the woodland she ripened, the child within her growing with a vigour unknown in her previous pregnancies, and she gave thanks to Karatra the nurturer. The coming of Micail's child renewed her hope, and new hopes were sparked in the acolytes as well. Tiriki's child became their link to the future, their talisman of survival. They found excuses to visit her, and gossiped among themselves over every tiny change. Iriel bubbled and cooed and fretted. Ellis cooked and cleaned for Tiriki at the slightest opportunity. And Damisa became like a solicitous shadow, except when she was annoyed. Tiriki accepted it all with good grace. Indeed, she would have been completely happy, only sometimes in the night she woke weeping, because Micail, who should have shared her joy, was lost, and she knew she must bear and raise the child alone. There was a spot on the bank where willow trees made a whispering enclosure by the rushing river. It had become a retreat where the senior clergy could gather. Warm sunlight still fell dappled through the leaves, strong enough to sparkle in Alyssa's grizzled hair. One is lost, one is found, many tread the sacred round, from the hill unto the plain, and two will be one once again. The seeress's voice trailed to silence, and she smiled, eyes focused on nothing. Chayden watched her, wondering whether this time there would be some significance to her meanderings. With an effort, he kept his features serene as he gestured to Liala to fill the seeress's bowl with tea. Oracles, the mage reminded himself, were problematic enough when delivered in a properly prepared setting in response to specific questions. But although in the months since their arrival, the Omphalos stone, wrapped in silk and enclosed in its own shelter of stone near the hut Alyssa and Liala shared, had been quiescent, Alyssa had begun to drift in and out of the prophetic state without warning, as if she had been uprooted not only from Atarath, but from ordinary reality. The scent of mint and lemongrass filled the air as Liala poured tea from an earthenware beaker into 4 carven beechwood bowls. "It is just as I was saying." Tiriki paused to accept a bowl of her own. "We must never forget that our lives are not only our own. Before, there were always the rules of the temple to guide us. Now it is our own feet that create the path, and we must be prepared to see them falter from time to time." She paused again, and Chayden knew she was thinking about Malera, the older blue-robe priestess, who had attempted to hang herself the night before. "I believe Malera has not completely lost her way," Tiriki continued, "although we will have to keep watch on her for a while. She is confused and heartsick, and who among us has not felt something similar? Worse, she suffers from aching joints, so there is little for her to do that does not cause her actual pain." "I don't like to say it," Liala muttered, "but the biggest actual pain around here is her. We've all lost our friends and family. Does she have to gloom about it all the time?"
"Evidently so," said Chayden calmly. "Perhaps she is moved by the gods, to remind us that not everyone will easily let go of their lost loves and hopes. I am told Malera is one who has never concealed her emotions. Who are we to require that she do so now?"
"I think her despair will pass," Tiriki repeated, More than most, maybe. She seems to understand that our mission here demands more of us than simple survival." She cast an uneasy glance at Alyssa, but the seeress seemed absorbed in savouring the pleasant scent of her tea. "If we are to establish the new temple, it must be soon," Tiriki continued, "or in a generation, 2 at most, our children will be absorbed into the local population and our purpose lost. I have not become an oracle, but I have read enough history to know that it has happened before."
Chayden nodded. "The first generation of shipwreck survivors remember that their ancestors came from beyond the ocean. A century on, their grandchildren often say the ocean is their ancestor and make offerings to it."
"Ha!" snorted Liala. "I'm less concerned about the future than what is going on right now. I am grateful that so many of us were saved, but I could wish male and female priests had arrived in more equal numbers. There's you and all of us, and Caloran and all those girls. Don't you think we are more than a little out of balance here?" "What you say is so." Tiriki sounded faintly surprised. "I really had not felt it as a problem before now. The energy of the Tor itself is so very balanced." "A single rising peak," Alyssa crooned, her face half turned from them. "An earthly spark, guarding 3 springs and 6 caves, and so many more hearts, shining, 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 shining. Never mind the dark." Wind ruffled the willows. Branches lashed for a moment, then settled. No one spoke. The mage stared at his tea-bowl, fingering the tiny seashell carvings that banded its sides.
"Liala is right again," he thought. "Tiriki has simply not allowed herself to consider the problem, because then she would have to think about Micail. She and I may work as high priest and priestess, but we cannot generate the kind of energy that she and Micail. Or maybe it is not her preoccupation, but my own that is at fault."
A sharp sound on the edge of hearing caught his attention. Framed by willow leaves, a merlin hung in the silvery air. There had long been a rage for falcons among the noble houses, but Chayden had never particularly noticed them. Now he seemed always to know when a hawk or an owl was nearby. Perhaps it was a promise, a reminder of what was beyond. Liala was still speaking. "If our priestesses are to have mates and continue our tradition, we may have to recruit priests from among the others. For instance, there's Rydell. I think he has potential." "Especially with Damisa." Alyssa, suddenly quite normal again, loosed an unappealing snort of laughter. "You've seen how he looks at her." "And how she does not look at him in response," Tiriki interjected briskly. "I agree that we will need to do something eventually, but I'm a priestess of the Mother, not one of your adepts. We blue-robes seek to celebrate the body, not transcend it." Liala grinned. "I don't like the sailors much, but I'm getting a lot less picky. I've even started eyeing the marsh folk men." Chayden looked at her, suddenly aware that there was a womanly body inside that blue robe. There was a time when he would not have been surprised at her comment. Had the struggle to survive distracted him, or was he simply getting old? "I understand what you were saying," Tiriki continued, "and I agree. But mating between cultures or castes can be risky." "They cannot be too different," said Liala. "Tarot is a priestess of the Great Mother, even as we are."
"They do not seem to have many ceremonies," Chayden interjected. "These people live lightly on the land, and they have been at peace for some time. Those the gods have satisfied," he concluded, "often seem to want little else."
"Do not ask the wrong question," Alyssa interrupted, her strange eyes gone colourless and flat. Chayden turned, wondering what byway of the mind she had strayed into now. Alyssa continued, "You'll build channels for raindrops, but make no provision for the sea. There are powers here that must be addressed. There are names to learn. And what of the other power, the one you claim to serve and preserve? What of the Omphalos stone?"
Into the shocked silence came the cry of a falcon, darting and twisting through the air, bent on unseen prey. Chayden grimaced. It had been the worst of errors to think the grey robe useless. Her control over her gift might be degenerating, but even in madness, Alyssa could still remind them of truths they ignored at their peril. As the nights became colder and longer, the last of the shelters was finished, and though the dwellings were something less than grand, they were no longer damp or draughty. An enthusiastic start was even made on a proper meeting hall, but little work could be done in the cold rain. It was a hard life. Yet, if sometimes the freezing mist never seemed to lift, their summer's foraging had left them with sufficient, if not very interesting, stores of food. On the eve of the winter solstice, with a fresh storm front blowing in from the sea, Tiriki was in her hut, putting on another tunic to counter the chill, when she heard a sharp outcry. "Damisa, what is it?" she called out. "Is something wrong?" "Not wrong," came the answer. "Wonderful." Tiriki wrapped another shawl around her shoulders, then moved to the doorway, unwinding the thongs that held its hide curtain tightly closed. "Oh, just look," Damisa whispered, and Tiriki caught her breath. A brisk wind was blowing, and the dark trees tossed a ragged net of branches toward charcoal and pearl-grey clouds, layered with every astonishing combination of lavender and pink and rose. She had seen such a riot of colours in her mother's garden, but only in this strange new land were the heavens filled with such heart-stopping magnificence. "Wings of storm," she murmured, half aloud. "Wings of marvel." Moment by moment the sky blaze deepened, until every cloud was a scarlet shimmering of phantom fire, and for a moment Tiriki thought she saw the final flames of Atareth rising again from the sea. She drew closer to Damisa, whose fair skin seemed to have borrowed some new radiance from the dying of the sun. "The sun only lends stewardship to Lord Nainabi, shaper of the sea and the stars of the night," Tiriki told herself, reprising the catechism she had learned as a child. "And though in winter Banur the Destroyer briefly takes the throne, the four-faced one is also the preserver, and his wintry reign prepares the path for the miracle of Ni-Terat, dark mother of all, who brings forth Karatra the nurturer, ever and ever again." Still shivering, but curiously heartened, Tiriki tucked in the ends of her shawl, and watched the sunset colours darken until the merest traces of purple remained. The last banner of the light diminished to a sword-point of incandescent orange, then faded to crimson, dimmed, and disappeared. "The Lord of the Day has turned his face from the earth," Tiriki announced to the group that had gathered alongside her. "Have you put out every hearth fire?" At home, on the eve of the winter solstice, all fires would have been extinguished at noon, but here common sense had prevailed, and Chayden determined the tradition actually forbade flames upon the hearths only during the ceremony itself. The Atlanteans shuffled and stamped their feet uneasily. Tonight would be cold and dark beyond anything they had known. Not even Chayden Arados had ever wintered in these northerly isles. Worse, the storm clouds cut them off from the stars. Even Manoah's messenger, the moon, would not appear. Only the star of Karatra, glowing on the horizon, gave hope that life and light might remain in the world. The winter solstice ritual they were about to celebrate had never before seemed so necessary. In this bleak environment, it was hard to trust the ancient certainties. And while reason and tradition both told Tiriki that even when she could not see them, the constellations never ceased shining, in her heart some atavistic spirit trembled, whispering that if her prayers failed, this night would never end.
At the centre of the stone circle atop the tor, Chayden was making his own preparations for the solstice ritual. Since their arrival, every member of the priest's caste had, of course, maintained the daily disciplines of salutation and meditation. But in all that time, this was the first true working that they had attempted. Since mid-morning, he and Caloran had laboured to build a small, square altar and consecrate it with water and with oil, and after that to gather kindling for the sacred fire. Throughout this time of preparation, Chayden had been troubled by memories that disturbed his concentration. With his aching back turned toward the east, the mage donned the glittering, wide-eyed mask of Narinabi and intoned the opening, unheard by any but his acolyte and the gods. In the same moment, there arose from the tor's lower slopes the holy music of flutes and drums, as the priests and priestesses began to climb the path newly cut through the woods. Many voices rang out, mingling in the dark. The sky is cold, the year is old. As the wheel turns, the earth is bare which once bloomed fair, and the wheel turns. Tiriki was first to enter the sacred space, the golden cap of her guardianship gleaming above her brow. Even more remarkable was the bulge of her belly as her pregnancy neared its term. Her pregnancy, Chayden knew, had actually increased her power, but in her condition it would have been dangerous to allow her to take the role of the priestess in this ceremony. He fixed his eyes upon the next entrant, Liala, in the grizzled mask of Ni-Terat. Chayden smiled beneath his own mask. She was an experienced priestess, solid, dependable. Chayden trusted that she would be able to handle an erratic influx of power. By frozen streams we harbour dreams, while the wheel turns. One tiny spark defies the dark, and the wheel turns. For this ceremony, as tradition required, everyone was wearing the simple robe of the Temple of Light, but, truth to tell, hardly any scrap of that gleaming white cloth could be seen beneath the coarse wrappings that the climate required. Chayden smiled wryly behind his mask. "We shall have to fashion warmer vestments if we are to maintain our ritual splendor," he thought. With a wrench, he brought himself back into focus and added his voice to the song. Darkness falls, yet moonlight calls, and the wheel turns. The starry night may grant delight, till the wheel turns. With the last word, the singers, flutes, and drums stilled. A moment passed. "Who comes here at the halted year?" Chayden sang. "Where Banor, four-faced king, holds sway. Why do you tarry as the world sinks into darkness?" "We are the children of light," the chorus answered. "We do not fear the shadows. We rise to build beacons that will grant light to all. Yet in this kingdom of the frozen moons," Liala's warm voice soared, "beyond wisdom and faith, what power can sustain you? The power of life, the circle of love." "Come then," Chayden and Liala sang together. "Let this warmth into our hearts." All the voices united. "Father Light, return unto the world." Garments rustled, and all too many joints creaked as the celebrants settled into the form of meditation. The ground was surely very cold, but not too damp, or not at first. "Now does the longest night fall," Chayden intoned. "Now Banor holds all earth in thrall." He paused, trying to calculate just how much time remained before the celestial nodes intersected the northern point of the ecliptic. He had laboured long to identify the precise instant when the hidden sun would pass from the realm of the sea-goat into that of the water-bearer. "From the earliest days of the temple," he continued, "we have celebrated this moment before the sun begins to wax once more. We gather, therefore, not only to reconsecrate ourselves to the great work, but to affirm that our powers
are worthy to be allied to those that rule all that there is. Fire is an earthly manifestation of that light. Thus we honour it, knowing as ever that the symbol is nothing, but the reality of which the symbol is born is everything. Tonight we ally our energies with those of earth to invoke heaven. Are you prepared to join your powers now, that the light may be reborn?"
From the circle came a murmur of assent.
"Lead us from the unreal," Jaden sang, "unto the real."
"Lead us out of darkness," Liala sang, "into the light." "Lead us from the fear of death," the acolyte sang in reedy chorus, "to the knowledge of eternity. Champions of light, arise, awake, alive in the mortal sphere, and as the moon, reflect Manor in his refulgence ever near." Jaden did not see the celebrants join hands, but he felt the shift in pressure as the circle closed. Liala stood on the other side of the altar, her hands extended, palms out. He mirrored the movement, and the first tendrils of power sparked between them. Together they sounded the first of the sacred syllables, bringing up the power from the earth on which they stood to the base of the spine. Jaden sustained the note as Liala drew breath, then breathed in himself as she recommenced, and so all around the circle, so that the sound was almost seamless. The word of power began to surge through the circle and build in force, until the tor beneath their feet seemed to hum. Jaden drew another breath, and let the power rise to his belly, and began the second word. As the circle reinforced it, his manhood stiffened with the raw power spiraling through his abdomen. But even as he recognized his arousal, he was refocusing the energy. It was not usually so difficult. Sweat beaded on his brow. The circle made a smooth transition into the third word, but Jaden could not help twitching spasmodically as fires flared in his solar plexus, implosions of energy that sparked in every nerve. When the tremors eased, he saw that Liala had become a glowing golden figure flecked with topaz lightnings. But her power was wavering. As her difficulty began to resonate back to him, Jaden fought panic. But it was too late for second-guessing. Jaden took another deep breath and voiced the third word again, this time directing the full force of it at the figure in the mask of Ni-Terat. Her limbs shook. Cascading bands of blue and violet rippled around her like a feeding serpent, and with a shock the barrier gave way. The circle gasped and swayed in the sudden surge of energy. Trembling with relief, Jaden modulated the lingering resonances into the higher note that carried the fourth word. Hearts opened. They were filled with waves of love. With the fifth word came a wind of energy, a sound of beauty so intense it became unbearable. It was a deliverance to move onward to the point of power in the third eye. The utterance of the sixth word, reflecting and recurring in visible waves of sound, resolved the conflict of perception and illusion. Even Jaden could not tell if the auras of the others had grown brighter, or if it was his own vision that had changed. Yet he could see each member of the circle plainly, and not only their physical features. Jaden knew that he was looking into their very spirits. The merest glance at Liala revealed her dedication and her pride, and the need for love that yearned within her soul. But then all was subsumed as the greater power flowed, a great pillar of light, arcing between earth and heaven. Little by little it steadied, and Jaden began to draw the energy downward and out along his shoulders to his hands. Suddenly, out of the kindling piled upon the altar stone, a pale thread of smoke spiraled upward. Lines of gold sparked in the wood, and then the flames rose. The scent of sweet oils filled the air. "Blessed be light," they chorused. "Blessed the light at our inner dawn, showing the way to wake, to warm. Blessed the light that lives in every pulsing heart. Blessed the light of which we each and all are made." The flames leaped higher, gilding the faces of the worshippers as they began to dance sunwise around them, and glowing upon the weathered contours of the ancient stone circle. Jaden stepped backward, as the eternal power of the earth swelled to a steady flow of energy that radiated out from the altar, burning away the fog that had cloaked the tor. Jaden gestured, and the celebrants unclasped their hands, raising their arms. "Come, light's children, light's champions," he sang. "Bathe your worldly torches in the fire of the Spirit. Bear new light to hearth and to home." One by one, each of the celebrants approached the altar, lit his or her torch from the sacred fire, and then continued round the circle to begin the journey downhill. Jaden watched with a tired smile as the line of torches bobbed away, garlanding the path with light. The singers continued. "A spark to make the sun-fire blaze, and flame-lit visions fill our gaze. Yet love endures, we know its ways, as the wheel turns." In years to come, the mage mused, things would have to change. There had been an uncommon roughness to the power, and though all had come out well in the end, the strangeness troubled him. What could the explanation be? Was my Uncle Ardral right? He asked himself, with a pang of loss. Do we stand at the verge of a new age? The mother rests, but soon will wake, her herbs to gather, bread to bake. From earth's womb new life we take, and the wheel turns. Jaden frowned, then smiled more broadly than before. The old song seemed newly appropriate. But then the seeds of the future are always found in the past, he reminded himself. The father is not dead, if his wisdom survives. "Are you all right? Shall I lend you my cloak? Do you need to lean on me on the way down?" Damisa's words were kind, but underneath them Tiriki could hear exasperation mingled with concern. She shook her head. It had been embarrassing enough to lumber through the ritual dance like a foundered pony. Next, someone would be offering to carry her around in a sedan chair. "My lady," Damisa pressed. "Shall I?" "I'm fine," Tiriki snapped. "I'm sure you are." The girl's tone sharpened as well. "I was only trying to help." Tiriki sighed. She was growing tired of Damisa's erratic alternation between leisurely distraction and solicitous concern, but she knew that expending energy, as they had done in the ritual, often left tempers thin. She took a deep breath, gasped at the icy quality of the air, and tightened her hold on her own composure. "I thank you," said Tiriki courteously. "I'll come down in my own time and meet you there. Go on. The feast that Rydell and the sailors promised will probably be ready by now." She lifted her torch, which flared wildly in the fierce wind that had begun to blow as soon as the ritual ended. "Oh, Rydell!" Damisa tossed her head. "I suppose sailors must learn to do for themselves at sea, but I haven't found their cooking to be anything worth hurrying for." "Perhaps not," Tiriki said dryly, "but I am sure you are hungry, so run along." Damisa looked taken aback, but if she was insulted, it was not enough to prevent her from taking Tiriki at her word. As the girl proceeded down the path, Tiriki sighed, and, much more carefully, followed. At least, going downhill, she would have her torch to light the way. The next step went wrong, and her foot came down strangely across a little hollow in the rocky ground. Her breath caught, the muscles of her belly cramped, and she stopped again, leaning on her staff, remembering once more the babes she had been unable to bring to term. With this thought a little fear came, a horror that perhaps she had harmed the child. Nearby, a boulder poked out from the turf. She considered sitting down, but her instinct was to keep in motion. Surely, she told herself, it is not so serious. Once I have warmed up a little, the ache will go away. Taking another deep breath, Tiriki started out again. She could hear happy laughter from below, and one or two voices still above, but for the moment she was quite alone on the path. As she angled toward the lower slope, the shrubbery on each side grew thicker. Soon she would be among the trees. And not too soon. It's coming on to rain, she thought, as a hint of dampness kissed her cheek. Once again, dense clouds obscured the stars. A fine mist was falling, laying a veil of crystals across the rough weave of her shawls. She tried to hurry her pace, but the ache in her back had become a beating pulse of pain. The imperceptible condensation of the mist became a steady patter as the rain began in earnest. Her torch hissed as heavy droplets filtered through the leaves, soaking her clothing and making the path treacherous. She would have to move even more slowly to avoid a fall. If only I had not sent Damisa away, she thought. I might be willing to accept a little assistance now. Sighing, she told herself to breathe carefully, and for a little while it helped to manage the pain. Then another loose stone turned beneath her foot and sent her reeling, torch and staff alike flying from her flailing hands. Icy water splashed her face and arms as she struck the ground, and in the same moment she felt a gush of warmth between her thighs. Her breath burst from her in a sob as her belly clenched harder. "The child," she thought in panicked understanding. "The child is coming, now!" She should have taken more care so close to her time. In such bitter cold, she had been mad even to climb the hill for the ritual. She reached for the fallen torch, still dimly glowing, but before her fingers could close on the stock, it sputtered and went out. She could not restrain a curse. Faint as that light had been, without it the darkness seemed impenetrable. "Liala!" she breathed, for though there was no house of Karatra here, the blue-robed priestess had promised to see her through her labor. "Someone help me!" She took another breath, teeth chattering, and fought for control. She had a little time. The tales she had heard of childbirth said that a first babe always took many hours. The thought offered little consolation. Shivering, she heaved herself up onto hands and knees, wondering if she could make it to her feet, and whether it would be safe to walk if she could. "Crawling is better," she told herself. "At least this way I can feel my way along the path." It was a painful mode of progression, however, and before she had gone very far, she wanted nothing more than to curl into a moaning ball of pain. Tiriki forced herself to keep moving. "Darling child, I mean to see you alive." Strangely, her resolve made her feel a great deal warmer. "I'll be fine, and if all else fails, Cheydin and Liala will surely find me when they come downhill." The rigorous disciplines of the temple had made her certain she would have the strength to endure whatever might come, but she had never before realized how much she had depended on the army of servants ever present in Atarath. In the world of the spirit, she could face all dangers, but this was a challenge of the flesh, and she found herself unexpectedly weak, alone, and in pain. And worst of all, she realized, as she came up against a sodden tree in the middle of what she had thought was the path, she was lost. Clinging to the tree trunk, she hauled herself upright. "Hello!" she yelled, but the wind tore her breath away. It seemed to her that she could hear someone else shouting from higher on the hill. Were they looking for her? Surely, by now, someone must have noticed that she was missing. She tried to call again, but her shrieks were muffled by the drumbeat of wind-driven rain. "This child was a miracle," she thought numbly. "Surely the powers that sent me this joy will not allow it to be destroyed, not in this senseless way." She rested on hands and knees, breathing cautiously as the pain rolled through her body again. "I am a guardian," said that part of her mind that was still capable of thought. "Surely I can summon someone, even if my body is trapped here. The lady, the queen, She gave me her blessing." But when she gathered her forces to focus the call, another contraction scattered her concentration and forced her back into her body again. In the end, all she could do was seize the moments between the pangs and continue dragging herself slowly downhill. "Get up." The simple animal awareness of pain to which Tiriki's consciousness had retreated took in the words without understanding them. Half conscious, she had continued to crawl. Now, small hands were gripping her arms with surprising power, pulling her to her feet. "That's it. You can walk. I will show you the way." "Who are you?" Tiriki moaned, as warm energy flowed into her through those small, strong hands. "Keep your mind on your feet," came the terse reply, as Tiriki stopped to let another contraction pass. "Good," said her helper. "Now breathe into the pain." It was a woman's voice, and from the size of her hands, probably one of the marsh people. Perhaps, Tiriki thought dimly, one who had come to the Tor to observe the lighting of the solstice fire. She had no idea where they were going in that wilderness of whipping branches and showering rain, nor how long they made their way through the forest. But presently her mysterious companion led her into a clearing beyond the trees. Tiriki's feet felt level ground. She could smell wood smoke, and sensed rather than saw the bulk of a dwelling. Her guide called out then, in a string of liquid notes like a bird call, but Tiriki realized they were actually words. Flickering light spilled out as a leather door flap whipped open. The stranger's hands released her, and Tiriki fell forward into the wise woman Tarot's arms. Perhaps, mercifully, the next few hours would remain forever unclear in Tiriki's memory, but interspersed with bouts of shocking pain was an awareness of warmth, and the brightness of Tarot's wise old eyes, and the comfort of her hands. Later, Liala's face was there also, but she knew that it was Tarot whose strength was supporting her. As the pangs peaked, she lost awareness of her surroundings entirely. It seemed to her that she was back in her bed in the palace of Atara, cradled in Micail's arms. She knew that it could only be a dream within a dream, for according to the traditions of the temple, no male, not even the father of the child, would have been allowed anywhere near a birthing chamber, nor would he even know if mother and child had survived, until his wife was able to bring the babe herself from the house of Karatra. But perhaps in the other world the rules were different, for surely he was with her, murmuring encouragement as her flesh was racked by pain after pain. And she remembered being lifted, and another woman's soft breasts and belly bracing her back, as strong hands bent and parted her thighs. "One more push!" Did the words come from Tarot or Micail? "Draw strength from the earth. Scream, shout, push the baby into the world!" Of course, she must call on the power of the land. For a moment, Tiriki was in clear control. She remembered how the forces at the Tor had fountained through her, and she drew upon them anew, until she felt as though she was the earth. With a shout that seemed to reverberate in every land, she pushed her child into the world of humankind. The leather door flap was wide open, making a bright triangle against the darkness. Consciousness, awaking gradually, recognized it as a pale sky, tinted with all the pearly hues of a winter dawn. Tiriki realized with surprise that although she was weak, she was not in pain. Indeed, her dominant sensation was of radiant contentment, and as she realized that a small life lay nestled in the crook of her arm, gurgling and burrowing against her, she understood why. In wonder she examined the smooth curve of the head, crowned with a wisp of fiery hair, and then, as the baby moved, she saw the tiny features, closed in sleep like the bud of a rose. A shadow fell across her field of vision. Looking up, she met Liala's smile. "He is whole," Tiriki whispered.
"She is perfect,"
came the voice of Tarot from her other side. Tiriki's gaze returned to her child. Not a son, then, to inherit Micail's powers, if indeed those powers meant anything in this new land. A daughter, then, to inherit what? Silently, unable to voice the questions that whirled through her, she looked up at Tarot.
"Daughter of holy place,"
said the wise woman cheerfully.
"She be priestess here some day."
Tiriki nodded, only half hearing, yet feeling all the scattered pieces of her soul slip back into place. But it was not quite the same configuration. There was a part which linked her to the child at her side, and another that touched the earth on which she lay, and something else that she could not have defined or named. She knew only that with this birth, the process that had begun with the ritual on the top of the tor was complete. Now she would always belong to this land. With that thought came another. "Thank you," she said to Tarot, "and you must take my thanks to the woman who brought me here. Without her help, I would have died. Was it you, Liala? Or Metia? Or—"
"What?"
Liala's brows wrinkled with confusion.
"I did little enough. It was Damisa who grew worried when you did not join us at the feast, and then could not be found. So I came to Tarot, hoping she might be able to help. I had only just gone inside when we heard your cries and let you in, but I thought you came alone."
Tarot's smile had become a grin.
"The Queen of the Shining Ones it was,"
she said proudly.
"She takes care of her own."
10. Micail sighed in his sleep, reaching out to Tiriki with an instinct that even the loneliness of the last 9 months had not been able to destroy. And this time it seemed to him that his arms closed around her. He felt the hard round of her belly contract, and with the certainty of dream knew that she was giving birth to his child. She moaned in pain, and he held her more tightly, murmuring encouragement, and then, abruptly, they were on a grassy plain in the grey hour before dawn. As his wife's belly heaved, the earth was also heaving, but not with the fires of destruction. Everywhere, new life was springing from the soil. Tiriki's struggles grew harder, until, with a cry, she pushed the child into the world. As she lay back, gasping, he reached down to take the babe, and saw that it was a girl, perfectly formed, with an unruly wisp of hair like a new flame. Laughing, he held her high.
"Behold the child of the prophecy, my pledge to this new land!"
As all the beings gathered on that plain, both human and other, shouted in enthusiastic welcome, waves of contentment lifted him and carried him away. Micail fought free from his blankets, blinking as he realized that he was still hearing cheering and the sound of voices raised in song. Was it a dream, he wondered, or is all I remember of the past year only a nightmare? But the dim outlines of the room around him were only too familiar, and they belonged to no memories that included Tiriki or a child. It was a dream, then, a lie. But strangely, that realization did not fill him with the despair he usually felt when the bright promises of the night were snatched away. If it had been an illusion, at least it was a good one. The tumult outside was getting louder. He lurched out of bed, stumbled across the woven mat, and fumbled open the shutters that kept out some of the damp night air. To the west, a new storm front was rolling in, trailing streamers of rain behind it. But the new moon, Manoah's messenger, slid among the streamers of clouds, seeking rest beneath the horizon, and the stars shone cold and dim. All the world was at rest, dark and silent, except for Bel-Sirath. The muddy crossroads outside the inn were alive with torches, and in the square an immense bonfire blazed. People were dancing around it, shouting. "Has another ship come in?" He strained to see the harbour, but the docks were dark and still. He rubbed his eyes, unable at that moment to imagine what other reason people might have for such frenzied celebration. The door to his chamber opened, and he saw Giritaran's angular shape against the light of the lamp that was always left burning in the hall. "You are awake! I thought you must be with all the racket outside." As usual, Giritaran sounded as if he were on the brink of laughter.
"Did I have a choice?"
Micail gestured toward the window.
"What in the name of all the gods is that commotion about?"
"Didn't anyone tell you? This is how they celebrate midwinter here."
"Oh."
Micail shrugged and pulled the shutters closed, which dulled the noise slightly. He had known it was the winter solstice, and had chosen not to attend the ritual of the new fire at Prince Challen's villa.
"I haven't been myself lately."
"You sound a lot better than you have in some time. Let's have a little light." Giritaran thrust a splinter into the flame and brought it back to kindle the lamp in Micail's room. "Yes," he said then, as he looked into Micail's ear. "Someone home there, all right, and just in time."
"Oh, stop."
Micail aimed a mock punch at his friend and turned, looking for his cup and the water he hoped was still in it.
"But I am glad you're here. I'm even glad for the damned festival. It's high time something cheerful happened around here."
He stopped, peering at Giritaran.
"In time for what?"
"Haladris and Mahadalku have called a special meeting. Relax. They won't actually start until after dawn prayers. But since I just got back from the ritual, and happen to know you're often up late, I thought you'd like to know."
"Indeed I would,"
Micail growled.
"if you'd be so kind as to tell me anything."
Giritaran's dark eyes glowed. "What I was about to say is that the Terrasadan psychics that Stathalka has been working with have found the place, and it's not too far away."
"The place?"
"The power source we need to build our temple. Naransheda has been able to confirm that the energies probably coordinate too. It's in the place Prince Challen was talking about, the Azir lands." Micail frowned, his mind beginning to engage as it had not for many moons.
"If Ansher agrees it's the right place, then we should start planning."
He stopped short at Giritaran's laughter.
"No, no, go on. It's just that you sound more like yourself than you have in, far too long." "I suppose you're right."
Even if his dream were only illusion, Micail blessed the gods for sending it to give him the strength to fulfill his responsibilities. If Tiriki should sail into the harbour today, he thought, he would be almost too ashamed to face her.
"I have done nothing," he told himself sternly, "but that will end now."
Giritaran nodded, sober again. "They want you to lead the expedition. Challen says he means to go with you, but he will almost certainly have to return here, just to keep an eye on things. You are the only one with both the rank to command a detachment of soldiers and the status to control the priests they will guard." Micail shook his head in wonder. What Giri was saying surprised him less than the fact that for the first time since the sinking, he found himself genuinely interested. Micail lay awake for what seemed a long time after his friend had left, listening to the noise of the revellers outside. The rain that presently began to rattle against the tiles of the roof dampened their spirits not at all. It reminded him of waves on the shore of Atareth, and he found himself smiling. He closed his eyes at last, going over the bright images of his dream once more. And just as the first birds were beginning to herald the day, the vision changed. He heard a voice proclaiming, "The daughter of Manoa brings life back into the world." And from the babe he held grew a blaze of light as the midwinter sun began to rise. As the first anniversary of their arrival in Belsirath came and went, even the dead winter foliage seemed to celebrate, giving way to brilliant green, filling the world with a sweetness that seemed to linger in the air. The cycles of the sun, which at home had been measured and perceptible only to priests, were the very heart of the native religion in this northern land. Certainly Micail had never before been so aware of the lengthening days. Caught up in preparations for the expedition to the country of the Aesir, he found himself too busy for much brooding, but that was not the only reason. His grief was not gone, but it had grown distant. He was beginning to accept that Tiriki was lost to him. He had spoken to traders who came to the town, and even persuaded Prince Chalan to send a ship around Beleriand to check the more likely landfalls, but there had been no word. Though Micail mourned for the form of flesh in which he had loved her, he told himself that in another life they would come together again, and sometimes he even believed it. The day of departure came, and Micail stood on the docks with his white robes girdled up for walking, stout sandals on his feet, and a staff in his hand that could be used for more than magic. Behind him he could hear a confusion of voices as the column formed, the white robes of the acolytes who had been selected to go with them, pale against the green tunics the soldiers wore. The waves were blue today, with sparkles of foam. His gaze caught a gleam of reddish gold, and he stiffened for a moment, sure that he saw a wing-bird rounding the point, heading in. But the wind shifted, flattening the waves. It had only been a trick of the sunlight.
"Do not mistake the signpost for the destination,"
old Rajastha murmured in his memory.
"Micail! Come on, man, we can't leave without you!"
The voice of Giritaran roused him.
"Farewell,"
he whispered, lifting his hands in salute to the glimmer of light on the waves. Then he turned and strode away from the harbour to take his place in the column beside Prince Chalan. For the first hour of that first day's journey, the rutted road was all Micail saw, and he paid little heed to anything he heard until someone behind him exclaimed in surprise. Micail looked up to see a turf-covered embankment along the side of a hill to the left of the road.
"The natives here built that?"
he asked Chalan.
"I would not have thought them capable of it." "They built it," responded Chalan, "or rather their ancestors did, and they lived in it until we came. My great-grandfather established the port."
He gestured, thumb over his shoulder.
"My father regarded the Tin Isle ports as a total loss, but in local terms they've done well. In fact, Damisa, who runs that inn you like so well, is the direct descendant of that chief. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have as much real authority there as I do. Anyway, as you can see, nobody lives here now. It gives us plenty of space for expansion." "Impressive,"
Micail said at last.
"Yes, it is. We should not forget that when properly led and motivated, these people can accomplish a great deal."
Micail looked at him sharply, but Chalan only walked on, scanning the horizon. Surely Chalan did not mean what he seemed to be suggesting, that the native people wanted only for a strong leader. Himself, perhaps? In their planning, they had only discussed scouting the Aesir lands and asking the native king for permission to build there. Micail did not recall an Atlantean empire built on the labour of subject peoples as being part of Rajastha's prophecies. On the morning of the second day, Micail dropped back far enough to join the younger members of the expedition. He was far from sure what kind of welcome to expect. They were often rather stiff and uncomfortable in his presence, but today all seemed glad to see him. After his recent exposure to the prickly vanities of his fellow priests, he was glad to see that the acolytes were making no attempt to lord it over the chelas who served the other priests and priestesses. Liija and Karagon were not being treated as anything less than equals, and neither Galara's semi-royal status nor the fact that she was Micail's sister-in-law won her any favours. But the boy, Lanath, worried him. He continually lagged a little behind the rest, his eyes vague, as if remembering some evil dream. Micail stepped off the rutted road and bent, pretending to retie his sandals.
"You look tired," he said, straightening as Lanath started to pass him. "Did you not sleep well?"
Startled, Lanath peered up at him. "Well enough," he stammered, hand going to his chin in the nervous habit he had developed since his beard had finally started to come in. "Last night, anyway?" Micail nodded.
"We all dream of what we have lost, but we have to go on," he said,
knowing he was speaking to himself as well.
"I dream of my lost wife. Last night I saw her as if she were here before me."
"When I'm not having nightmares, and I can never remember them, thank the gods," said Lanath haltingly. "I dream of Kanar, the temple astrologer on Atarath. You know."
"Yes,"
said Micail with an encouraging lift of his eyebrows. "Well, I had just been apprenticed to him. I've always been good at numbers, but in the dreams It's nothing too strange at first. I mean, I just see him in his observatory or walking on the beach. But then he gets... It's like he's trying to tell me something, but I can't quite seem to understand."
"Yes, but aren't the stars usually counted among the things no one can really understand?"
Micail replied. Suddenly, his mind was whirling with 100 self-doubts that were not his own. Lanath was broadcasting his feelings. No wonder the others seemed uncomfortable when he was around. The boy needed training. Micail cleared his throat.
"Well, Lanath, if you are called to the Star Law, you really ought to talk to Adral, or Jiritaran," he went on as Lanath flinched. "You should not fear the Seventh Guardian. His jokes can teach you more than the sober wisdom of many, but I imagine you'll find Jiri more approachable. But right now there is another thing you need to learn. Your voice has finally finished changing, is it not so?"
"Yes, I'm going to be a tenor, they say." Lanath flushed. "Like you."
"Very good,"
said Micail.
"and that is no mere polite encouragement. When it comes time to build the new temple, we will need trained singers. So I think you ought to begin working with me now. What do you say?"
"Right now? I mean, I have a lot of trouble concentrating." Lanath reddened again. "Especially in public like this. But I would be happy to try." Micail nodded.
"That is all I ask. Let's start with a basic centering exercise. Can you intone the fifth note and hold it? Yes. Yes, that's good. But now listen. Very carefully."
"It's so beautiful," exclaimed Elora. The road along which the native trader Hayshoth led them wound northeastward. To their left rose a line of low, tree-covered hills. Even the turf between the deeply cut wheel ruts was brilliantly green, starred with spring flowers. "Our journey must have been blessed by the gods."
"Which gods?" muttered Lanath. "Ours or theirs? I still hurt from yesterday's walking."
Galara and Legia groaned agreement.
"If you had got off your rear end more often when we were in Belsirath, you would be in better shape now,"
snapped Elora, surveying him with disfavour. Almost without warning, Lanath had grown taller than she, but what muscle he had was still overlaid with a layer of what she could only describe as pudge. His dark brown hair still flopped over his eyes like a child's, but he had the beginnings, finally, of a beard. Elora was resigned to their betrothal, but in no hurry for marriage, not when there were so many other interesting men around.
"Lord Ardravanant kept me more than busy enough,"
Lanath was saying, self-righteously.
"Studying the stars mostly requires you to sit still."
"And to sleep late,"
added Cleta rather wistfully. She was sturdily built, and sober and smart, and when she had had a full night's sleep, she was good-tempered too.
"I expect the journey will toughen us all,"
said Leija brightly. Caragon, who had joined the expedition with his master Valadur, snorted disdainfully.
"Just a pleasant stroll to you, is it?"
"Absolutely. If we were not tied to the pace of those Aesir ox carts, Liege persisted, with a smile that suggested she might not be entirely serious, then we could go twice as fast.
Lanath groaned at the thought, but the others laughed. Ardral was riding in one of those ox carts with their supplies and baggage, and Valador to keep him company. Everyone else walked, as in fact they would have done at home, where only the powerful or the aged and feeble rode in sedan chairs. Considering the state of the road, she wondered how long it would be before the seventh guardian was walking along with the rest of them, despite his advanced years, however many they might be. She had inquired more than once, but no one seemed to know how old Ardral was.
"Old enough to know better, and how I wish I did,"
was his usual answer to anyone bold enough to ask. And there were other, darker rumours about him. Some said that in his younger days Ardral had used his powers to kill. He himself denied it, or rather, he would say no, his enemies only went mad and ran away, which was not exactly reassuring. Still, the densely forested hills they were passing through might conceal any number of dangers, from wild animals to bandits. She was glad to be travelling with any sort of mage. Of course, there were the soldiers too. Half of them brought up the rear, while the others formed a protective vanguard around Hayshoth, a pair of native guides, and Prince Chalon. Micail walked sometimes with the prince and his bodyguards, but no less often with the other priests. There were the engineers, Naranshada and Ocathral, and Jiritaran, whose job, Elora suspected, was partly to nursemaid Micail, but mostly to assist Ardral with his astronomical calculations. Elora was much less sure what the priestess, Curtis, was doing there.
If they wanted a singer, she's good, but Mahadalku is better. And if they just wanted a woman along, they could have brought one of the Sajis.
She blushed. Then there was Valador. She was entirely mystified as to his function. The Grey Order had a very mixed reputation.
Ardral will keep him in line, she decided. That leaves Valorin, of course.
She slowed her steps, looking about, but still did not see Valorin anywhere. A priest from Alconath, who had been selected because of his vast knowledge of growing things, Valorin was continually leaving the beaten path to investigate some unfamiliar shrub or flower.
"Look! Is that a village over there?"
Galara exclaimed, pointing toward an irregular collection of carefully laid-out plots, radiating out from a round hut with a roof of green turf. At one end of the field, a long green mound seemed to stand guard.
"A farm, at least," Cleta ventured, "though it does not look like the ones at home."
"Several farms,"
observed Caragon, as they crested the road and more fields and buildings came into view. The plots were small, divided by hedges or ditches, and as they drew closer, they saw the dirty brown backs of a flock of sheep being driven along by a small boy in a brown tunic with a stick and a yapping dog.
"There's water in those ditches,"
Lanath said in surprise.
"just lying there."
As they drew closer, a man hoeing between rows of young grain called out a greeting in the local tongue, and Greyha, one of the ferocious-looking native guides, replied. Both natives had the curly, brown hair and grey eyes typical of these people, though Greyha was both exceptionally broad and tall.
"You've learned a few words of the local patois, haven't you, Cleta?"
Galara asked.
"What are they saying?" "Something about shepherds and sheep. I think they are talking about us."
Cleta's round face grew slightly pink.
"Oh, my! I hope the prince didn't hear that."
With his bodyguard prowling around him, Prince Chalon strode forward as boldly as the falcons that fluttered on his banners.
"Behold the great lord of Atlantis, taking possession of the new land,"
Elora thought.
"But what will the new land take from him?"
The journey took on a rhythm of its own as the days passed. They rose early and walked, with occasional pauses, until the middle of the afternoon, when the vanguard would seek out a campsite with good water. One night they were troubled by the howling of wolves, and more than once Lanath woke them with his nightmares, but otherwise all seemed peaceful. The acolytes and chelas soon grew accustomed to the exercise, and once they lost their fear of the unknown terrain, they were eager to go exploring. Micail had not wanted them to go off on their own, but the trader Hayshoth assured them that the folk here were not only peaceful but timid. When the natives saw the Atlanteans coming, with their brilliant white tunics and brightly coloured mantles, not to mention the banners, spears, and swords, the pig-herds and woodcutters of the forest ran away even faster than had the lads tending sheep or cattle in the meadows. The next day the expedition turned gradually northward, tediously following the road around the end of a line of densely wooded hills. By late afternoon the travellers approached a solitary hill, with the oblong hump of an old barrow on its top, commanding the countryside.
"We should probably stop here."
Hayshoth pointed to a broad clearing between the road and the stream.
"Once people came to this hill for the summer's end ceremony, but then there was a war. No one left to come here now but us."
The day had been fair, and the long afternoon gave way to a lingering sunset, as Prince Chalan's servants prepared the pavilions and gathered wood to cook the evening meal. Until they had finished, there would be little for the acolytes and chelas to do. Meanwhile the hill beckoned, with its leafy slopes and dark hints of ancient tragedies.
"Let's climb it,"
Caragon suggested.
"From the top we should get a fine view of the countryside."
"Haven't you had enough walking today?"
Elora grumbled, but except for Lanath, who was muttering something about ghosts, the others seemed eager for the adventure. Leija and Caragon soon found a path that led almost directly up the hillside to the summit, and they made good progress. Presently they came to a ditch and a low bank, both quite overgrown. Oddly enough, the ditch had been dug in segments, with a walkway of solid ground left between them.
"Neither ditch nor bank seems very defensible,"
Caragon observed.
"There must be another purpose here than fortification."
On the north face they found the timber posts of a gatehouse, still leaning against each other, although the roof must have fallen in long ago.
"If it's not a fort," asked Leija, "what was this for?"
"It feels odd."
Lanath shivered, then hastened to add,
"Not unfriendly odd, just very ancient. There's an echo of many voices."
"Yes,"
agreed Leija.
"I can hear them too." "It's wind, but something has been digging in one of those pits,"
said Cleta. She moved closer and squatted down, brushing away the soil.
"There's a quern here, like the ones the native women use for grinding grain. But it's broken." "Smashed,"
volunteered Elora.
"Sacrificed,"
Caragon whispered dramatically.
"Is that a pot?"
Galara leaned over to see.
"It's a skull," Elora answered. "Maybe the woman who used the quern."
"Let's see what's inside,"
suggested Caragon, picking his way through the ruins of the gatehouse. Lanath and Galara protested again, then shrugged and followed the others.
"It's a stone circle,"
said Elora, and stopped only a few steps inside, testing that expectant stillness as she had been trained to do. But there was no altar, only grasses waving in the twilight breeze and a few sapling hazel trees.
"I think,"
said Galara tremulously,
"we found their cemetery." "Then why wasn't that body buried?"
Leija pointed to the interior of the circle, where bleached bones lay scattered on the grass.
"Could have been burned,"
Cleta mused. That was done in Atlantis, in hope of loosening the ties of karma that bound the spirit and freeing it to seek a higher path. But there were no marks of charring on these bones.
"They laid the bodies out here so the birds and beasts could receive the flesh,"
Lanath said then, in a strange, still voice.
The skull was placed in the family's pit with the offerings.
Elora looked at her betrothed in surprise. Lanath had never been able to read the history of a place this way before. She glanced at Liege, as if to say, "I thought this kind of thing was your talent." Ocathral's daughter shrugged and turned away.
"It's getting really late," said Galara with an exaggerated shiver. "Shouldn't we be going back? That slope will be harder going down."
Once outside the gatehouse, they all felt better, but the path that they took down the hill did not lead back to the encampment. Instead, they found themselves entering what was obviously another enclosure, much more extensive than the first. Tangled vegetation covered fallen houseposts, and a series of overgrown hedges marked out paddocks for animals, and plots where a few sparse stalks of native wheat still grew.
"This one only seems deserted," Lanath said, "like somebody's about to come back. But at the same time, it's like it was never really lived in."
"Perhaps they were temporary dwellings," Elora suggested. "The guide said people came here for a festival."
"They should have stayed away, if they wanted to live," said Liege in an odd voice.
Elora turned, and saw her standing very still, staring at something in her hand.
"You found an arrowhead!"
exclaimed Caragon.
"Say, I didn't know you were a sensitive. What else do you pick up from it?"
"Blood,"
the girl said.
"and hate. Cattle. A raid. Men running. Walls of flames. These house-posts do look charred,"
said Galara uneasily.
"And that,"
Cleta pointed out,
"is not an old woodpile. Those are bones."
Elora put her arms around Liege and gently turned the chela's hand so that the bit of flint fell to the ground. The Alconan girl shuddered and relaxed against her with a sigh.
"Are you all right?" "I will be."
Liege shivered again.
"That was strange."
She straightened, moving a little away from Elora.
"I remembered my father telling me that there was a place near Belsirath that used to be a famous mine for flint, and I thought about the road we've been on, and that arrowhead. It was like it appeared out of the ground, winking at me. So I picked it up and it just—"
"It was calling you. There are a lot of spirits here."
Lanath looked around uneasily.
"Their skulls were not buried. No one made the offerings. They're still waiting."
Everyone had moved closer together. The setting sun crowned the trees with fire, and bars of bloody light slanted across the ground, making wavering lines in the dim air.
"Yes," said Cleta unexpectedly. "Even I can feel that. Ugh, I hate this kind of thing. Let's get out of here,"
she exclaimed, taking Liege by the hand. By the time everyone had made it out of the enclosure, the first stars were beginning to appear. Liege seemed to recover quickly, but Cleta and Lanath continued to mutter about spirits. Everyone else seemed to expect Elora to know what to do. Grounding their energies might not be the best remedy. It was from the earth, after all, that the trouble came.
"Karatra's other face,"
she thought, and shuddered again. The obvious solution was to get completely off the hill, but that proved to be more difficult than expected. Though the sky was fairly clear, there was no moon. Beneath the trees it was darker still, while every possible path turned and twisted as if trying to lead them astray. In the end, all they could do was to force their way downward through thorny shrubs and tangled saplings until they smelled wood smoke and heard Challen's servants chattering as they cooked the evening meal. Most of the explorers stumbled the rest of the way down into the camp as fast as they were able, but Lanath tarried, and after a moment Elora climbed back up to rejoin him.
"Come along," she said softly. "It's over."
"No, we have not escaped," Lanath whispered. "The one in the barrow on the hill. She is very old, the mother of all her tribe, and she doesn't want anyone here."
"And no wonder," thought Elora, "after the way we went blundering about among the bones."
She gave Lanath a gentle push toward the campfire.
"It's going to be all right,"
she said again. When he had gone, she turned back toward the woods, lifting her hands in salutation.
"Grandmother, our apologies. We mean only good to you and your people, honor to the dead and the living alike. Let me set out an offering for you in the forest, and in the morning we will depart from here. This one night I ask for your protection. Send us no evil dreams."
Throughout the following day, the acolytes and chelas remained unusually close together, but walked mostly in silence. The next day, the travellers turned to the east once more. Micail found himself oddly reluctant to head in that direction, for that night in the camp beneath the barrow-crowned hill, Micail had dreamed of Tiriki, as she might have become if she had reached this chilly land. For the first time in a year, he had awakened smiling. So clear had the image been that he almost seemed to see her still, crowned with hawthorn bloom, framed by lush green hills. But as they moved toward the rising sun, that awareness of Tiriki began to fade. "What do you expect? It was just a dream," he told himself sternly. They camped that night at the edge of the hills. Before them lay a new countryside, whose gentle undulations flattened into a broad plain that rolled away to a misty horizon. The countryside here seemed more thickly settled than any they had yet seen, but the same hedge and ditch system defined the fields where new wheat stood thick and green. Beyond that lay more open pastures, where little brown sheep or wide-horned cattle grazed. The round farmhouses were much larger than the ones they had seen near the coast, and were roofed with straw thatch instead of grassy turfs.
"This is Azan, the bullpen, where King Qatar rules,"
Hayshoth proclaimed. Clearly the trader was proud of his ruler.
"At the noon meal we will stop, and you may put on festival clothing to honor him."
Challen caught Micail's eye with an amused smile, but plainly he found the counsel good.
"We begin," the prince murmured, "by impressing this native chieftain. But soon, I think, he will honor us the more." "Do you know anything of this king?" Micail asked, just as softly. "From what Hayshoth has said, Qatar is lord over the many chieftains whose holdings ring this plain. They war with one another over grazing rights, then gather at the central shrine for their great festivals, over which the king presides. They say that he carried off and married the woman who is now high priestess for all the people of the Bull. His reputation as a warrior was apparently great enough to discourage retribution." He shrugged. "But Hayshoth tells me that it's not his wife, but his sister who is called queen. Her name is Kayane-Dur, and her son will be his heir. It's all rather complex and primitive, and as I say, I don't fully understand it. But you know what they say. When in Kem, walk sideways. How will he receive us, do you think?"
Micail cast a quizzical look at his old friend.
"As allies, or as a threat to his supremacy?" "Ah, well, that will depend on how we handle this embassy," Challen answered with a laugh. "I hope you brought your best bracelets."
They came to Azan-Ilir, the home and stronghold of the High King, at the time when the cook fires had been lit, and the savour of roast meat was beginning to scent the air. The village was set on a rise above willow-clad banks, where the river Aman flowed gently down from the north. The afternoon sunlight shone sweetly through the new leaves. Hayshoth's ferocious bodyguard, Greyha, had disappeared during the noon rest, so Micail was not surprised to find that they were expected. Greyha was waiting, with a line of warriors dressed as he was, in tanned leathers and furs, and armed with bronze weapons. They stood in two groups on each side of gateposts, made out of gigantic tree trunks, that towered above the logs of the palisade, twice the height of a man. As the Atlanteans marched through the gate, the guards fell in behind them. "Are they threat or protection?" Micail wondered, and then, remembering his conversation with Challen, "Which are we?" The village consisted of a collection of roundhouses, whose conical roofs were thatched with straw, interspersed with storage structures and pens for valued livestock. But a single central building dominated, a great roundhouse, whose roof was built in two sections, the inner cone lifted on pillars above the outer ring, so that smoke could filter out beneath it. Inside, light filtering down from above added to the illumination of the central fire. The hall was filled with people, but in that first moment, Micail saw only the man who lounged on a high seat placed between the tallest posts and closest to the fire. He was as broad as a barrel, but the shape of his shoulders suggested that most of his girth was muscle as well. His neck needed to be strong as well to support his headdress, crowned by the horns of a bull. But the man's grey eyes were clear and intelligent. As the newcomers came to a halt before the hearth, the king said something in the guttural tongue of the tribes.
"Kata, son of Sayet, heir of heroes, great bull of Azan, and king of kings, bids you welcome to his hall,"
translated Hayshoth. Challen was murmuring a polite thanks, introducing himself and his company to the trader, who translated it in turn. It was a courteous way to let the rest of them know what was being said. Challen had been studying the native language since his first voyage to this land several years before.
"I have wasted my time," Micail realized. "I ought to have spent the past year learning the native ways as well."
But what he did know of native manners suggested that it would not be until much later that they would get down to discussion of the Atlanteans' purpose here. There was another interchange, and Hayshoth motioned the men in the group to benches set before trestle tables on the southern side of the hall. Only then did Micail realize that, except for Challen's faithful shadow Antar, their military escort had been kept outside. The Atlantean women were gently escorted to a separate section in the east, near a sort of lesser throne, where a woman draped in a shawl sewn with small bits of gold sat facing the king. Now that he had leisure to look about, Micail saw a golden lozenge sewn to the front of the king's sleeveless tunic, and bracelets of gold that flashed on his arms. A few of the native men who sat at the other benches also wore gold or bronze, but mostly their ornaments were of jet or finely worked antler or bone. Micail understood then why Challen had insisted that he have a new set of royal dragon bracelets and headband made for him in Belsirath. It was still not as grand as his own regalia, of course, but that had perished with Atarath. More compliments were exchanged, and great slabs and joints of smoking beef and mutton were brought in, arranged on beds of boiled grain on wooden trays. There was drink as well, a yeasty brew with a hint of honey, served in finely made pottery beakers. King Kata, he noticed, drank from a beaker made of gold. The king's bards sang of his victories in battle, and a leather-robed man called Droshrad, whom Micail recognized as some kind of priest, boasted of how the gods had given Kata power. By the time darkness had fallen, Micail was beginning to suspect the king's plan was to stupefy them with food and drink. Their situation did not seem certain enough to allow him to comfortably take more than a few polite sips of the brew, but the demands of courtesy required him to eat more meat than he was accustomed to tasting in a month. Challen, however, was in fine form, joking with Hayshoth and commiserating with the king on difficulties with crops or neighbours, just the kind of conversation that had bored Micail to madness in Atarath, and which he found no more interesting in translation. But the ordeal did at last seem to draw to an end. Singly, and in groups, the feasters took leave of the court. The king and queen themselves, however, remained in their places with a few attendants around them. The shaman Droshrad and his fellows stayed behind as well. Micail caught Ardral's eye and found the old man observing the situation with his usual sardonic smile.
"Yes, of course we have the manpower to build barrows for our honoured chieftains."
Hayshoth translated the king's most recent words.
"But in the old days, many tribes came together to make greater monuments. To build a new one with mighty stones would surely prove my power."
"There were many such monuments in my country," answered Challen, "and they have uses that you have never dreamed."
"Maybe so,"
the king grinned back.
"but your labourers lie under the sea, and with them your power."
"No, my lord. The men who have the magic to raise the stones for you are here." Challen spoke very softly, holding Qatar's gaze with his own. Micail came to full attention, eyeing his cousin narrowly. They had discussed asking this king for permission to investigate the site identified by their calculations, and then perhaps to build there. What game was Challen playing?
"The men of my race have many powers,"
the prince continued.
"but as you have said, our people are at the moment few. Yours are many, and if we work together, you will become greater. The people of the Bull will rule this land forever."
Qatar pulled at his beard, eyes narrowing, as the shaman whispered in his ear. Micail watched them, and realized how hard he had been gripping his beaker only when he let go and saw the corded pattern imprinted upon his hand.
"What advantage for you is in this offer?"
Qatar asked at last. Challen gazed back at him with grave sincerity. When he and Micail were boys, playing at the game of feathers, that look usually meant that the Alconan was about to make some decisive, or possibly deceptive, move.
"The Sea Kingdoms are no more. We need a place where our arts can flourish. We need a homeland. Droshrad can call spirits and compel the hearts of men,"
Qatar said obliquely.
"but only the sweat of men can move stone."
"Or their song," Challen said softly. He turned toward Ardral and Micail.
"To move large things requires a full stand of singers, but the great among our priests can work alone. Will you show them, my friends, what the power of Atlantis can do?"
Now that winning smile was turned on them. Micail glared, but Ardral's dry chuckle diffused his anger.
"Why not?"
said the seventh guardian, lifting his cup in salute to the king and then draining it. He turned to Micail and whispered,
"The old bull should toast us in return, don't you think?"
He cast a meaningful look at the golden beaker, and then, without waiting for Micail's answer, began to sing. Ardral's baritone was both deep and resonant, whatever his age. The note he produced was wordless, but focused very precisely. Qatar set the golden cup down rather hastily, as it began to vibrate in his hand. A sidelong look from Ardral invited Micail to join the game.
"Why shouldn't I?" he thought suddenly. "Who are these barbarians to sneer at the son of 100 kings?"
He took a deep breath, and, with equal precision, produced a second note, a half-tone higher than Ardral's, directed to the same target. The beaker rattled and danced on the wood of the table, then rose, and for a long moment hovered in mid-air, slowly turning on its own axis, until finally, with equal deliberation, it sank back down to rest beside the High King's trembling hand. For a moment, Qatar simply stared. Then he slapped his hand down upon the table. As the beaker fell over, he began to laugh in a booming voice that seemed to grow louder and louder, until Micail's ears could hardly bear the sound. 11.
When the archpriest Bavel first told me I was to be an acolyte, the year before the sinking,
Celeste observed.
"Can you believe that was 3 years ago? Anyway, he said I would be required to discipline mind and body beyond anything I had ever known, but I thought the fasting was supposed to be voluntary."
Damisa nodded, but kept her eyes on the 3 lake women she and Celeste were following down the narrow path edged with spiky weeds.
"Willed hunger is only a discomfort of the flesh,"
she quoted, without sarcasm. Damisa really thought she was becoming almost accustomed to the empty feeling in her belly, and the way her clothing hung loosely on her once sturdy frame.
"To discipline the spirit against the body's demands," she finished the quote, "is the only surety against the illusions of wealth and security." "Ah, lovely," Celeste muttered. "But it's one thing to understand how the marsh folk live, never knowing if their supplies will be sufficient, trusting in the gods."
She glanced at Damisa and forced a laugh.
"But I thought we'd done that on the ship. Besides, we did a lot better than this last year. We did better than this the year we got here. Plenty of food then."
"Hush," Damisa advised.
"You're getting yourself worked up for nothing. Anyway, this year is always harder than last year, haven't you noticed? And you're always hungry every year."
The other girl grimaced, but did not deny it. Even in her homeland of Kosarath, where she had been allowed to eat whenever and whatever she wanted, there had never been an ounce of fat on Celeste. Prowling along the path in a short blue tunic, she looked every inch a creature of the wilderness, ever wary, muscles rippling beneath the taut brown flesh.
Yet just the other day she heard one of the boys say she looked about as cuddly as a skinned rabbit.
Damisa reflected with a shake of her head.
That can't be right.
In the old days, or so she had heard, even a betrothed acolyte had been free to take a lover, sometimes even more than one. Here, apparently, no one had done so. But it didn't help that there were hardly any men around, at least not men of the priest's caste.
"There's Calaran, who just doesn't seem all that appealing, and Rendano, who obviously isn't interested, and, of course, Master Chaden, but, well—"
Unbidden, an image of Rydell came to mind, his deep, warm eyes, his strong shoulders. Damisa banished the thought with a shake of her head. In Atlantis, the genealogists of the temple would have been horrified at the very idea of such a connection, and she agreed. But lately, Tiriki had mentioned the possibility of inviting someone from among the sailors or merchants into the priesthood. Of course, Damisa knew that in the troubled times before the rise of the Sea Kings, a fair number from the other castes had been taken in. She herself came of the royalty of Alconath, and Celeste was of the pure, noble stock as well, but the majority of the acolytes had ancestors of more humble origins. Not that it mattered any more. Damisa sighed.
"We girls will just have to lie down with one another, as they say the warrior women do on the plains of the ancient land."
She stifled a snort of laughter, but her gaze returned speculatively to Celeste. Almost unconsciously, she began to copy the Kosaran's stealthy gait, until she caught herself doing it, blushed, and tripped over her own sandals. Just around the turn in the path, the marsh women had paused to make an offering at one of their forest shrines, a primitive affair of braided straw and feathers set in the hollow of an oak tree. Damisa felt a renewed pang of hunger as she glimpsed the tubers of wild onion laid there. How strange to realize that here a few roots were a sacrifice more precious than incense. But if the way shrines were more modest than the pyramids and towers of Atlantis, she had to admit the powers here were well served, for they seemed to reward such simplicity. As far as Damisa could tell, although all the hunting and foraging severely limited the time available for theological analysis, the spirits of this land were much more approachable than the gods of Atlantis, who were in essence non-human forces who dwelt beyond the mortal sphere. For all their legendary quirks and feuds, Manoa or Ni Terad seemed less like individuals than signifiers, representatives of the immeasurable powers that moved the sun and the stars. Although sailors prayed to the Star-Shaper because he was the lord of the sea, and children prayed to the Great Maker because it helped them to sleep at night, Not even Neterat, the dark mother of all, had interceded to save a single human life. Only Karatra, the nurturer, the child who becomes the mother, was traditionally believed to demonstrate a genuine interest in ordinary people, and that was only a few times a year. In contrast, the lake folk honoured the simple spirits of field and forest, but they did not treat them as great gods. They were not magnificent beings who might eventually grant a favour, but the lake gods seem more like good neighbours, Damisa decided, inclined to be helpful whether they notice you or not. She shivered a little as she approached the tree, wondering, as always, if what she felt at such rustic shrines was an illusion somehow created by the beliefs of the marsh folk, or something more genuine, the actual presence of a real spirit. "Shining One, accept my offering," she muttered, as she tucked a spray of white hawthorn blooms into the straw. "Help us find food for our people." She stood back to let Selast kneel and add some primroses. As they gazed up into the branches, where the new leaves filtered the sunlight to lucent pale green, all the air seemed to shimmer and dance. For a moment, then, Damisa seemed to feel the touch of a presence on her soul. Curious, a little amused, but not unfriendly. Instinctively she sank to her knees, resting her hands upon the damp soil. Someone was listening, and that was more than she had ever felt in any of the splendid temples of Alcona or Atara. "Bright One, help me! I am so hungry here," her heart cried, and in that moment she realized that her emptiness was not that of the body, but of the soul. Selast had already gone after the lake women. Damisa got to her feet, glad that the other girl had not seen her moment of weakness. Her business just now was to find food for their bodies, and until they did, her spirit would just have to fend for itself. In the first year, the refugees had cleared ground near the springs and planted the seeds they had brought with them, but perhaps they had not done so at the right time, for their first harvest had failed entirely. Without the nut flour the Saji women made, the preserves of fruits, the good fortune of the sailors in their incessant hunting, and the hearty co-operation of one and all, the refugees might have fought a hunger more gnawing than they had ever known. They did better in some ways the following year, but the amount of food ripe enough to be harvested had been small indeed. If Ellis had not had a real talent for growing things, their survival would have been even more doubtful. Although she could hardly make a rock bear fruit, as Liala often said, nevertheless, every seed Ellis had personally planted took root and lived. She had even been able to persuade the battered feather tree that had once belonged to Lord Micail to thrive. According to the marsh folk, there were tribes further inland who sowed grain and kept cattle. The marsh folk lived by the fruits of the earth because the land was unsuitable for farming. Yet the natives had never hesitated to share what they had, and were always willing to take the Atlanteans with them to hunt or forage for edible plants and waterfowl, fish and shellfish, and a wealth of other resources for those who knew where to find them. That was, after all, why Heron's tribe came here. "But life by the lake is not so bountiful when the warm season ends. They probably think we're all idiots because we stay." Damisa laughed, then quickened her pace to catch up with the others. She grimaced, envying the efficient way Selast had of loping along. Perhaps she could catch up if she took a shortcut across the meadow, but the ground beneath the soft grass was part bog. With the next step, her foot went through the soft surface, and with a cry she went down. She had just managed to get free, leg muddy to the knee, when Selast ran back to her. "Don't try to sit up," the younger girl snapped. "Where does it hurt? Let me see." Her clever fingers probed Damisa's ankle, and then her knee. "I'm fine, really. Just muddy," Damisa insisted, though in truth it was rather pleasant to feel those warm fingers on her skin. She plucked a handful of grass and tried to wipe her leg clean. With a sigh of relief, Selast sat down beside her. "Thank you." Sudden warmth filled Damisa. and she reached out to give the other girl a hug of gratitude. Celeste was all muscle and bone. It was like holding some supple wild thing. For a moment, everything was very still, but then Celeste hugged back, hard, but not roughly. "We had better rest until we can be sure that foot will bear you," Celeste said a few moments later. But Damisa, astonished by how pleasant it felt to hold the other girl in her arms, did not let go. "Do you remember the shop in Atara?" she asked wistfully. "Just by the pylon, where they sold those delicious little cakes dribbled with honey." She eased back upon the soft grass, and Celeste went with her, nestling into the curve of her arm. "Oh, yes," Celeste was saying, with her eyes half closed. "I'd die for just one. This year the stupid emmer and barley seeds had better figure out how to grow. Nuts make good flour in a pinch, I guess, but it's not the same." Damisa sighed, half-consciously stroking Celeste's strong shoulders. "When I was a little girl in Alcona, they would bring in cartloads of grapes and elderberries from the vineyards in the hills at summer's end. So many they didn't even care if they spilled over the wagon sides. And more of them fell off, getting crushed on the cobbles, until the gutters looked as if they were running with wine. Never be able to grow good grapes here. Not enough sun." But there was light enough to turn Celeste's skin to gold, glowing warm against the wind-ruffled meadow grass. Damisa pushed herself up on one arm and looked down at her. "Your lips are just the colour of those grapes," she whispered. Celeste stared up at her, her face filled with light. "Taste them," she dared, and smiled. By the time they caught up with the others, it was past midday. The marsh women clustered, softly gossiping as they poked into the dense reeds around the lakeside. Hearing Damisa and Celeste approach, one of the women gabbled excitedly and pointed. Then, as the two girls clearly did not understand, the woman flapped her hands and cupped them, as if she were cradling something between her palms. "Eggs?" asked Damisa. After 2 years, all of the acolytes had made some progress in learning the lakefolk tongue, but Iriel and Calaran were the only ones who could actually speak it. Damisa herself had not yet progressed beyond a limited vocabulary. The small woman grinned, and simply crooked her hand in a summoning gesture. As she followed, Damisa took the precaution of curtling up her skirts, and she was glad she had. Their destination was the nest of some strange duck, which had evidently thought itself well hidden among the reeds. It would have been hard to say who was less happy with the encounter, the duck or the acolyte, as it degenerated into a furious mix of swear-words and squawking. She left each mother duck at least one egg to hatch, but that didn't seem to soothe them. Damisa would not have thought a duck could bite, but she had nicks and scratches on both hands before they moved off toward higher ground to search for spring greens. The tender new leaves of chickweed and goosefoot and mustard could be eaten raw, and there were lilies, whose bulbs would provide more solid fare. Nettles were edible too, stewed as greens or steeped to make tea, but the native women always laughed when the acolytes tried to harvest them, for there was no way not to get stung, which made the girls curse in a manner most unbecoming to future priestesses. Celeste sucked her sore fingers and sulked, even after they turned toward home. "It could be worse," Damisa said, taking the other girl's hand and kissing the reddened stings. "Calaran had to go out with the hunters. Nettles sting, but you don't have to chase them, and they don't sneak up on you, and they don't have claws and big teeth." "I'd rather be hunting," Celeste growled, "except then I'd have to be with Calaran." Damisa sighed, racked with conflicting emotions. She had long ago come to terms with the fact that what she felt about having lost her own destined husband was mainly relief. But Celeste and Calaran were still officially betrothed, and would be expected to marry some day, even though they had about as much interest in one another as a couple of rocks. "Why is it," she thought,
that however often somebody tells us the rules have changed, that things are different here."
She felt her face warm as she remembered the events of the afternoon.
"Why is it we still have to keep doing pretty much whatever we would have done in Atlantis?"
If they could have kept the splendid ways of old Atlantis, she would not have minded. But it was the rules, not the rewards, that seemed to have survived.
"But there are so few of us," she said finally. "Can you honestly say you wouldn't care if something happened to him?" "He's got the luck of a drunk," Celeste scoffed. "He never gets hurt, except for his feelings. Besides, animal attacks have not been our worry."
Damisa frowned, but she knew what the other girl meant. Early last summer, 2 sailors had gone missing. The marsh folk sent out trackers, but found no sign of them. The straggling scatter of huts where the sailors who had taken native wives lived with the merchants and others who were not of the priesthood was full of stories. Some thought that the missing seamen had grown tired of waiting for the Crimson Serpent to head out to sea again, and had gone back to the coast, where they had been picked up by a passing ship, but few took the tale seriously. Whether they said so or not, most believed that the sailors had simply fallen into a bog and been sucked down. There was less ambiguity about Malera's death. Morose from the beginning, the elderly blue-robe priestess had finally succeeded in drowning herself in the lake. Damisa suspected that Liala blamed her personally for allowing the older woman to die.
"It wasn't even my turn to sit with her," she told herself, with a pang of guilt,
though it was true that she had been the one most often assigned to help.
"That's cruel," Damisa said suddenly. "You really wouldn't miss Caloran at all, would you?" "Depends," said Celeste darkly. "Will I get his dinner?"
"You're terrible," Damisa said, not even noticing the tear in her own eye.
"You wouldn't even miss me, I guess." "What? Oh, don't be stupid," Celeste began,
but before she could say more, they emerged from the woods and found the settlement buzzing like a hive.
"A ship is coming!"
Iriel was running toward them.
"Rydell and his men sailed out to guide them in." "They left hours ago,"
Ellis added, approaching them.
"We shouldn't have to wait much longer."
Everyone turned as Tiriki came out of her hut, waving cooing farewells to her baby, although little Damara seemed quite oblivious in the Saji woman Metia's arms. The birth and healthy growth of the child seemed to have made the high priestess into a far more cheerful person. But as Tiriki turned toward them and smiled in greeting, Damisa saw that the old familiar haunted pain had returned to Tiriki's eyes.
"She's hoping they bring news of Micail,"
said Ellis in a low voice.
"After all this time, not too likely,"
Celeste scoffed.
"It's all very well for you to sneer," Ellis snapped. "Your betrothed is still alive and well, and at least I know what happened to Waldell. I can mourn him properly, but not knowing—"
She shook her head, eyes wet with compassion.
"That must be the worst of all."
Damisa grimaced, but she and her betrothed had only known each other for a year. She could hardly even remember what Calhan looked like after all this time. From the lake came the watchman's high, clear call.
"Finally!"
Iriel shouted, and started running down the path that led to the river. Laughing, the others followed her. They arrived just in time to watch the Crimson Serpent dropping anchor alongside another, smaller craft, not a warship, but a mid-size fishing boat, with only one mast and what looked like a crude shelter inside the ship. Her once bright blue and copper paint had been worn away by wind and wave. Next to Rydell's wingbird, she looked like a mule beside a racehorse, but mules are sturdy beasts. This craft had not only survived the sinking, but made it here.
"How many of them, I wonder?"
Damisa muttered.
Celeste said, "I hope they brought something good to eat." "There you go again," Ellis reproved. "Just as likely they're hungrier than we are, and we'll have to cast lots for every bite." "Good," Celeste growled. "I'm feeling lucky."
By now, everyone for acres around must have heard about the arrival. At every moment, someone else joined the crowd, until the muddy shore was 3 deep with marsh folk and Atlanteans, jostling one another and chattering excitedly. As Rydell's ship settled into place beside the other craft, some men on the shore swung planed logs to her side, and then 2 groups of sailors leaped lightly down to finish the job of securing the ships to the tree stump that served as a mooring post. Damisa found herself holding her breath as the huddle of shapes on deck separated enough for them to see the first passenger, a strongly built man with a grizzled black beard. Cautiously, he made his way across the plank, carrying a little girl who looked to be about 5 years old. As he stepped onto the narrow promenade, the child at last loosened her grip on the man's neck and shoulders and looked about, allowing Damisa a quick glimpse of her face, well-shaped eyebrows, a noble nose, and a heart-shaped mouth. The big man turned and watched anxiously as the sailors helped a slender woman step off the plank. She gazed at the watching crowd, and then, weeping gratefully, ran into the bearded man's embrace.
"A family," Iriel whispered. "A real family." "As opposed to a false one," Celeste scoffed.
But Damisa understood, or thought she did. Married or not, the priesthood did not always choose to live together in family units. Among those who had escaped on the Crimson Serpent, there had been no such couples. There were, of course, many families of lakefolk, but these were Atlanteans, and possibly even of the priest's caste. Damisa realized that the stinging in her eyes came from tears. Furtively, she dashed them away as Tiriki hurried toward the newcomers, holding out her hands. Damisa started after her with a spurt of resentment. The High Priestess had apparently forgotten how to form a proper escort. But would these people even realize that Tiriki was a priestess? Damisa blinked, trying to reconcile her memory of the ethereal figure who had welcomed the Prince of Alconath to Atara so long ago with this woman, whose wispy fair hair was already coming free from a simple braid. Yet if Tiriki's coarse robe was badly woven, ragged at the hem and stained with mud, still she addressed the strangers with all the gravity and formal poise of a guardian of light. Jaden had by now also joined the escort. Damisa noted with pride that he was at least wearing the golden cord of the robe of ceremony, although it was cinctured around a faded tunic. Of course, she thought, these new people look pretty shabby too, but they have an excuse. They've been at sea. Somehow, without ever quite letting go of the woman or the little girl, the bearded man bowed.
"Honored ones,"
he said, in a warm voice that could be heard to the back of the crowd.
"I am Forolin, merchant of the city of Atara. And this is Adena, my beloved wife, who also greets you in great respect. And my daughter, Kestel. There was another, born just after the sinking, but—"
Realizing he was babbling, Forolin stopped. His chin twitched briefly.
"We give thanks to the gods."
He touched his heart and extended the hand skyward.
"For we have found you."
"And you are most welcome here,"
said Tiriki again, as she offered further blessings to the trio.
"Forolin, Adena, and let this welcome be a personal one, for I have a little daughter of my own, just over a year old. Perhaps Kestel will like to play with Damara."
"Indeed, you are welcome,"
Jaden said to Forolin.
"But may I inquire where you have come from? Please tell me you have not spent 2 years upon the sea in that little boat." "No, no, indeed."
Forolin's face grew grim again as he delivered his daughter into his wife's waiting arms.
"We sought refuge on the mainland, in Olbyros, where my merchant house once maintained a trading station. We found it deserted, mostly, but we hoped to make a new start there. But there were so few of us, and then the plague came. We are the only ones who survived." "But how did you know where to look for us?" asked Jaden. "I told you. Olbyros used to be a well-known trading station. The merchant fleet is long gone, of course, but natives still pass through there from time to time, even some from these isles. We had more than one report of others of our kind settling hereabouts."
"More than one?"
Tiriki turned toward him with a new sharpness in her voice.
"You know of others?"
"Well, my lady, I have not seen them myself, and of course my informants mostly did their trading with the coastal settlements. The tribes that dwell inland are said to be strong and fierce. But it was said that several wingbirds had been sighted at Beleriand, so we went there. It looked quite deserted, which is why we did not fight very hard when the storm drove us back out to sea. We were forced to turn west and northward, and when at last we were able to come to shore, we encountered a group of native hunters who told us you were here. As we were seeking you, your captain came to guide us in his ship. Please thank him for me. We are eternally in his debt, and yours. It was storm winds that drove us here as well," Chayden mused. "Maybe none can find this place, except they are called by the gods."
"What we may offer you is little enough," said Tiriki, "but we had some warning of your arrival, and so a hot meal awaits you, and dry, warm dwellings for you to rest in. Come now, let us begin to be friends."
She drew the merchant and his family toward the wooden trackway that led to the settlement below the tor.
"I suppose," Celeste grumbled, "this means we will have to go to bed hungry."
But no one was listening. Iriel clutched Damisa's arm and pointed at a strange figure just crossing the plank from the fishing boat.
"Who is that?"
Tall, rather gaunt, the stranger wore a dingy white robe that, after a moment's examination, identified him as a priest of the Temple of Light. In each hand he clutched a large leather satchel. Frowning, he stopped at the center of the plank, peering nervously at the curious crowd. But his face brightened as he recognized Chayden.
"Wise one!"
He bowed as well as he could, without dropping his bags in the mud of the wharf.
"I am Danatraza of Caris. I doubt that you will remember me, but in Atara I served with the guardian Ardravanant in the Hall of Records." "Ardral," Chayden explained. "Have you news of him? Did he escape?" "Ah, if I only knew," said Danatraza apologetically. "But if you knew him—" "He was my uncle." "Then you know there is no reason to believe he would not escape. He was prepared if any man ever was."
Danatraza paused again, and then hefted his satchels.
"Of course, you know it was our duty to preserve what we could. And I have with me still a number of maps and several treatises about the stars, and some other things that may be useful."
Danatraza broke off again, as some sad memory seemed to pass before his eyes. Chayden's expression grew concerned.
"Come with me, friend. I can see you have had a bitter time. Let us make you welcome. You shall join the feast, such as it is, and then you will show me what treasures you bring in these sacks of yours." "Many things," Danatraza repeated with a grimace, "but no texts on healing, alas. Still, maybe they would not have helped. The sickness that drove us from Olbyros was unlike anything we had known."
Despite the still bright sunlight, Damisa shuddered, just as glad she could not hear the further details of their conversation as the two men moved away. Rydell, she observed, had taken it upon himself to arrange a proper welcome for the crew of the fishing craft. It was strange how relieved she felt at seeing him safely returned.
"A whole family of survivors!" Iriel was bubbling. "And the man said there were others too. Maybe we will not always be so isolated here. But did you see that little girl? What incredible sparkly eyes! I hope—"
"It's not like we don't already have a family," Damisa said suddenly, but only realized she had spoken aloud when the other two turned to her, Celeste frowning, Iriel curious. "In a way we do," Damisa insisted. "Chayden is our father, and Tiriki our mother. And aren't they always saying we are all sisters and brothers here?"
"Then come, sisters," said Iriel with a grin, as she linked their arms in her own. "The headman's son Otter promised me some cuts from that deer he killed yesterday, and I will gladly share them with you." "Sweet Iriel," said Celast merrily, "why couldn't I be betrothed to you?" On the day after the new ship came to the Tor, Chayden met with the priestesses beneath a willow tree by the stream to discuss the implications of the recent arrivals. It was one of those spring days in which sun and cloud became intermingled. At one moment, almost as warm as summer, at another, threatening rain. At first, the conversation focused on food and housing, but in the Major's midnight ponderings, other issues had occurred to him.
"Let us leave such considerations for a moment," he said finally. "They are obviously important, and for that very reason unlikely to be ignored. We spend so much of our energy worrying about physical survival that we forget the reason that we dared the seas, instead of staying to die with our land."
"We were sent to save the ancient wisdom," Tiriki said slowly, as if she were repeating an almost forgotten lesson. "We were to establish a temple of light in new soil." As if in answer, light broke through the clouds and gleamed from her bright hair. "And we haven't done a very good job of it, have we?" Liala sighed. "How could we, when it has taken most of our time and energy just to survive?" Tiriki exclaimed. "But I cannot imagine building the kind of temple we had on Atareth here. Even if we had the resources, it would be wrong."
Tiriki sighed and whispered,
"There is so much we do not know, that I did not trouble myself to learn. How can we build a new temple out of golden memories, when memory itself is failed and scattered across the seas?"
Chayden nodded.
"This place has power of its own, and that is what makes the situation so complicated. These new faces have reminded me of matters we should have been dealing with all along. Tiriki, at least, knows the story of what happened when Reota and his brother, Micail's father, were captured by the Black Robes. Mycon could not allow himself to die under their torture, because he had not yet begotten a son to inherit the power of the storm. He could not allow that power to pass to one of the Black Robes, who happened to be his kinsman. And yet Micail's was not the only power that may stray from its hereditary holder."
Alyssa, playing with a pine cone, suddenly giggled.
"The sun is unrisen, the sun is not born. Power is hidden, the sea king forlorn."
Over the past few months, the mental state of the CRS had become increasingly unstable. They frowned at her, wondering if there would be more, but the CRS only went on toying with the pine cone. Liala turned back to Chayden, saying,
"What do you mean?"
The mage hesitated before he spoke.
"What I fear is that latent abilities in us, in our acolytes, even in the sailors or merchants, may be awakened by the powers in this land."
"Not evil," Liala exclaimed.
"Very few powers are evil in themselves," the mage reminded her. "But an untrained psychic is a danger to himself and everyone around him."
"We must complete the acolytes' initiations," Tiriki said slowly. "They will be better able to deal with such energies when they have been taught the advanced practices and received the sigils, and when they have been sealed to the rulers of their proper degrees."
"The initiations themselves could threaten to unleash evil forces," observed Liala. "But I agree that we have to try. Damisa's progress is adequate, but she is Tiriki's acolyte. We should be giving each of them individual training."
The mage smiled at her.
"You are quite correct, Lady Atlialmaris,"
he said then, using her full, formal name.
"We have delayed long enough, hoping others would arrive and lift some of these burdens from us. But it is clear that no others of the priesthood will arrive. I suppose that Caloran should be apprenticed to me. I have reviewed his astrology and his personal history, and I believe the lad is up to the challenge. He has learned some useful skills, too, and the discipline to apply them, I think he now knows himself well enough that he will welcome more knowledge. I only fear—"
He stopped, and the two women looked at him inquiringly.
"I'm afraid he will look at me and see an old man, a ghost of the past, unable to tell him what he most wants to know, which is how to make a future out of so much uncertainty."
"Do any of us know how to teach that?" said Tiriki, touching his hand.
"Well,"
Chayden cleared his throat.
"just so. I shall speak to him tomorrow and set up a schedule, and if he has the potential I suspect, I will also show him how to keep watch for signs that one of the sailors or anyone may be awakening to spiritual power."
"Do you think that will happen?" "It may have happened already," Tiriki observed. "We all know that Rydell is interested in Damisa. She ignores him, but I have seen that he has a gift for anticipating not only Damisa's needs, which might be the result of love, but also mine or Damara's or anyone he is around. When something falls, he is there to catch it, and when no action is needed, he knows how to be still."
"That's so,"
said Chayden.
"I observed it on the voyage. I will speak with him. For them to study together might be good for Caloran as well."
"That leaves the girls for us, then," Liala said briskly. She looked over at Alyssa, but the seeress was leaning against the willow trunk with her eyes closed, apparently asleep. Liala continued, "Ellis is ready to be inducted as a priestess of Karatra. She has the touch for growing things, and you've seen how good she is with Damara, or any child. And she's a singer. I mean, she could be a real singer. The temple had planned to apprentice her to the singer Curtis before. I'm no great singer, I say, but I know enough to set Ellis on that path, if she's willing to walk it." "That at least is very good news," said Tiriki. "Damisa and I have tried to ensure that they keep up with their basic exercises." "One thing at a time," Liala said. "First she'll have to find her inner pitch, but as for Iriel and Celast, well, I just don't know. Celast doesn't really talk to me, not if she can possibly avoid it, and Iriel, well, she says so much sometimes I can hardly follow her."
"I often have the same feeling," Chayden nodded. "They still seem so very young sometimes, even after all they have been through."
"Young," Tiriki echoed, "but not foolish. Iriel is a very canny judge of people, and only rarely abuses her sensitivity to them. Perhaps we might simply team her with Celast more than we have. Celast is small for her age, but she's as strong as a little horse, and generally shows good sense."
"It would not prosper them."
Alyssa's eyes opened suddenly, and for that moment she was back with them, fully awake and aware.
"Their spirits sing from different cores. Celast will follow only Damisa, until blood calls her to her man. Let Iriel sit with Tarot for a time, less to study than to learn that patience is not only for the children of Atlantis, and that to be wise is not to depart from joy, but to see instead its many sides."
The newcomers had in fact brought a little food with them, but it became clear that they had made another contribution, which proved far less welcome, and put their physical survival in jeopardy. Within days of their arrival, Heron, the village headman, came to Chayden complaining of aching muscles and a headache. The marsh folk might be impervious to the weather here, but they had no resistance to the invisible spirits of disease that the ship had brought from the continent. An ague, Chayden called it, and said he had encountered such fevers more than once in his travels. Before anyone could even ask her, Metia had gone to confer with Tarot concerning the brewing of healing herbs. It was odd, thought Chayden, as he watched her go with Iriel chattering along beside her, how they had all, without even noticing, gradually come to accept the Saji women as part of their community. At home, the Sajis would never have been allowed to speak to a priestess of the light, but Metia had been a devoted nurse to little Damara, and her sisters had quite naturally taken over as Alyssa's caretakers. In the Sea Kingdoms, the scions of the priest's caste saw the temple girls only from a distance, darting through some courtyard or passage like a flock of bright-winged birds. Rumour had held that they were at best licentious and unclean, that they were recruited exclusively from outcasts, the unclaimed babes of the trade towns, or worse, and that was partly true. But even after the Grey Temple had been dissolved, it was popularly believed that the Sajis were used for the most outrageous of semi-licit rituals, and that was bigotry of the worst sort. It was only after he had observed how patiently the Sajis had endured the voyage on the Crimson Serpent that Chayden had given them any thought at all, and he dredged up from his memory a story that long ago their ancestors had been devotees of a discipline no less respected than his own. The very word, Saji, was nothing more than a contraction of a very archaic word for displaced foreigner. But wherever they came from, he was glad indeed that the Saji women were with them now, as they were experts in the mixing of natural remedies. The illness brought by the refugees had spread quickly through the marshfolk and the sailors alike. Damisa and Celast were sent out often to gather not food, but herbs, while the Sajis, or Liala and Ellis, were kept busy moving from one sick-bed to another. Faces veiled against sneezes, they patiently pressed cold compresses against burning brows, and dosed them with tea made from willow bark and other things. Yet the sickness continued to spread. One grey morning, Chayden emerged from the headman's hut to find Tiriki waiting for him, with her daughter in her arms. Mist lay low across the tor, veiling the tree-tops, but somewhere above the clouds there was sunshine, for in the distance he could hear a falcon's hunting cry.
"Heron is recovering,"
Chayden said, in answer to the question in Tiriki's eyes,
"as are many of the others. But his son Otter has been hit hard by the disease."
"Why should he be so vulnerable?" Tiriki's face creased in a worried frown. "Otter is the strongest boy here."
Chayden sighed. "The young and strong, if they succumb at all, sometimes prove to have less resistance than those who are more accustomed to illness."
"But he will live." She shifted the restless red-headed child from her arms to her hip. For a moment, the sight of the toddler's face eased Chayden's heart, but he shook his head.
"Only the gods know how this will end. In any case, I don't want you and Damara, or Kestil for that matter, anywhere near the sick."
"As healing is part of your duty, so it is mine." Tiriki spoke softly, so as not to disturb her daughter, but there was no concealing her mutinous glare. For a moment the mage regarded her. To ordinary sight, she was no more than a slender young woman, yet there was a new maturity in her now, a radiance that had come with the birth of the child.
"Indeed,"
he thought with a smile.
"It seems to me the air of this northern land suits her, though I suspect she would not appreciate my saying it. What of Damara?"
he said aloud and grimly.
"Would you risk her as well?"
Tiriki's arms tightened around her daughter. "You have not taken the sickness?" she observed.
"Not yet, at least," said the mage more gently. "I suspect this may be a new form of an illness to which, in my travels, I may have gained some resistance, but perhaps not. Now, let me add, there is good reason to be hopeful. I am glad Danatraza was on that ship. He and the Sajis have proven invaluable, and Alyssa was certainly right about Iriel and Tarot. No, I do not think we will suffer the fate of Olbyros, but really, only one thing can be said with certainty. Everything that can be done is being done. You will help us best by keeping the children and yourself well away from danger. I know you are used to having Metia's help, but I think you are doing perfectly well without her. Is it not so?"
Conflicting emotions warred into Riki's face, but at last, however reluctantly, she nodded. "May the gods be with you," she whispered, and gave him the salutation of his grade, as if they were completing some ritual.
"Blessings upon you, daughters,"
he said in a low voice, saluting her and the child in reply. As he lowered his hands, they brushed across a hard shape in the pouch that hung at his waist.
"Wait. Here I am determined to send you away, but it just so happens I have something here I've meant to give you."
He pulled out the small cedar box and offered it to her.
"But that's mine!"
Tiriki exclaimed, her luminous eyes moving from the box to his face.
"How did you come by it?"
"I was rummaging through one of my travel sacks, looking for a packet of herbs, and there it was. Micail gave it to me. It was on the day before—"
He left the sentence unfinished, knowing she would understand.
"With all the excitement, I lost track of it. We had been snatching a bite as we went over the lists, and suddenly Micail just handed the box to me, saying— Oh, what was it he said?"
Jaden shook his head a little, forcing back the accompanying memory of hot, bright air and the taste of fear.
"Micail said you ought to have it, but you were packing so efficiently you would only say it would be better left behind.
Jaden smiled raggedly.
He said he was fairly sure you wouldn't let him keep it either."
"It sounds just like him."
Tiriki laughed.
"We argued several times about what to take, what to leave."
Her eyes misted, and seeking to cover her emotions, she flicked the box's catch and looked inside. It was crammed full of various small items, a jumble of earrings, pendants on chains, odd rings.
"Princes have strange priorities."
She started to close up the box again, and then her eyes abruptly focused.
"Mother of Night,"
she breathed.
"Bless you, Jaden. Bless you both."
The mage craned his neck, trying to see.
"What is it?"
She opened her hand, and he saw the glint of a ring. A little thing of improbably numerous surfaces, scaly and smooth, intaglio and cameo in one, a filigree of shadows and gleamings.
"We were little more than children when he gave this to me. Probably it was an heirloom bauble, appropriated from his grandmother's regalia."
Jaden nodded, recognizing the representation of the imperial dragons, red and white, locked in their perpetual wrestling match of good against better. But he could also see that to Tiriki it was not an emblem of the Sea Kingdoms, but the first, best token of Micail's love.
"Will it still fit, I wonder?"
she murmured shakily.
"It has been so long."
She slid it along her finger, grimaced as it stuck on the knuckle, then forced it past.
"You see,"
Jaden said gently,
"no matter what happens, Micail's love still holds you."
Her startled gaze flew to his, before he could hide the thought that had come to him, that she would need any comfort she could find if the plague got worse, and he did not survive. A shadow flickered across the grass. He looked up, his heart lifting, despite his anxiety, as he glimpsed the graceful shape of a falcon against the sun.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
"12. The falcon floated above the plain, a speck of life against the grey immensity of sky. To the falcon's eye, there was no difference between priest and ploughman, between the humans who hoed the fields and those who toiled to move the great sarsen stones out on the plain. The falcon viewed all the activities of men with the same lordly detachment. Micail, striving to weld 7 singers into an instrument able to levitate stone, wished he could feel the same. Last night he had dreamed that he sat with Jaden in a little taverna in Atara, just below the library, sipping rough ni'iri and letting their conversation range as it sometimes did with Ardral. In fact, he was rather surprised that it had not been Ardral, and he wondered if for some reason he were projecting one man's face onto the other. Though he had respected the Alconan mage, he had never seen enough of him for them to become close friends. But no doubt this was merely some scenario born of his current preoccupation of no significance. They had been discussing the training of chelas, as he remembered, and the various uses of song.
"All right, then."
Wrenching his thoughts back to the present, he pointed toward a rock he had placed on a stump about 10 feet away.
"Give me your notes, softly first, and at my signal, focus the vibration upon the stone."
He had brought his untried stand of singers to a bit of woodland that lay between the plain and the cluster of huts the Aesir had built to house their guests. They had now been here for more than a year already, and if he could not yet call this place home, at least it was a refuge.
"That's fine,"
Micail said, as the voices quavered and veered into disharmony.
"Best to begin with the more experienced singers."
He gestured to the Alconan priest, O'Cathrall, who had until yesterday been out on the plain with Naran Shada and the trainee engineers, selecting and splitting sarsen stones to make the great ring formation. Sarsen rock was a kind of sandstone, but forces which even Ardral could not entirely explain had in some distant eon compressed it, so that it was both harder and more dense than any natural rock the Atlanteans had ever seen. If it had not been formed between bands of lighter stone, it would not have been possible to crack such large slabs loose at all. But that same compression had aligned the crystalline particles mixed into the stone, and the hammering had awakened them. This was not the promised temple, but the means to build it, a construct that would not only allow them to calculate the movements of the heavens, but to raise and focus power. Only this morning, O'Cathrall had volunteered to help teach the acolytes, partly because he had 3 daughters of his own and felt he might know better how to motivate them. Micail had been dubious at first, but it was soon apparent that the older priest had spoken nothing less than the truth. O'Cathrall smiled, smoothed his thinning hair, and filled his lungs. He then released a note so deep, so resonant, Micail could feel its vibration coursing slowly through his own bones. He himself was a tenor, but he could handle the baritone range, and came in on the next note, 4 steps up. Lanath was already sweating with strain, his tone wavering, but Micail commanded him with a glance, and after that the boy's quaver resolved and held true. In the same moment, Cerdis brought Elara in, 4 notes up in the contralto range, and then in turn Cleta and Galara, who both had proven, rather unexpectedly, to have fine, if not particularly powerful, soprano voices. Brows furrowed in concentration, the singers kept the sound going through circular breathing until the 7 tones united into a simple chord. And though it grew no louder, the vibrations perceptibly shifted in quality. Micail damped his excitement and redirected their focus to the piece of stone waiting on the stump. The harmonics rose and fell slightly, making a unity that thrummed through the shady grove, one with the wind, until the rock began slowly to rise, higher, and then higher. With a gasp, Lanath lost his place in the rhythm. The chorus turned ragged, and the rock teetered and fell to the ground.
"When one fails, all fail," Micail snapped. "Now pull in your energies and ground."
The 7 closed their eyes, consciously regularizing their breathing.
"I'm sorry,"
whispered Lanath, his face red with embarrassment.
"I can do it just fine when I'm alone." "I know, lad, and you did very well until the end."
Micail forced himself to speak with kindness. The glares the girls were giving the boy were enough reproof for now.
"You just lost your concentration. That is not a fatal flaw, but from now on I want you to practice when you're in company until you can hold that note, no matter what is going on."
He turned to the others.
"O'Cathrall, Cerdis, thank you for your help. I know you have other tasks to perform, as do we all."
He frowned at the others.
"Go on, then. Wait. Galara, Ardral wants you to copy a text. Come with me."
"But why do we need another copy of the Struggle of Ardath?"
Galara muttered, as they walked back through the woods.
"It might as well have happened 1,000,000 years ago."
"More like 800, and I warrant you will find it is something more than just an old legend,"
Micail replied with hard-learned patience. At first he had feared that working with Tiriki's half-sister would only remind them both too painfully of all that they had lost. Instead, they seemed to find a strange comfort together. Galara proved to have very little in common with Tiriki, who to his certain knowledge had never, even at age 15, exhibited anything like this girl's mercurial moods that so self-indulgently veered between sullen poses and outright rebellion. He had to remind himself how much younger the girl was. They had not been raised as sisters, so why should they be alike?
"I mean, what does any of it matter?"
Galara raged.
"I mean, what did you tell me, practically the first thing, when you first said we'd have to leave? That there would be very limited resources in the new land. And you were right. So why is it the first thing everyone wants to do is build another temple to the same gods who did nothing for us when we needed them most?"
Micail stopped in his tracks, glaring.
"Hush now, Lee,"
he muttered, with a quick glance about to see if anyone had heard her. Keeping up morale among the Atlanteans was almost as important as presenting a united face to the Aesir.
"Who but the gods preserved us? They did not need to send any messenger to warn us, but in fact they sent many, to whom we did not even truly listen. They saved us to re-establish our temple."
"Do you really believe that?"
Galara laid a hand on his arm, gazing up at him intensely.
"I can't. Not when you have to do it with lackwits like Lanath and that sourpuss Cleta. If the gods really wanted the temple rebuilt, why didn't they save Tiriki instead of them?"
"Don't say it! Don't ever say that to me!"
Sudden rage surged through him, and he thrust her away. Galara took a quick step to regain her balance, her face suddenly pale.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean—"
"You didn't think!"
Micail got out through clenched teeth. He had believed his sorrow healed. He could go for weeks, even months at a time now, without dreaming of Tiriki, and then some memory would tear the wound open again.
"Go! You know the way! Leave me be. Plague our Droll with your endless questions if you dare,"
he managed at last.
"I don't know why the gods chose us to live. I no longer even know if saving anything of Atlantis is the right thing to do. But the prophecy did not say that you or I would rule the new land, only that I would found the new temple here. And that, by all the gods, is what I shall do."
"The Lord Micail, say you he too was a royal prince?" Keian-Idur, queen of the Aesir, inclined her head as Micail passed by the sunshade beneath which the women sat spinning. "Uneasy the land with so many rulers," said the queen speculatively. "Yet he has some appeal." Elora traded glances with Cleta and suppressed a smile. It had taken some months for them to learn the language well enough to be accepted, and only now was real communication beginning to be possible. "Micail is indeed a man whom women's eyes follow," she thought, as he slowed for a moment and bowed in return. She doubted, though, that he had really been aware of the Queen's salutation. It was an automatic response, trained into him at the court of Micantor in Atarath.
"He was the heir of the eldest son, yes,"
Elora answered at last.
"In the 10 Kingdoms, and the ancient land before them, there were powers that descended mostly through the male line of the royal house. But my lord's preference has always been for the priesthood. It was his uncle, Rayota, who actually ruled."
"So the prince did not take his throne, and the land was lost," the queen replied. "We have a similar story that the people sometimes tell. Still, the blood of kings is always worth something. A pity the man has sired no child. Our shaman Droshrad says you outlanders came with the wind and will soon go, but I am not so sure." She paused, considering. and Elora raised an eyebrow at this hint of conflict between the shamans and the women of the tribe. Cleta was frowning.
"I had heard that Drosh had opposed your decision to welcome us," she said guardedly. "But I thought he had come to appreciate the knowledge we bring. At least there has been no difficulty in recent moons."
"Fear the wolf that prowls, not the one that howls," the Queen answered. "That old man goes into the woods to lay plots and mutter spells. It would be better if your people made blood bond with our tribe. Perhaps outbreeding will improve Prince Micail's fertility, as it does among the herds. Yes." Kay-Anidur chuckled softly. "We shall have to find your unripe lord a wife of good family, from a royal clan." Elora schooled her face to hide her shock, both at the content and the calculation in those words. Almost equally appalling was the flare of possessive fury that heated her cheeks. The Queen had a point. It would be a pity to lose Micail's bloodline, but his seed belonged to the sacred lineage of the temple. If a mate who was unrelated must be found, there were others who qualified. Cleta, or— her pulse quickened unexpectedly. She herself could certainly bear him a child. But she controlled her reaction and looked at the Queen with a sigh.
"My lord still mourns his wife, who was lost in the escape," the acolyte said solemnly. "I do not think he is ready to think of such things. But I am," she could not help thinking, "and not with Laneth."
She cast another swift glance at Cleta, and realized that she, too, was watching Micail as he finally disappeared in a crowd of Aesir. It was strange. Elora had always thought of Micail as the husband of the High Priestess. It was strange to view him suddenly as a man, and an available one at that. "Well, there is no urgency yet," the Queen said comfortably, as she set her spindle turning. "But the alliance between our peoples would be strengthened by a marriage." Elora had been in Azan-Ilir long enough to understand that according to tradition, almost all matings were arranged by the matriarchs of the clan. She eyed the Queen again, uncertainly. In the warm sunlight, she had taken off her royal cape of finely tanned doeskin, painted with the symbols of her rank and tribe. The elbow-length sleeves and hem of her upper garment, of pale grey-green wool, was edged in a patterned braid, sewn with discs of bone, straining a little over an ample bosom, on which lay necklaces of amber and jet. A voluminous skirt, with interwoven woolen stripes of different colours, fell in folds about her feet. Kay-Anidur's brown hair, bundled into a net of twisted cord, was threaded with grey, but the Queen had a majesty about her that did not depend on fine attire. Over the preceding months, it had become clear that the women's side held a very real, if different, kind of power. According to custom, the Queen was not Katar's wife, but his elder sister, and at times seemed to view him as hardly grown. It was her son, Ken-Su, not his, who would be Katar's heir. Moreover, she and the clan mothers had the right of final decision to go to war. They recorded the matings of the beasts as well as men, and before the men could make war, the women must agree they had the resources to do so. In the priestly caste of Atlantis, certain powers were inherited by the men or the women, but nevertheless, in temple or palace, gender was no barrier to leadership. The soul, after all, changed sex from one lifetime to another. But one did not expect to find that knowledge among unschooled primitives. "The king has a daughter called Anet," Kayan was saying now. "She is ripe for the marriage bed. She has been at the sanctuary of the goddess at Carneva with her mother, but she will return before winter. We will see how she likes him. Yes, that mating might well serve." Cleta bent her head to whisper,
"But will Micail like her? And what will Challen say?"
Kayan was clearly concerned with the welfare of her people, but did she support the king's dream of making his tribe supreme? During the past months, she had made something of a pet of Elora, and Challen, on his most recent visit to Azan, had urged her to gain the Queen's confidence, yet Elora felt she was no closer than ever to learning Cayan's true mind. "And you young ones," the Queen said suddenly, "you too must think of your husbands-to-be."
"Oh, Cleta has a betrothed who is still in Belsirith, and I am betrothed to Laneth,"
Elora said a trifle bitterly. "You said that you were not married." Elora shrugged.
"There is much to do first. We must complete our studies."
"Ha!" The Queen grinned. "Maidens think to be young forever. But it is true. The priestess-born are different." There was a brief pause, but before anyone else could speak, Cayan resumed. "Your Lady Timul is far away, but you are here. Maybe I should send you to Io." Cleta frowned, trying to understand.
"Io? The king's wife?"
"But also the sacred sister who dwells at the sanctuary." Cayan nodded, smiling. "The women of the tribes share information that sometimes the men do not know. One has come to us from your village by the shore. She says that the blue-robe priestesses who build the Mother's Temple there know something of our mysteries. And this is no business for the shamans. Yes, I think the sisterhood will wish to speak with you."
"I must tell Ardral."
Elora stared at the Queen, her mind whirling.
"Or should I?"
Cayan was only an Aesir, maybe, but she was right. These were women's mysteries, not to be shared with any man. Somehow, she would have to get a message to Timur. She found her voice at last.
"I would be most interested in meeting them."
Micail took a long, deep breath of the fair wind that caressed the plain. He had walked out to the site where the henge of stones would be built early that morning, when the rising sun had just begun to promise a blazing day. Now, at its closing, the scent of ripe grass was like incense, an incense of the earth, flavoured with the warmer odours of the cattle who ate the grass. In the middle distance, one of the small herds kept on the plain for milking in summer was following the lead cow homeward, their brown hides glowing like copper in the slanting twilight. Slowly, he was coming to understand their importance to the people here. An ordinary Atlantean meal had consisted of fruit, vegetables, and boiled grains, with perhaps a few small fish for flavouring. In Azan, cattle were the life of the nation, their health and numbers the gauge of a tribe's power, their leather and their bones worn as clothing and decoration, or used for myriad other purposes. Grains were eaten as porridge or flatbread, and wild greens in season, but at every season of the year the people fed by preference upon the meat and milk of their cows. At first, most of the Atlanteans had found it difficult to digest the high-protein diet, and even when they grew accustomed, found it even harder to metabolize efficiently. "All of us," he thought ruefully as he patted his middle, "have become more substantial, except for Ardral." The old guardian appeared to survive on air and native beer, though he continually pronounced the latter a poor substitute for proper liqueurs. Still, whatever Ardral was or wasn't eating, it gave him plenty of energy. He never seemed to cease moving from one part of the worksite to another, observing, ordering, correcting, his robes flapping around him like the wings of one of the great cranes that stalked the river and the ruins. Outside the line of sticks that had been stuck in the ground to mark the circle, men were shaping two great sarsen blocks with round mauls of the same hard stone. The song of the singers had succeeded in cracking the great slabs free from larger pieces of rock that lay scattered everywhere across the plain, but the fine shaping had to be done by human hands. The pounding of the mauls made a dull music in the cooling air. "Come here, will you?" Ardral's call roused Micail from his abstraction. "Bring Laneth. I need a second check on this alignment." Micail looked around and saw his acolyte standing next to one of the holes left by an uprooted bluestone. gazing across the plain toward the slow fading of the light.
"Laneth, we're wanted,"
he said softly.
"Come, lad. There's nothing out there to see."
"Only the heralding stars," Laneth responded dully. "But anything could be creeping unseen in the darkness. This whole countryside is ghost-ridden." And he motioned toward the rounded humps of barrows on the plain. "When night falls, it all belongs to them. Maybe that's what Canar's telling me."
"Canar?"
exclaimed Micail.
"Your former master? Is this another of your dreams?"
"He talks to me," Laneth replied in that same strange small voice.
"Ghosts are notoriously untrustworthy messengers, especially when you don't know the right questions to ask,"
Micail replied, more roughly than he intended.
"Let's have no more about it now. The shaman's tales have made the men nervous enough without adding to their fancies. We need their labour, lad. We cannot do all the work with song."
He grasped Laneth's shoulder and hauled him back to the centre of the circle, where Ardral was gazing at the wooden poles that were set to mark the rising and setting of the midsummer sun.
"Look there,"
he commanded, pointing westward.
"There is the light."
Clouds were blowing in from the distant sea, touched now to flame by the descending sun. As he watched, a long beam flared across the sky, tracing a path of gold across the darkling plain. Ardral muttered some words and swiftly incised a string of hieroglyphs onto his wax tablet. Micail closed his eyes against the glare and felt as if the sunlight was becoming a current of energy, as if he stood in a flowing stream or at the crux of many streams. There was one that flowed from the west, where the sun set at equinox, and another whose origin was farther south. The new ring of stones would centre on a northeast to southwest alignment, so as to catch the midsummer sunrise, amplifying the flow of energy.
"You have not been out here at end of day before, have you?"
he heard Ardral say to him.
"When the sun is rising or setting, you can feel the currents quite strongly. It is why the sensitives directed us here. If we angle the stones correctly, this place will be an enormous focus of power."
Micail opened his eyes and realized that the masons had fallen silent.
"If the Omphalos stone had been saved, Challen would have installed it here,"
Ardral added.
"Perhaps it is just as well that—"
Whatever else he might have been about to say was lost, as someone cried out in terror. Laneth stood staring at the barrows again. The workmen were watching him.
"Look! Something has come out of the barrow!"
Their mutterings became louder.
"The young priest sees it. The old priest is angered because we moved the stones. Droshrad was right. We should not be here."
Micail squinted into the shadowy middle distance, and seeing a large horned head began to laugh.
"Are you children to let an old cow frighten you?"
There ensued a moment of tense silence, broken by a mournful moo.
"She could take the shape of a cow,"
someone whispered, but then everyone was laughing.
"And if there were a demon here,"
Ardral's voice commanded their attention,
"do you think I could not protect you?"
in the dimming light, all could see the shimmer of radiance that swirled about him. It was only a magician's trick, Micail knew, and the kind of display that the initiates and adepts who had taught him had considered beneath them, but not beyond them. Taking a deep breath, Micail allowed his own awareness to shift, transferring energy to his aura until he also glowed.
"Can Droshrad do that?"
he wondered, with a flare of pride, which as swiftly turned to shame as the workmen backed away, making protective signs. The prophecy had said that by his efforts he would found the new temple. But was this structure they were building a place to serve the powers of light, or for some more earthly ambition? Winter was when the Atlanteans longed most deeply for their lost home. After almost 3 years, Micail's bones still ached when the north winds brought snow.
"God of winter!"
he would often swear.
In this cold, four-faced Banor himself would put more logs on the fire.
But for the moment, the roaring fire in the centre of the royal roundhouse, and the sheer body heat of the people gathered in it for the midwinter feast, had made the temperature rise high enough so that Micail was almost willing to remove his sheepskin cape. To Qatar's left sat Droshrad and the shamans of the other tribes, and to his right the Atlantean priests, in an uneasy symmetry. On the other side of the fire, the chieftains of the 5 tribes had shed their capes and round hats long ago, and lounged on their benches in tunics of patterned wool. Droshrad was still swathed in his deer-hide vestments, painted and sewn with many clattering bits of bone. Micail wondered if he should have sent Giritaran and Naran Shader and the acolytes back to Belsirath for the winter, along with Ardral and the others, but the social life of Challen's new capital seemed to him a harder exile than this life among savages. Last fall, staying here had proved wise enough. He and Laneth had been able to fine-tune the calibrations used in placing the stones. But this year, Droshrad seemed to be eyeing them with more than his usual disturbing disdain.
"Not much like the formal celebration of the passing of the stewardship of Narinabi, is it?"
Giritaran asked, in the language of the Temple of Light. The formal words sounded oddly incongruous, as Jiri cracked open a roasted rack of rib bones. Among the tribes, acorn-fattened pig was the favoured food for feasts held in winter. The fatty meat staved off the chill. So did the beer. Micail lifted his beaker and took another swallow. Naran Shader frowned, and, scratching his beard, said in a less refined form of the temple language,
"I must admit I am not charmed. I look forward to the day when this work will be done and we no longer have to live here. But I have just heard that we will not have a labour force for the other stones until after sowing is done in the spring."
"What?" said Giritaran. "Is this true, Micail?"
"So, you like our feast?"
interrupted King Qatar, in badly accented but quite serviceable standard Atlantean.
"He learns fast,"
thought Micail, with a reflexive smile.
"A good reminder that even though we may use the most arcane temple dialects, we must be more careful what we say." "The meat is fat and the beer is strong, great king,"
Naran Shader answered politely. Micail echoed him, observing that the carved circles and lozenges on the house-posts were already beginning to twist and blur. Perhaps he had better go easy on the drink for a while.
"It has been a good harvest."
The king's glare dared anyone to disagree.
"The old ones are pleased. Soon they have their new temple." "We are fortunate that the ancestors have the patience of eternity, but the work progresses well."
Not for the first time. Micail wondered how well Qatar actually understood their explanations of the purpose to be served by the alignment of stones. And what, he asked himself, do the stones mean to me? The first step in creating the temple I was destined to build, or simply a reason to live another day?
"Good,"
the king approved.
"How long?" "The sarsens for the trilithons in the inner court have been transported to the site," said Naran Shader, ticking them off on his fingers. "That's 15 stones. Most of them have yet to be shaped, but one crew can work on that until more stones arrive. Just over 10 sarsens have been cut for the outer ring. That leaves another 40 uprights to find. We could make do with less, I suppose, but we underestimated before, and we may have to reject some of the new ones too. I'd rather err on the inclusive side, and of course that doesn't include the lintels to conjoin them." Qatar frowned. "It will take many men to move so many." "Yes," agreed Giritaran, "but if everything goes according to plan, we should be able to raise the trilithons." He looked to Naran Shader. "Oh, certainly by next year," Ansha smiled, a little tipsily. "But when does anything ever go according to plan?" "That is why farmers belong in fields, not pulling stones." Droshrad's guttural speech issued from somewhere behind the king. Gods hold back grain harvest when they are not enough served. I warn you before, King Catar. People mutter too loud.
Micail glanced toward the king's nephew, Kensu, who sat with the young warriors on the northern side of the hall, and saw a similar calculation in the eyes that leaped to meet his own. As in the Sea Kingdoms, a prince was the soul of his land. Micail's father chose to endure torture rather than betray that sacred trust. But here Micail was beginning to realize the relationship between king and country was even more basic. The queen served the nameless goddess of the land, who was eternal, but the god who made her fertile was represented by the king. If the crops failed too often, a more virile man must be chosen, and the old king must die. Ignoring the shaman, Catar held up one hand, fingers splayed.
"You make 5 big stones for the 5 mother tribes, and the outside circle for the clans."
"Well, that's not exactly—" Naran Shada began, but Jeritaran poked him hard. Roshrad's scowl deepened.
"You bring sun power into the circle,"
Catar began, but the rest of his speech was drowned out by cheers, and the first staccato bursts of drumming were heard. At the beginning of the feast, the bonfire had been so hot that a wide space had been left around it. But as the hours passed, the logs had burned down to a gentle glow, their residual heat enough to maintain a comfortable warmth in the hall. Now the drummers were convening around the fire, some still angling their drums toward the heat to tighten the skins, while the others began to build the soft, rhythmic patterings that compelled attention. All conversations stilled as the drumming commenced. The king's nephew stood up, beckoning to his friends, and those who were sober enough joined him beside the fire. With their hands on one another's shoulders, they danced around it, bending and leaping in perfect rhythm. As they picked up the pace, they added more and more complex kicks, until first one and then another stumbled and ducked out of the line laughing. Micail was not surprised to see that the last man to remain dancing was Kensu. He moved with more power than grace, but his energy was impressive. With curling brown hair and a muscular frame, he suggested what King Catar must have looked like in youth. Either of them would be formidable in a fight, Micail thought, and wondered why a dance should remind him of war. Then Kensu, too, halted, lifting his hands to accept the people's acclaim, as the king watched with an expression that suggested he might have preferred his successor to be received a little less enthusiastically.
"You raise stones quick. Mine first,"
Catar muttered.
"Then ancestors give me power."
He held out his beaker to be refilled. Micail sighed and said nothing, hoping the interrogation would end there. It came down to a question of power, but for what purpose, and for whom? Catar wanted the stones in order to make himself preeminent among the local tribes. Chalan wanted them as a focal point around which he might restore the Sea Kingdoms, or even the Empire. Naran Shada and O'Cathrall and most of the other priests wanted them, if at all, as an opportunity to demonstrate their skills, proof that there had been some purpose in their survival. I felt that way at first, thought Micail, and maybe I still do. What did Ardral say the other day? It's like sculptors making a statue of a god, just to see if it can be done. And what do I want the new temple for? It was a question he had never thought to ask himself until very recently, and now it had become a constant itch in his awareness.
"Ha ha!"
Catar breathed hoarsely, laying his fat-smeared, beer-sticky hand on Micail's shoulder.
"This you will like. Watch."
There were rustlings and murmurs from the women's side as several of its benches emptied. The young men began whistling as a line of girls moved into the firelight, shawled and skirted in wool and leather, with long fringes that swung as their bodies swayed. Necklaces of carved wood and bone, of jet and of amber, shifted gently upon young breasts, With downcast eyes and linked hands they circled, feet treading a pattern as complex as the beat of the drums, while a bone flute twittered and sang. Their slender bodies curved and straightened like young birches at the edge of the forest, like willows beside a rippling stream. Even Micail could not help smiling.
"You like our girls, yes."
The king wiped beer from his moustache and grinned.
"They are as beautiful as young heifers in a green field,"
Micail replied, and the king shook with deep laughter.
"We make a bull of you yet, outland man."
The servants circulated through the crowd with baskets of nuts and dried berries, the last of the autumn's bounty, and many hard rounds of cheese. Micail wiped his greasy hands on his tunic and took a handful of nuts, and then several berries, ruefully remembering the countless filigreed bowls filled with scented waters that would at home have been circulating for guests to cleanse their fingers. He also missed the exquisite glasses brimming with the most fragrant of wines. Instead, he would obviously have to drink still more of the native beer that was already making him feel off balance. But that seemed to be the custom here. The men on the outer benches were plainly drunk already, and when the next serving girl came to fill his beaker, Micail did not object. The dancing maidens undulated back to their sector of the hall, but the drums did not cease their throbbing beat. The crowd, instead of relaxing into the banter that would signal an end to a formal ceremony, sat up even straighter on their benches and waited in excited silence. Finally, the drumming did stop, and the broad doorway opened, its creaking terribly audible in the stillness, and someone entered. No one noticed the doorway closing as a slim figure moved forward into the firelight. A girl, wrapped in a bearskin cloak, her dun-coloured hair knotted high on her head, with the ends falling down her back in a glossy tail. The king stepped forward and gazed at her with an unreadable expression.
"My father, I salute you."
The girl's slim arm, braceleted in amber, merged from the folds of fur to touch her brow, lips, and breast.
"My daughter, I welcome you,"
the king replied.
"Do you bring your mother's blessing to our festival?"
"I do, and that of the mother,"
she answered, stepping forward with a centered grace that Micail recognized with some surprise as the mark of a spiritual discipline. This must be Annet, the royal daughter of whom Elora had told him then, whose mother was high priestess here. King Katar sat back.
"Then bestow it,"
he said softly. The girl smiled again, and turning to the drummers, loosed her grip on the glossy fur of her cloak and let it fall. Micail's eyes widened, for beneath it the girl wore only a quantity of jet and amber jewellery, and a brief skirt of twisted strands of wool bound at top and bottom with woven bands. But the whisper that swept the hall was one of satisfaction. Obviously this was expected, a part of the ceremony, and why should that surprise Micail, who had seen the Saji girls of the ancient land dance clad only in their saffron veils? The tightest drum spoke sharply, once, twice, and again, as Annet moved into the clear space before the fire, her shapely arms raised high. Then the other drums broke in with their own exclamations, a wordless interplay of question and answer that set Micail's pulse beating a hot response in his veins, and still the dancer had not even moved. Only when the figure of polished amber that lay between her young breasts flared with light did he realize that every inch of her flesh was shimmering, in controlled tremors that swept from knee to breast and back again.
"She channels power,"
said Naran-Shada in a low, awed voice, and Jiritaran nodded drunkenly.
"If this is what they teach them at the sanctuary at Karn Eva, we should send our girls there,"
replied Jiritaran. Micail heard them, but could not speak. It was too hard to breathe, and his skin tingled. He was aware of every hair at the back of his neck. The very air seemed to crackle with tension. This girl was nothing like his beloved, and yet there was a focus, a grace in her poise that reminded him oddly of Tiriki at prayer. Almost imperceptibly, she had begun to bend her knees, arms gradually coiling down, around, up again, a continuing sinuous motion that carried her forward to spiral around the tall posts holding up the roofs. The firelight brightened her brown hair, so that it became the same patchy gold as the dry grass on the hills when touched by the sun. To Micail's eyes it was as if she glowed with the very radiance of Manua, and he thought, "She is dancing light back into the world." 4 times around she passed, weaving in and out among the circle of house-posts. Each time she paused, faced a different direction, sank to her knees and arched backward, then straightened both legs and arms, as her back bent like a bow, until with a sudden twist she came upright, arms raised to begin again. With a twirling, sidewise step, she then made one final circle, scooped up her bearskin cloak and flung it about her. It was as if the light had vanished from the room. She stood, unmoving, smiling faintly, as her audience let out its breath in a collective sigh. Then she turned and swept through the crowd toward the open door. Briefly, as she passed, her gaze met Micail's. She had green eyes. "What an astonishing girl!" said Jeritaran, a little too fervently.
"Aye, like her mother when she was young, and I first ran off with her."
The king grinned reminiscently, bad teeth showing through his grizzled beard.
"Got to find Anna a good husband before some hot blood with more balls than sense decides to copy me."
His shrewd gaze caught Micail's.
"Kianidur says I should marry her to you, outland holy man. What do you say?"
Micail stared up at him in shock. "But I am married to Tiriki," he thought, and at the same time realized that he did not dare to answer at all. It was Naran Shader who rescued him.
"Great king, we appreciate the honor you do us, but I beg you to remember, my lord Micail is royal among our people, and can make no alliance without consulting with Prince Challan,"
Ansha finished, almost as smoothly as if he had known what he was going to say. Beyond Qatar's burly shoulder, Micail could see Droshrad scowling, if possible more deeply than he had before. This proposal had come as a shock to the shaman too. The realization that there might be more reasons than his own confusion to avoid an immediate answer washed over Micail with cold clarity.
"It is so,"
he stammered, and watched the king's face darken.
"Then take counsel to your other prince from me,"
Qatar snarled, in his badly accented Atlantean.
"You sea people say you wish to serve me, make me great among tribes, but without the royal woman I have no power. Consider your answer how you like, but do not take long. Without blood bond, you will lose your labor force, your stones, and everything else that is here."
Mama! Pretty! See?
Damara danced forward, pointing at the blackbirds that dotted the grass, their sleek feathers iridescent in the sun. The night before, it had rained heavily, and the birds were feasting on earthworms flooded out of the ground. Tiriki tried to grab the child, and, failing, straightened with a smile. Damara had celebrated her 3rd birthday last spring, and was constantly moving, her bright hair flickering about the tor like a tiny flame. Forolin's daughter, Kestel, walked with the dignity due her 7 years.
Why do you chase them? They only fly away.
Damara glanced back over her shoulder.
Pretty!
She said again, flapping sturdy arms. Laughing, Tiriki scooped her up and held her high.
Fly, little bird, she sang, but never so high you forget the nest. "Your friends, Mudlark and Turtle and Linnet, are waiting to play with you, you know."
She settled the child on her hip and started along the plank walkway that led to the old summer village, which, for more than a year now, the marsh folk had been rebuilding into a permanent home. She felt again a small thrill of pride as she thought about their first year in this land, when it had been so clear that the natives thought the Atlanteans were mad to attempt to live in the marshes year-round. Yet, at the same time, she knew that if they honoured her, they revered Chaden, who had personally nursed so many of them through the plague. When he walked through the village, they brought their children for his blessing, and they had been collecting the feathers of hawks to make him a cloak of ceremony. It was for him, not for Tiriki, that they had agreed to live here through the winter, and also to dig out and drag into place the rocks that the mage was using to build the community's first stone hall. Tiriki sighed and decided that she was not jealous, but simply a little conservative. The concept of a male healer was disturbing to her, as strange to her as the idea of a woman, even herself, leading the formal ceremonies. And yet, in the ancient land, her own father had been a healer, whose writings on the subject might even be considered by the lords of Karma a sufficient atonement for his sins. New customs for new lands, her old teacher, Rajasta the Wise, used to say. Tiriki let her thoughts wander.
Maybe if I'd paid more attention to his prophecies, I would find it easier to make adjustments. But perhaps it is not supposed to be easy.
Overhead, the sun was burning through the clouds and the marsh mists, leaving only the merest veil of vapour across the sky. She and Damara walked in a circle of clarity, whose edges blurred into uncertainty. From a distance, the village seemed to shimmer in and out of vision, yet when they neared, they saw women grinding seeds, snapping beans, or cutting up tubers outside their doors, and men mending nets or fletching arrows. Many villagers lifted a hand in greeting, and Damara chattered back at them happily. Tiriki often left her to play with the village children, and, as a result, Damara echoed the guttural local dialect as often as she did the lilting, subtle grammar of the Sea Kings.
"Morgan, you late? Glad you were good," said Heron's wife, a cheerful woman with the incongruous name of Nettle.
The natives had made much better progress in learning foreign tongues than Tiriki, but she could usually puzzle out the meaning of most of the lake folk names.
"Morgan,"
she repeated silently. Chaden had told her the word described a sea spirit in several very old Lorandian legends, but then he had laughed and said no more about it.
"Now what is it they call him?"
She tried to remember.
"Skycrier? Lightwing?" "Sunhawk!" she exclaimed. "Have you seen Sunhawk today?"
"He go to new spirit house." Nettle snapped another handful of long beans. "They argue about stones. Men." She shrugged. Tiriki nodded agreeably, but was distracted by the same little stir of excitement she always felt whenever she thought of the new temple, at once a restoration of traditional splendour and a commitment to the new land. Forelin had proved especially helpful, for he came from a family that had produced more builders than merchants. His practical experience complemented Chaden's grasp of theories so well that Tiriki was beginning to believe that the project might actually succeed.
"And why not?" she asked herself. "We have accomplished a great deal else."
In the 4 years since their arrival, the first rude huts had been replaced by solid log structures, caulked and plastered against the weather. Beyond the thatched roofs of the village, Tiriki could see sheep grazing in the water meadows, and on higher ground, fields of emmer wheat and barley rippling green and silver beneath the breeze. She supposed that not only the buildings, but the people themselves had changed, though the transformation had been gradual. A few of the glorious and shining robes of Atlantis still remained, but they were rarely worn any more, and as their ordinary linen garb fell to rags, Many of the refugees had begun to go about in simple garments of deerskin, like the people of the marsh. But that may not last, she told herself, catching sight of one of the village women clumsily carding wool. Now that the priest Danatraza's maps had allowed Rydel's sailors to find more sheep to import, spun cloth was beginning to gain in popularity, and Liala and the Saji women had begun to process the local wild flax, dyeing it with a native herb that made a lovely blue. "And if we're not very careful, men will end up wearing blue too," she thought with an involuntary shudder of revulsion. To her, blue would always be Karatra's colour, sacred to her priestesses. As they neared the end of the village, a flock of children came pelting out of one of the houses, their sweet voices piping like birds. Damara answered in the same language, and Tiriki released her daughter to join them. A slender dark woman followed, and Tiriki saluted her. "Day's blessing on you, Redfern. May I leave Damara with you again? I will be teaching on the little island today, but at sunset I will return." Redfern nodded, smiling. "We watch. Kestel," she added, turning to Foralin's daughter. "You help? Keep Damara from water. She don't fall in." "Yes," Kestel piped happily in the marsh folk language before she went back to chasing after Nettle's children, Mudlark and Linnet. At least, thought Tiriki in resignation, Damara knows how to swim. The rocky hillock at the far end of the trackway was surrounded by water so frequently that it was more often called an island. Tiriki had come to realize that in this unknown wilderness, land and air and water did not have the same clear identities she had known on Atarath. In the mists, they all tended to blur together, just as the caste distinctions between priest and sailor and native had begun to fade. The acolytes and others who were her students were waiting in the clearing that they had carved out of the tangled ferns and alders in the midst of the isle. The energy in this spot had a certain youthful quality that made it appropriate for teaching the young. Not that her students were that youthful. In the interests of evening the ratio of priests to priestesses, they had adopted Rydell into the ranks of the junior priesthood, and after long debate, the sailor Cadus as well. Tiriki did not doubt that they had been right to adopt Rydell. The sea had taught him how to anticipate the currents of power, and any captain must learn to command himself before he can command men. Already, his steady support was proving its value in the rituals. Rydell's own reasons for agreeing to the training were less clear, though Tiriki suspected that Damisa was one of them. She nodded a greeting, and seeing a smile soften his strong features, observed that Rydell was really a very handsome man. "Today, our topic is the other world," she began. "Our traditions teach that there are many planes of existence, of which the physical plane is only the most obvious. Adepts have ventured into the worlds of the spirit and mapped them, but are those maps always the same?" She let her gaze travel around the circle. For once, wiry Celeste, who seemed to quiver with energy even when she was still, was sitting next to her betrothed, Caloran. Since he had begun to work regularly with Chaden, the scowl that had once marred his fine-boned features had eased, but she suspected that he probably found it harder to accept Cadus and Rydell because he still missed his old companions, the male acolytes who had been lost. Beside him, Ellis was meditatively running her fingers through the dark soil. But neither Damisa nor Iriel was there. Damisa's absence was not intentional. Really, it was all Iriel's fault. If Liala had not asked Damisa to take Iriel a message, Damisa would have gone straight to class and never needed to bother with the younger girl at all. But when Damisa finally reached the bower that Iriel had made for herself among the willows, the girl gave her no more than a quick glance, before returning her gaze to the tangle of blackberry bushes that she had been staring at before. "Liala says that Alyssa is still feeling ill," Damisa said briskly, "so she wishes you to fetch her some more of the dried yarrow blossoms
the next time you come up the hill."
Iriel neither spoke nor stirred.
"You can take it to her after class, which is where you should be, by the way. What are you doing? It's not the season for berries." "Hush!"
However softly voiced, it was a command, and Damisa found herself obeying before she had time to question it. Instinctively she sank to her knees beside the younger girl. A moment passed, and another. There was no sound but the wind that whispered in the willows and the gurgling of the stream trickling past. She could see nothing to explain Iriel's transfixed stare.
"You're spending entirely too much time with Tarot. You're seeing things," Damisa muttered. "Now look, it's lovely here, but we have to—" "Hush!"
This time there was a clear hint of fear in the word, and catching it, Damisa's tongue stilled again. Shaken, she started to withdraw from Iriel, more than half expecting that the other girl would suddenly grab her and laugh.
"Please,"
insisted Iriel.
"don't move."
There was no sound in the words, only the movement of the girl's lips, and all the while Iriel never blinked, never glanced away from whatever she had been so fixedly staring at, a deeper darkness in the underbrush that Damisa had not yet noticed. And then there was a noise, a wet kind of ripping, and a rustling in the brambles. Unexpectedly, Iriel relaxed.
"What is it?"
Damisa could not keep from saying.
"A spirit of the forest,"
Iriel whispered with an odd smile.
"But it has stopped listening now. If you move very softly and very slowly, you can see it too."
Damisa unfroze a little, but before she could so much as twitch her shoulder, Iriel hissed again.
"Slowly, I said. It's almost finished. When it does finish, it will go. Then we can go."
Her neck hair prickling, Damisa shifted by inches until she could focus on the shadow in the brambles. At first it looked exactly like 100 other places in the marshy woods, but as the wind shifted, she could smell blood, and something else, a rank, wild smell.
"Either we've both gone completely crazy," Damisa decided, "or something is out there."
She scanned the quiet scene again, focusing fiercely on every mushroom, every patch of grass, until she noticed a thick brown branch at the edge of the darkness, a furry branch that ended in a black, shiny, cloven hoof. She had skinned enough deer by now to recognize that is what it was, but why was it lying there like that? The dead deer's leg twitched spasmodically, and she heard again the odd tearing, crunching sound. Perhaps in her shock she made some noise, for the brambles shifted, and suddenly she saw clearly a massive, heavy-jawed head, muzzle dripping with blood, and the glow of dark, amber eyes. The brambles heaved again as the creature lurched to its feet, jaws still clamped around the deer's haunch, and began to drag it away. For a moment, Damisa saw the animal in its entirety, a dark silhouette against the daylight, its shape like that of a man clad in thick, dark brown fur. A strong instinct that owed nothing to her temple training held her utterly still, in awe of a power more ancient than Atlantis itself.
"A she-bear!"
Iriel exclaimed, as the crackle of breaking branches faded.
"Did you see her swollen dugs? She must have cubs hidden nearby."
A bear! That seemed a small word to contain such power. Damisa had seen a bear once, in Alconeth's great zoo of wonders, but it had been considerably smaller and differently coloured, and she had been assured that it only ate vegetables. But then there had been very few animals in the sea kingdoms, other than those that served men.
"That is all we need."
Damisa tried to pull herself together.
"But didn't Otter say there are no dangerous animals in this valley?" "There aren't, usually. That is why this is so wonderful,"
said Iriel, her face alight with enthusiasm.
Tarot says that Bear Mother is the oldest spirit, mother of all the animal powers. It's good luck to see her.
Damisa wasn't sure about luck, but she did not doubt the power. Looking into those golden eyes, she had felt a frisson of awe in the depths of her spirit, unlike anything raised by ritual. Iriel continued,
Tarot says the old ones who lived here worshipped her. They had caves where they worked magic. Some of them might still survive. Not the old ones, the caves. Maybe the she-bear has found one and lives there now. It would be a place of great power.
"This is a marsh, Iriel," Damisa gritted, exasperated. "How could there be caves here?" Iriel turned, eyes narrowing.
There are caves in the Tor,
she said, as if it settled the matter.
Come on,
she added, getting up at last.
Didn't you say they were waiting for us?
One custom of Atlantis that the immigrants had been able to recreate was that of coming together for the evening meal. On Atarath, the acolytes had dined in a square chamber, lit by hanging lamps and frescoed with interlacing images of the octopi, whose tender flesh was a basic part of Atlantean cuisine. Unlike the native dwellings, the dining hall the Atlanteans had built at the Tor was rectangular, with doors set along the woven walls that could be opened when the weather allowed. Here, the whole community, except for a few sailors who had married native women and lived with them in the village, gathered around a long central hearth, whose smoke spiraled upward through the thatch of the peaked roof. At one end, the little statue of Karatra stood upon a plinth made from a stout log. Tiriki noticed with a smile that someone had already laid a spray or two of purple asters before the goddess. She wondered who it had been, and what words, if any, had been used. The refugees still often spoke of Karatra as Ni Terat, while the natives called her Hearth-Mother, but all drew comfort from her sweet regard. Today, though, Tiriki found herself suddenly feeling a little more out of place than usual. At home, she had served light in the form of mighty but distant Manoa, whose presence was experienced only in the most rarefied ecstasies of trance. But at the Tor they lived close to the earth, and it seemed more fitting that the mother who never abandons her children should have her home here at the centre of the community. Tiriki looked again about the crowded dining hall and smiled, remembering her teacher Rajasta's words. But it is man, not Manoa, who needs testimonials in stone. He can never be forgotten. The sun is his own monument. And besides, she realized, this is a place of light. And so it was. In summer, as if to make up for its lack of strength by length of light, the sun lingered into the evening, its long rays slanting through the western doors, filling the space with a golden glow. The honeyed light veiled the deficiencies of their clothing, turning the countless stains and patches into subtle decorations. Tiriki felt an unexpected rush of pride. Although she could still recognize the same proud priesthood that had ruled the ancient land, the faces that now turned to welcome her were marked by lines of endurance, and lit with a radiance she had never seen in the temple at Atarath, and it seemed to her that a new wisdom glowed even in wise old Chaiden's eyes. As Tiriki took her seat at the head of one of the long tables, Damara close beside her, she began a mental roll call. Rydell and the unmarried sailors sat together at one table, even now maintaining shipboard discipline. Chaden headed another group, with Forolin and his family on one side, and the priests Rendano and Danatreza on the other. The Saji women were not present. They generally took their meals privately with Liala and Alyssa, but Tiriki's table was far from quiet, because the acolytes sat there. Damisa and Selas sat together as they usually did these days, and Ellis was arguing with Caloran, also a common occurrence. Even now, Caloran did not seem to get on well with any of the others, as if grief for the companions he had lost still prevented him from taking joy in those who remained. Tiriki frowned, noticing that the place next to him was empty.
"Where," she asked aloud, "is Iriel?"
The acolytes looked at her and then at one another.
"I haven't seen her since class this afternoon," said Ellis. "You never told us why the two of you were so late, Damisa. Was she working on some project that she might have returned to and forgotten the time again?"
Damisa shook back her auburn head, brows creasing in thought.
"Not a project," she said at last. "But I meant to tell you. We were late because we saw a bear."
Her voice had risen, and folk from the other tables turned to see.
"A what?"
exclaimed Rydell.
"Are there bears here?"
"I gather there haven't been for a long time," Damisa answered. "Iriel was ecstatic. Apparently Bear Mother is a great power here, and the marsh folk used to do rituals for her in sacred caves."
She rolled her eyes, still unconvinced about the last part.
"She wouldn't have gone looking for the bear."
Ellis voiced the thought that was in everyone's mind. Tiriki's eyes met Chayden's in alarm.
"We must find her."
Rydell pushed back his bench and stood up, reassuming the authority of command.
"The marshes can be treacherous, and we don't want to lose anyone else. We will form teams to search. Tiriki and Chayden can coordinate from here, and Ella should stay here too in case you need a messenger. Cadis, I want you to look around the settlement. Make sure she isn't here. Tyron, search the area around the lake, and then run down to the village and ask Heron to send hunters to track the bear. Otter will want to help. He seems to have a fondness for Iriel. Damisa, you and Celeste and Calaran come with me. We must search the Tor, and the villagers do not go there."
Damisa clutched at another branch as her foot slipped again, and clung, catching her breath in hoarse gasps. Above her, the slope of the Tor bulked like the Star Mountain against the night. She let out a little shriek as hard fingers closed on her arm.
"It's just me,"
Rydell murmured in her ear. She relaxed against his strong arm with a sigh, a little surprised at the sense of security his support gave her. Their torches had failed some time ago, and the world had relapsed into a jumble of shadows. Rydell's arm was one point of certainty in all the wild world.
"Has the Tor gotten bigger, or are we covering the same ground over and over again?" she asked when she could speak again.
"It does seem that way,"
Rydell said ruefully.
"All these trees, they make me nervous. Almost makes me wish I were back at sea."
"At least we can see the stars."
She could feel no wavering in his arm.
"Will they not guide you as well on land as on sea?"
"That's true."
He tipped his head skyward, where an interlace of branches seemed to net the gleaming wheel.
"And in truth—"
He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again there was a constraint in his voice that had not been there before.
"In truth, I do not wish myself anywhere but here."
Very gently he released her.
"I hope Celeste and Calaran have fared better than we,"
he added, and looked upward once more, not giving Damisa a chance to reply.
"What should I have said?" she wondered. "How can I ask him what he means, when I already know?"
In the old world, even if she had not been destined for the Temple of Light, a girl of her rank might never have spoken to someone like Rydell, much less wondered what it might be like to lie encircled by those strong arms. She felt his warmth again, as he stopped to help her cross a fallen tree. She dreaded the necessity of mating, but for the first time it occurred to her that it might not be so terrible after all. Smiling in the darkness, she followed Rydell uphill.
"Poor old Alyssa. Yes, I know what you're thinking."
The seeress parted the frizz of unkempt hair that veiled her face and peered at Tiriki with a skewed smile.
"If I am crazy, though, why ask me if you've lost another acolyte? And if I am sane, why wait until midnight to ask me?"
Tiriki could find no answer. Her startled gaze sought Liala, who only shrugged and shook her head. The seeress was usually washed and combed whenever Liala brought her to any event, but apparently Liala's control did not extend to Alyssa's own dwelling, which was a mess of half-eaten foodstuffs, with bits and pieces of strange keepsakes from the ancient land lying alongside oddly shaped rocks and strange constructions of twigs and pine cones. "Sanity is not the issue here. I need your vision." Tiriki stopped short, realizing how anxiety had betrayed her. Ordinarily, she weighed her words more carefully. She relaxed a little as Alyssa began to laugh.
"Oh, yes. Madness sees clearest when fate costs dearest. And since the Omphalos stone never stops speaking to me."
She gestured toward the wall beyond which the stone rested, swathed in silks in its wooden cabinet in the hut built to house it. That was another thing Tiriki realized with a shudder that she had not thought about for far too long. She held Alyssa's gaze with her own, waiting. Alyssa closed her eyes and looked away.
"The girl is unhurt. I cannot say if she is safe."
"What? Where?"
"Seek the heart of the hill. You will learn your fill."
Her hair swung forward over her face once more as she resumed slowly rocking back and forth on her stool. "What do you mean? What do you see?" Tiriki demanded, but Alyssa's only answer was a wordless crooning. "I hope that was helpful," said Liala with a sigh, "because you will get no more from her tonight." "It gives me an idea," said Tiriki after a moment. "Others have searched the caves, but perhaps I will see signs they could not." She gasped as her eye was drawn again to the strange assembly of stones, twigs, and oddments on Alyssa's floor. They were, she suddenly understood, a model of the Tor as it must look from high above. "If someone has not already seen them," she added, with new confidence. "I will go with you." Liala arose and reached for her shawl. "Happily, Tviri the Saji is here and can keep watch. Ordinarily, Alyssa passes from this state into deep sleep and will not wake till afternoon." As Tiriki and Liala approached, torch flames wavered sharply in the chill current of air from the mouth of the cave. Tarot had told her many things about this place, but Tiriki had always found herself too busy to take time to explore. Or perhaps she had been afraid. She peered with mingled excitement and apprehension into the darkness. "Perhaps we should leave this for one of the younger folk." Liala eyed the uneven footing dubiously. "You have grown soft. Besides," Tiriki added more soberly, "if Iriel needs us, she cannot wait for us to find them." Not waiting to see if Liala followed, she started forward along the edge of the stream. The stones, whitened by the lime-rich waters, glistened in the torchlight. In some places, the minerals had crystallized in mid-flow and hung from the ceiling of the tunnel in an irregular series of upside-down pyramids. At their tips, drops of water formed and fell. When she reached out to steady herself against the sloping wall, the rock was cold and damp beneath her hand. Was this passage natural, or had it been shaped by men? In most spots, the stone had been worn smooth by water, but there were places overhead that seemed to have been chipped away. Curious, Tiriki quickened her pace, somehow keeping her footing on the slick stones. It was not until a sudden turning stopped her that she realized that Liala was no longer behind her. Softly, she called the woman's name, but the sound was soon swallowed in the whisper of water over stone. For a moment she stood, considering. There had been no divergence in the passageways, so Liala could not have gotten lost, and she would have heard the splash if she had fallen from the slippery rocks. More likely, the older priestess had simply given up and turned back again. Pulling her shawl more tightly around her, Tiriki started forward once more. She was no more alone than she had been before, of course, but after a few steps she realized that knowing Liala was not behind her had made her more wary. She noticed that there was a secondary passageway on the far side of the stream, leading off to her left. As she raised the torch, she could see the sensuous curves of a running spiral pecked into the stone around the opening. Damisa had said that Iriel might be looking for a temple hidden in an ancient cave. With her lips tightening in decision, Tiriki bent and drew a leftward pointing arrow in the mud to show where she was going, and then stepped across the glittering stream. To the eye, there was little difference between this passage and the one she had been following, but she could sense a definite change. Frowning a little, she put a fingertip to the carving and began to trace the spiral inward to the centre, and then out again. She stood, transfixed by the pattern, until suddenly she realized that her arm had dropped to her side and the torch was flaring dangerously near to her skirts. Startled, she jerked it away, peering around her. How long had the pattern held her in trance? How far had she come? Tiriki shook her head. She ought to have known better than to touch the spiral. Tarot had warned her that there was, somewhere on the island, a maze which would lead to the other world if one trod it to the end. The curved passage before her seemed less shadowed, but she could see neither very far ahead nor back the way she had come. "I am not lost," she told herself firmly. She had only to follow the spiral back to find the stream, and with that self-assurance she set her hand to the stone and went forward once more. In the next turning she found herself under open sky. The torchlight seemed suddenly pale, and she blinked at the light around her. Could it be morning already? The sky had all the silver pallor of dawn, but mists swathed the base of the tor, and its slope hid the horizon. Tiriki continued climbing, but when she reached what appeared to be the top, she saw only the ring of stones, taller than she remembered, and glowing as if with their own light. The sun was not the source of that illumination, for the eastern sky was no brighter than the west. The air was not cold, but a shiver passed through her as she scanned the horizon. I am no longer in the world I know. Shifting veils of mist drifted across the land, but not the smoke from the settlement's morning cook fires. Indeed, there was no sign of any habitation whatsoever, and yet the mists themselves were luminous, as if whatever they concealed was lit from within. Holding her breath, Tiriki strained to focus her eyes. "You strive too hard," said a soft, amused voice behind her. "Have you forgotten your training? Ilantha, breathe out and in. Open your inner vision and see." Not since childhood had anyone had the power to command her perceptions, but before Tiriki could think to resist, she responded, and instead of trees and meadows, saw glimmering lattices of radiance. Dazzled, she turned and perceived the tor itself as a single crystalline structure through which currents of energy, spiraling around the peak of the tor, formed a dazzling circle ascending to the sky. Tiriki lifted her hand and saw, instead of a human arm, a dragon dance of radiance that refracted and interacted with all the rest in turn, as intricately interconnected as the serpents on her ring. "Why are you surprised?" She could no longer tell if the thought came from without or within. "Did you not know that you are also a part of this world?" The truth of it was evident. Tiriki was simultaneously aware of her own being and of a myriad of interlocking lattices of light, layered from one dimension to the next, and containing every entity from pure spirit to stone and dust. She was aware of Alyssa's disorderly spirit as a scatter of sparks, Chaden's steady glow of faith and power, and the bright flicker that was Iriel, her soul spark so close to that of Otter that they were nearly one. The power of the Tor rippled through the landscape in rivers of light. Her excitement rose as she extended her perceptions, for here, where all planes of existence were one, was where she might surely find Micail. And for a moment then she touched his spirit, but the surge of emotion was too great, and Tiriki plunged dizzily back into her body, or rather to whatever form her body had here, for her own flesh glowed like that of the woman whom she saw standing before her, robed in light, crowned with stars. "Micail lives!" Tiriki exclaimed. "All things live," came the answer. "Past, present, future, each in its own plane." Beneath the leathery leaves of unknown plants, monstrous forms moved, but also ice covered the world, and nothing grew. She saw the Tor at once tree-clad and cleared, a slope of close-cropped grass crowned with standing stones, and also a strange stone building, which in the same moment fell, leaving only a tower. She saw people dressed in skins, in blue robes, in garments of many colours, and buildings, fields, and pasture overlaying the marshes that she knew. Her perceptions overwhelmed her, and she felt as though she knew nothing at all. "All of them are real," the voice in her mind explained. "Each time you make a choice, the world changes, and another level is revealed." "How shall I find Micail?" Tiriki's spirit cried. "How shall I find you?" "Only follow the spiral, up or down."
"My lady, are you all right?" a man's voice inquired.
"Tiriki, what are you doing here?"
The voices converged, distinct but with an underlying harmony. Tiriki opened her eyes and realized that she was lying on the grass just inside the circle of stones at the top of the Tor. She struggled to sit up, squinting against the light of the rising sun.
"Were you out wandering all night too?"
A sturdy figure she recognized as Rydell reached out to help her to stand.
"Wandering indeed,"
said Tiriki giddily.
"but where?"
"My lady?"
"Never mind."
She was stiff in every joint, but though the thick grasses were damp with dew, her clothing was almost entirely dry. Blinking, she looked about again, comparing what she saw with her memories.
"She seems dazed,"
Damisa said, with an undertone of exasperation.
"Best get her downhill as soon as we can."
"Come then, my lady,"
said Rydell softly.
"You can lean on me. We may not have located Iriel, but at least we have found you."
"Iriel is safe."
Tiriki's voice was a croak, and she tried again.
"Take me to Chayton. What I have seen, he needs to know."
14. A pillar of dust was moving across the plain, marking the progress of yet another mighty piece of stone. Micail climbed up on the embankment that circled the henge and gazed northward across the ditch, shading his eyes with his hand to make out the line of sweating men who hauled it. Others ran ahead, ready to dart in and replace anyone whose strength failed, clearing the track ahead for the rounded wooden runners that carried the load. A stand of singers could lift such a stone for a short time. 7 times that number might even transport it over land if the distance was not too great, but there were no longer enough singers left in all the world to levitate one of the great Sarsens all the way across the plain. And to raise the stones once they had been brought to the circle would require the talents of all the trained singers who remained. They had tried moving the stones with oxen, but men worked harder and longer, and they were easier to train. King Qatar seemed unable to comprehend why Micail thought that a problem. For generations, once the emmer wheat and barley were well up, and the cattle had been driven to the hill pastures in the care of girls and young men, the king would call out the levy. One able-bodied man from each farmstead or hamlet was expected to report for community labour. That was how the great ditched enclosures had been made, and the barrows, the wooden henges, and probably the older circles of standing stones as well. "There is still so much that we do not know," thought Micail. "I only hope we do not come to rue the gaps in our knowledge." Turning, he surveyed the 5 pairs of sarsen stones that already stood within the circle. Despite his misgivings, he felt a thrill of satisfaction at the sight of those sharply hewn shapes against the sky. Atlantean magic could not do all the work, but it had certainly helped speed it. It was beginning to seem as if a task that would have taken the entire labor force of all the tribes dominated by King Qatar nearly 10 years to accomplish was going to be finished in less than 3. In a single year, they had prepared 5 pairs of monoliths for the inner semicircle. The great lintels, too, were ready and lay waiting. When the rest of the singers arrived from Belsirath and the lintels were raised to their places on wings of sound, then the shamans would understand the need to work with, rather than against, this new power. "And after that, we will be able to complete the new temple without further interference." It occurred to Micail that he had been so focused on the construction of the stone circle for the last 2.5 years that he was finding it difficult to envision the work that would follow. "My lord?" A touch on his elbow roused him from his reverie, and he saw Lanath waiting there. "What is it?" "Will it please you to inspect the 3rd stone now?" The acolyte's bronze skin had a healthy glow in the summer sunlight, and the rigorous work had made the boy a man. It had been quite some time, Micail reflected, as he followed Lanath back into the semicircle of stones, since he had had to rouse the lad from a nightmare. The 3rd stone was surrounded by a timber framework, from whose top a native workman was grinning down. "It's like the other side, eh? You look and see." Micail walked around the stone once, then again, comparing its sides with each other, and with the 2nd stone as well. All of the monoliths had been roughly dressed before being erected, and each had one side that had been made particularly smooth and slightly concave. But not until such a stone had been raised could the narrowing of top and bottom, which made the sides appear straight, be adjusted to perfection. "Yes, it is good. You may come down now. Tell them I said to give you an extra ration of beer." He smiled genially. Micail laid a hand against the rough surface. Whenever he touched a dressed sarsen, he could feel the subtle thrum of energy within it. When the construction was complete, he suspected, he would be able to sense its power without touching it. Common people might think of stones as lifeless things, but within these stones he sensed a potential for far greater cumulative power. Already it could be perceived somewhat at dawn and sunset. Many of the native workers refused to come into the site at those times. They said the stones had begun to talk to one another, and Micail half believed it. "Soon all shall hear you," he murmured to the monolith. "When you are joined to your brother, and the others stand beside you, we will invoke your spirit, and all will understand." And for a moment the subliminal vibration became an audible hum. He started, and noticed that Lanath had heard it too. "It is easy in this savage place to forget all the glories that are gone," he told the boy. "But our true treasure was always the wisdom of the stars. We shall make in this place a monument that will, when the very name of Atlantis is forgotten, still proclaim that we were here."
"There it is."
Elora pointed past the line of trees that marked the River Almond's winding course.
"You can see the timbers of the palisade."
Timur shaded her eyes with her hand. "Ah, yes. At first I thought those posts were more trees. What's that atop them? Bull's horns? Ah, barbaric, but effective." The others, too, were chattering with relief and curiosity as the rest of the Aesir village came into view. Micail had sent word that work on the circle of stones was reaching a stage where everyone would be needed. and even those who until now had remained in Bel-Sirith had answered his call. Elora glanced back down the line. O'Cathrall had returned, this time with all 3 of his daughters, and Micail's cousin Galara as well. There were the great singers, Sahurusatha and her husband Rualan, along with Adaranthus and Cyrdas and Valadur and Valorin with their various cellas, most of whom had been here at least once before. But now the senior guardians were with them, grim Haladris and stern Mahadalku, and even, riding in sedan chairs, frail Stathalka and old Metanor. And there was Vialma, almost at the end of the line, looking about nervously, as if he expected at any moment to be attacked by something, despite the presence of Challen's men-at-arms. Almost every priest and priestess who had sailed to Bel-Sirith was present, at least those who had also survived last winter's coughing sickness. Prince Challen's wife and 2 of his children were among those who died. Elora had been in Bel-Sirith when the epidemic began, and Tumul had immediately pressed her into service as a healer. For so long, it seemed, the acolyte had been facing misery and death. She found herself surprisingly eager to see the village of Azan again.
Poor Laneth! He must have been bored to tears. I wonder if he ever convinced Micail to learn how to play feathers. I know it looks small compared to Bel-Sirith, said Elora, but the other tribal centres are no more than a few houses near the barrows, although tents and reed huts spring up all over the hillside during the festivals. Azan is the only place here that could even qualify as a village.
Quit babbling, girl, I understand. Timul's dark eyes continued to flick alertly over the scene. Micail's letter had summoned all the singers to help him complete, consecrate, and activate the sun wheel. It had apparently become an event of some importance for the tribe as well. She wondered if the Queen would be there. At the time Elora left, Micail had been putting off all talk of marriage by protesting that he must remain celibate in order to work with the stones. She wondered if anyone would ever manage to get into Micail's bed. Micail surveyed the assembled priests and priestesses who sat waiting beneath the willow trees by the river. "How is it that we have become so strange to one another?" he sighed. "Or is it only I who have changed?" Once, presiding over such meetings had been part of his daily routine. He found himself mentally rehearsing the traditional salutations, the little compliments and discreet formalities that had been his best tools in administering the temple and the city of Atareth, then winced, as if the memories were muscles gone stiff from disuse. These days he was more accustomed to the rough courtesies of the Aesir, or the easy camaraderie of Jiri and Ansha. He took another breath and began. "I thank all of you for answering my call. In truth, I did not know how many of you would be able to make this journey, but it is most important that we successfully demonstrate our power to move the stones." He turned to Ardral. "My lord, is there anything you would like to add?" The old adept arched one eyebrow and shook his head. "No, indeed, dear boy. Now that we are at the stage of physical manipulations, I am happy to defer to you." Micail suppressed another sigh. The other thing that he had not really considered when he had sent his message was that, in general, guardians did not attain their rank until middle life. Most of the men and women who sat with him here were old. Fortunately, the temple disciplines had kept them relatively healthy, and a good night's rest had eased some of their fatigue. Ardral, of course, was evidently ageless, but old Metanor was looking more than ordinarily grey. They would have to watch out for his heart if the work grew heavy. Stathalka, too, seemed halfway to the other world, but then she was a far-seer. Haladris of Alconath and Mahadalku of Tarasadar, on the other hand, presented a curiously solid front that reminded him of the Sarsen stones, though why that simile should occur to him he did not know, since they had not shown themselves to be particularly stubborn, obstinate, or inflexible. "There is so much that I do not know," he repeated to himself with a wry smile. But even great guardians did not always guard their tongues around the junior priesthood. He made a mental note to ask Elora what she had heard, or Vialma, who had been in Bel-Sirath since their arrival in the new land.
"Of course we had to come,"
Mahadalku was saying now, her demeanour as majestic as if she addressed them from beneath the portico of the Temple of Light on Terraceda, not a thatched sunshade in Azan.
"The trade town offers only survival. Here is where you are building our future. We would not wish to be elsewhere."
Most of the crowd murmured polite agreement.
"Yes, well—"
Micail struggled to recollect the High Temple formula for what he wanted to say, but could not. He bit his lip and settled for a gesture that signified a lack of time for a more exacting presentation. It would open the subject for general discussion, but he had expected that anyway.
"If we all come together, along with the acolytes and chela's, we should be able to raise 3 stands of singers, which should be more than enough to lift the lintels for the trillathons. My lord Haladris will act as director."
"Oh, Haladris could probably lift the stone all by himself,"
Ardral interjected. Haladris shook his head, his eyes hooding as he frowned.
"No, I can fully levitate a boulder the weight of a small woman, no more, and I must confess I am exhausted thereafter. I will be very glad of the help, I assure you."
Micail pursed his lips, thoughtful. He had remembered the Alconan First Guardian's talent for telekinesis. What he had forgotten was that the man had no sense of humour at all.
"We will first complete the tallest trillathon, which represents King Qatar's tribe,"
Micail continued.
"Which the king believes to represent his tribe,"
Mahadalku corrected, in a voice like silk.
"Which does not affect the outcome,"
Micail interrupted.
"I pray thee forgive my impertinence, most honoured lady, but it would serve us well to remember how they will think. We are no longer in the Sea Kingdoms."
"As if anyone could forget!"
Mahadalku exclaimed, and turned to glare across the river, where the grasslands rolled away to disappear in a golden haze.
"But the wheel turns."
There was a little silence then, broken only by a rueful cough from Ardral.
"I do agree that what Qatar believes should not be discounted,"
Naransheda said at last.
"We are few and they are many. It is their land, and we build using their labour, their stones." "Technically, yes, of course,"
Haladris answered coolly.
"I am not suggesting that we cast him aside. He seems a useful ally. There is no need to insult him. But surely these barbarian warriors would be no match for challenged spearmen. However, you are correct, my lord Micail. Whatever the native folk think the stones mean, the circle will still be a device to amplify and direct the vibrations of sound. Once the sun wheel is completed, we will be able to use its power, howsoever we will."
Haladris had spoken as if there could be no possible objection to his assessment of the situation. Micail caught Adral's eye, pleading for further intervention, but the adept shook his head.
"In any case,"
Micail sighed,
"we need Haladris to move the stones. No one can match his focus."
The question of who was using whom, and for what purpose, could wait until after the work was done.
"How long do we have,"
Mahadalku asked quietly,
"until this King's Festival? When you intend to raise the stones?"
"I rely on my lord Adravant's figures, which I have always found to be precise. The festival will begin in half a moon, when the herds will be driven back down from the hills. It is the custom of the tribes to gather at the henges at that time. There is a cattle fair and races, and offerings are made to the ancestors. All their shamans will be there."
And the sacred sisters from Carneva as well, Micail thought uneasily. He had met Annette's mother on more than one occasion, but so far had avoided more than superficial conversation. Since the dinner where Micail first laid eyes on Annette, she made him uneasy.
So we will not only raise the stone, we will be seen to do so." There was no warmth in Mahadalku's smile. "I like that," she said. "It should serve us very well." Timul gazed with interest at the people who thronged the great fair that was held here at the end of summer every year. "I think I understand the folk who visit the temple in Belsirath a little better," she said, "now that I see them in their native habitat, as it were." Elora smiled dutifully, thinking that she had always rather enjoyed the various tribal celebrations, even though the noise and bustle made her homesick for Atara on market day. For all of them, she supposed, the inevitable memories of the sea kingdoms were becoming less poignant. A sudden scent or sight still had the power to pierce her heart with its deceptive familiarity, but such moments came less often. And today there were many sights, sounds, and smells, the like of which she was sure she had never encountered before. The lonely plain beyond the henge had been transformed by the influx of people. The 5 tribes had raised their circles of skin tents and made booths of woven branches, each marked by a pole topped with the horned skull of a bull, and painted in the colours of the tribe, red, blue, black, yellow ochre, or white, which had seemed redundant until she had seen it. King Qatar's people followed the red bull, and his standard, like the pillars of his chosen trilathon, stood the highest. "Where are we going?" Timul asked, as Elora led her through the chattering hordes that were gathering where the craftsmen displayed their wares. Pottery cups and bowls and beakers, fine leatherwork and wood-carving, fleeces and bundles of carded wool, stone axes and arrowheads and blades for ploughs. But there was no bronze. The highly prized metal weapons were owned and distributed solely by kings.
"To the blue bull."
Elora pointed toward the woad-stained skull, just visible over the heads of the crowd. Hanks of blue-dyed wool hung from its base, lifting gently in the breeze. The horns were twined with summer flowers.
"They are the northernmost tribe of the Aesir. Their sacred centre is Carneva."
"Ah, where the priestess lives." Timul nodded, with barely suppressed excitement. "I had hoped she would be there. Lead on." Io's tent was easy to find. It was as large as a chieftain's. The posts were richly carved, and the hide cover was painted with sacred signs in blue woad. The eyes of the goddess above the entrance watched as they drew closer. A young woman who had been grinding grain in a quern by the doorway rose.
"Enter, honoured ones. My lady expects you."
The day was warm, and the sides of the tent had been tied up to let in light and air. The girl who had welcomed them now motioned for them to sit on leather cushions stuffed with grass, and she offered them cool water in clay cups, imprinted with cord marks that made them easy to hold. As she eased back out again, the curtain that separated the front part of the tent from the private area was pulled aside, and Io herself appeared. Like her attendant, the priestess wore a simple, sleeveless garment of blue, fastened at the shoulders with pins of bone. Her hair was coiled in a net held across the forehead by a band. Unlike every other woman of rank Elora had seen, Io wore no necklaces. She hardly needed them. She bore a mantle of power that reminded Elora of Mahadalku, or even Timul. Micail's wife, Tiriki, had looked that way when she was leading a ritual, Elora remembered sadly. Timul offered the other woman the salutation due a high priestess of Karatra, and, smiling, Io made the appropriate response. "It is true what they say. You are of the Sisterhood of the Far Lands." Io was older than she had at first seemed, but she took her seat with a supple grace that reminded Elora of her daughter Annet. "But our land is no more," Timul answered flatly. "We must learn which face the lady wears in this one, or she may overlook us." "That is good." Io smiled. "You speak our language well, but with the accent of the Black Bull tribe."
I had heard that someone was offering service to our sisters when they visit the strange stone houses by the sea. It is a pleasure to meet you. But I wonder, why do you come here? The priests of my people will perform a great magic tomorrow. I was called to attend. And you, child? You are skilled in healing, I understand. Io's grey gaze had shifted, and Elora found it hard to look away. I am also a singer, she answered, and I will be helping build the stone circle. Ah, and this magic will serve what ends? Elora bit her lip, uncertain how to answer. The acolytes and jailers had not been told everything, but she had heard enough to know that the guardians did not believe that King Qatar understood the purpose of the circle, and that they preferred that things remain that way. And this was Qatar's wife, however independent of him she might be. Elora did not like to lie, so she was going to have to choose her words carefully. I am a servant of the light, she said slowly, and I believe that when the circle is completed, the stones will bring light into the land. Light is in the land already. It runs like a river. The souls of the ancestors ride its currents to the other world, and then return to the wombs of our women once more. Io frowned thoughtfully. I have heard that the shamans are not happy with what we do, Timur said suddenly, and they would stop the work, except that our priests are supported by the king. Do you, too, think we are wrong? Perhaps, perhaps not. But you are few, said Io, and there are many things you do not understand. What do you mean? Elora eyed her uncertainly. If I could tell you, I would not need to. Io smiled. But we will all become one people in time. Are you speaking of a marriage between your daughter and Lord Micail? Io laughed. It is Qatar and Queen Kayan who want that mating. But my daughter is not destined for the hearth of any man. She will give herself as the goddess bids, not the king. Is it not so with you? Timur nodded. In my order, yes, we are free. Qatar wishes only to bind your people to him, said Io. If not through the marriage bed, he will seek his goal by other means. His hopes may be too high, but look to your own, she said, grinning. Is that a threat or a warning? Thought Elora, shocked. At that moment, the attendant came in with a basket of flat cakes glazed with honey, and the conversation became self-consciously social. But afterward, as Elora escorted Timur back to the Atlantean encampment, both were still puzzling over the meaning of Io's enigmatic smile. On the day chosen to raise the stones, the people gathered outside the ditch that encircled the village, humming like a gigantic beehive. Facing the entrance, a bench had been set for King Qatar. For Micail, it was wrenching to see and greet the singers who were waited within the circle like so many ghosts of his past life, their fine white garments still redolent of the distinctively Atlantean spices in which they had been packed. His own garb, a very beautifully made but rather large robe borrowed from O'Cathrall, drew exclamations of admiration from the others, and even a number of reminiscent tears. But soon most of the singers settled back into their places, ranked according to voice range. When the silence was complete, Micail nodded and cast a handful of frankincense into each of the 3 incense pots on tripods at the place of Narinabi in the eastern quarter. The hot coals blinked like red stars as the resin began to melt, releasing the fragrant smoke to billow upward into the air. The familiar heavy sweetness caught in his throat, and for a moment Micail was again in the Temple of Light on Atarath. But at the same moment, Jiritaran, standing in the south, whispered the other word of fire, and his black torch burst into light.
Sahuro Satha knelt before a small marble bowl set on a low altar in the west, and intoned the Alconan form of the hymn of placation to four-faced Banor, destroyer and preserver, god of winter and of water, while the Tarasadan priest, Delangirol, twice raised and then lowered a filigreed platter of salt to the north, for Ni-Terat was honoured without words. Micail strode to the southern edge of the embankment, his staff held high. The orichalcum knob on its head blazed like a star in the noonday sun. "By the power of holy light, let this place be purified," he cried. "By the wisdom of holy light, let it be warded. By the strength of holy light, let it be secure." He turned to his right, and slowly began to pace around the circle as the other three followed, purifying each quarter with the four sacred elements. As they did so, the other priests and priestesses softly sang, "Manoa's rising frees the world from darkest night. From age to age we are reborn, and greet the light." Micail could feel the familiar slip and shift of gravity that told him the warding was rising around them. It was not only the copious incense smoke that caused everything beyond the circle to waver as if seen through water. The singers were separating the stones from the ordinary world. "Within this holy fane we see, with spirit sight, ye lords of faith and wisdom come, and bless our right." He completed the circuit as the chant ended, and stood for a moment listening. They had shaped the stones well, to contain both sound and energy. Whatever noise the Aesir might be making outside the circle was less than the whisper of wind in the trees. He let out his breath in relief. Speaking with the native workers, he had grown accustomed to thinking of the stones as a sun-wheel, but what they had designed was intended to function as a resonator, amplifying sound waves into a force that could be directed along the lines of energy that flowed through the land. With that power at their command, they could build a new temple to rival the old. Strictly speaking, so powerful a warding should not be necessary for this sort of working, but he had enough respect for the power of Droshrad's shamans to take precautions against any chance of magical interference. Once the sacred elements had been returned to their altars, Micail and the other hierarchs removed their masks and joined the ranks of the singers. He took a moment to examine each one as he passed by. The more experienced priests were already expressionless with concentration, the younger ones wide-eyed with last-minute nerves. Haladris had taken up his position, and now addressed them all. "You know what you are to do." He fixed each stand leader in turn with his hooded glare. "I will give you the keynotes, and then the bass singers will project the sound toward the stone. As the chord builds, it will rise, and I will direct it. Remember, it is focus, not volume, that is needed here. Let us begin." Very softly, he hummed the short and innocuous-seeming sequence of notes that they had been practicing for the last few days. Haladris lifted his hand, and the three bassos, Delangirol, Imamiri, and Ocathrol, emitted a wordless hum so deep it seemed to vibrate out of the earth itself. The stone did not move yet, of course, but the first responsive stirring of the particles within were apparent to Micail's inner eye. The baritones came in, Ardral and Haladris dominating until they modulated their voices, blending with Metanor, Rualan, and the others in that range, until all their throats were producing the same rich note. The shimmering energy about the target stone became almost perceptible to ordinary vision, as Micail and the other tenors eased into the growing resonance, balancing the middle range. The sarsen was shaking, its concave face glittering weirdly with inner light. Now was the time when care was needed, lest they shatter the stone instead of raising it. The contraltos joined the developing harmony, and then the sopranos came in, doubling the volume, and the song became a rainbow of overwhelming sound. The stone moved. Empty space could be seen beneath it. Smoothly, the singers modulated the great chord upward. The sarsen lifted past their knees, and then waist-high, moving upward with the music until it was even with their shoulders, and had passed them. Micail could feel the massive power flowing around and through Haladris, even as he used his own gift to augment and refine it. The uprights of the trilithon were 3 times the height of a man. As the sarsen lintel floated toward its destination, the heads of the singers tipped back to keep it in view. Once more, Micail's stern will controlled his emotions as the slowly rising arms of the archpriest lifted their voices, and with them the great sarsen stone. Watching it riding the tide of sound, Micail felt his spirit expanding with a joy that was entirely pure. This, the thought flitted through his awareness, this is what we are seeking. Not power, but harmony. The stone hesitated, hovering alongside the tops of the uprights. Haladris nudged it a fraction higher, so that it would clear the bumps of the tenons in the center of each, then eased it forward until the hollows on the underside of the lintel were just above them, and, lowering his hands a little, he modulated the volume of the singing, and allowed the stone to settle into place. Micail straightened, and let out his breath in a long sigh. They had done it. He nodded to the singers, whose faces glowed with quiet pride. But their shoulders sagged, and he knew they shared his exhaustion as well. Once more he could hear the murmur of the crowd outside, shrill now with wonder. King Qatar was grinning as though he had won a battle. Already the drums were booming. Micail winced with each beat, as if the blows fell upon his very flesh, but he knew that they would not cease. As well ask wild geese not to fly. King Qatar, ecstatic at the success of the working, was as determined to celebrate as if he himself had raised the stone. The other priests and priestesses had been allowed to retire to their dwellings, but the king had insisted that Micail stay to represent them at the feast. He yawned and tried to focus his bleary eyes. The night was fair and almost windless, and the fires at which each clan and tribal chieftain feasted glowed like scattered stars. King Qatar's tents were closest to the henge. He was enthroned now on an oddly shaped bench, over which his men had thrown a red cowhide. His nephew and heir, Kensu, sat upon a stool at his feet. For the important guests there were other benches, but the king's warriors lounged at their ease on hides laid upon the ground. Chalan and Antar and their officers squatted somewhat farther off, beside the sons of the chiefs of other tribes. Torches had been raised in front of the completed trilithon, so that the king could continue to gaze raptly upon it. Red light played on the 2 massive uprights and the heavy lintel that crowned them, stark against the crisp stars, and Micail suddenly had the odd fancy that it had become a gigantic doorway to the other world. And what would I find if I passed between them? Does Tiriki await me on the other side? Holding out his beaker to be refilled, he realized too late that the graceful maiden carrying the jar was Annet. "Your magic is indeed great," she said, as she bent closer than was necessary merely to pour the beer. At least she was fully clad this time, but still Micail drew back a little, dizzied by the scent of her hair. At that she laughed softly, and handing off her jar to one of the other girls, slid onto the bench beside him. "Now that the stone is up, you need sleep alone no longer, yes?" "You know my prince will not allow me to marry." She shook her head, eyes flashing. "I laugh. Those are words for you to say to my father, not to me. I know in rank you are equal, but you need not fear. Marriage was my father's idea, not mine." She leaned against him with an alluring smile, her flesh warm, even through his rough tunic. Micail lifted a hand to push her away, but somehow it settled instead upon her silky hair. His brows bent in confusion.
Then why are you, what are you doing? Was what he meant to say, but his tongue would not obey him.
You serve the truth, she said then. Can you truly say you do not want me?
He felt the blood rush to his face, and elsewhere as well, and without a conscious decision, he pulled her closer, and his lips met hers. Her mouth was very sweet, and he was painfully aware of how long it had been since he had held a woman in his arms.
You have answered me, she said when he let her go at last. Now I will answer you. I do not wish to be your wife, O prince from the far lands, but I want to bear your child.
Her hand drifted lower. He certainly could not deny that he wanted her now. Not here, not yet, he said hoarsely. Your father is watching. And, indeed, within the moment he heard King Qatar call his name. Micail jerked around. The king was smiling. Had he seen?
Now the stones are up, eh? Now all the world sees my power.
The royal laughter echoed from the walls.
Now comes time to use it.
Micail stiffened in alarm. Qatar leaned forward, his breath reeking of wine and meat.
We show them, eh? All people who do not follow the bull, the people of the hare, the Aoxi who live in the land you call Beleriand. They defy us. And the Ailf, the boar tribe to the north, they steal our cows. We will attack them now, not to raid but to conquer, for we will have swords that do not bend or break in battle, swords that cut through wood and leather and bone.
Micail shook his head, trying to clear it of the double effect of arousal and alcohol, as Annet slid away from his side and slipped off into the crowd. Prince Challen was sitting up now as well, eyes narrowing as he tried to hear what was happening on the other side of the fire. "You have good blades of strong bronze," Micail began, but the king pounded his knee.
"No! I have seen your blades with the white edges cut wood as readily as our knives cut grass."
Qatar clapped his hand to the sheathed dagger that hung around his neck by a braided thong, making the tiny golden nails that studded its grip flash in the firelight. Ken Su had risen, and now loomed behind his uncle, hand on the hilt of his own blade. Micail stifled a groan. He had counselled Challen against allowing his men to demonstrate the sharpness of those blades so casually. "We do not have enough of them to arm your warriors," he began, but Qatar wouldn't stop bellowing.
"But you are the great shamans foretold in our tales. We have seen it. You will make more."
Micail shook his head, wondering if he dared admit they could not do so even if they willed. In time, even the orichalcum that edged the swords they had would begin to flake away, until at last it dissolved into its component minerals. And among all the priests and mages who had escaped the sinking, there was not one, so far as he knew, who had the talent needed to forge the sacred metal anew.
"You will give your oath to do this?"
Ken Su's hoarse whisper sounded in his ear, as one strong arm clamped both his own to his sides, and he felt the cold kiss of metal at his throat.
"Or you taste this."
Micail cast a frantic glance toward Challen, but the Alconan prince was nowhere to be seen. If Challen could reach his men, at least they would be able to protect the others. He took a deep breath, and then another, and as his pounding pulse grew calmer, he thought he heard shouting from beyond the fire.
"Great Maker,"
he prayed fervently,
"don't let them catch Challen."
A crowd of men pushed forward, and Micail recognized 2 chieftains from other tribes with warriors behind them.
"Why does King Qatar wish to kill the stranger shaman before he has finished raising the stones?"
came a girl's voice, teasingly familiar. Was it Annet? He strained to see her, struggling to understand.
"You are High King, Red Bull, but you are not alone,"
called the man who ruled the land where Carneva lay.
"Let the outland priest go."
Ken Su's arm tightened, muscles rope-hard beneath the skin, and Micail felt a warm trickle of blood run down his neck. The younger man smelled of wood smoke and fear. "If you wish to be king after your father, you should obey them now,"
said Micail. But Kensu was not listening. Even through the tumult and uproar, the regular tramping of feet could be heard. Challen had returned with his soldiers. Micail did not know whether to be glad or sorry, but he had no time to wonder. In a disciplined rush, the spearman forced a wedge through friend and foe, and a single javelin arced through the air. Later, Micail thought the guardsman's throw had been meant only to frighten the king, but Qatar, rising from his seat like an enraged bear, was caught full in the right shoulder. With a dull cry, he spun around and fell. Kensu's grip loosened, the knife dropping away from Micail's throat. Seizing the chance, Micail grabbed his captor's knife hand and twisted it away, leaping free. Suddenly the soldiers were all around him. A careful swallow reassured Micail that his throat had not been cut. He saw Kensu struggling with one of the soldiers, while Qatar lay curled up on the ground, cursing and gripping his pierced shoulder. Micail broke through the protective circle of soldiers and knelt at the king's side, prying up the man's bloody fingers to examine the damage. Qatar gazed up at him with uncomprehending fury, as Micail drove the heel of his own hand hard against the wound to control the bleeding. Turning, he drew a deep breath.
"Be still!"
It was the voice that had helped raise the stone, and it shocked the crowd to silence.
"King Qatar lives! Return to your firesides. We will hold council in the morning."
Challen's voice echoed his, and if it held no compulsion, still everyone recognized the note of command. Slowly the crowd began to disperse. Challen bent over and placed his hand upon Micail's shoulder.
"Are you all right?" "I'll live," said Micail tightly, "and so will he. Fetch me a strap and a pad of cloth."
Not until Micail had finished binding Qatar's wound did he look up at his cousin.
"This was an evil deed."
Challen only grinned.
"What? Are you sorry I rescued you?" The boy was already panicking. In another moment I would have talked myself free. "Perhaps."
The prince's hawk-like gaze rested for a moment upon his guards, who had taken up position around them.
"But this moment was bound to come. As well now as later, wouldn't you say?"
"No," thought Micail with a grimace.
"Better never. Rajasta's prophecy did not predict this day."
But some inner warning kept him silent. During high summer in the marshes, the skies sometimes stayed clear for as long as a week. Standing in full sunlight with closed eyes, Damisa could almost imagine herself basking in the radiant heat of Atarath. Even in the shade of the enclosure they had built for Selast to dwell in during the month of seclusion that preceded marriage, it was warm. Too warm, she thought, fanning her cheeks with her hand. I have grown used to living in the mists. And then, I have been in this land too long. And yet, if they had been in the Sea Kingdoms, she still would not have had Selast to herself forever. As Iriel and Ellis stripped off the robe Selast had worn to her ritual bath in the red spring, sunlight falling through the branches that thatched the enclosure dappled her skin like the hide of a fawn. 5 years in the fogs of the new land had faded her bronze skin to gold, and constant physical labor had given her angular limbs a wiry strength and a grace in movement that reminded Damisa once more of some creature more graceful than humankind. But Selast was not a fawn, she thought with a sudden pang. She was a young mare with a thick mane of wavy black hair and fire in her dark eyes.
"And now for the robe,"
said Iriel, lifting the folds of blue linen in her arms.
"and then we will crown you with flowers."
She looked around her, frowning as she realized the basket was empty.
"Kestel and the other children were to have gathered them this morning. If they have forgotten—"
"I'll run down to the village," said Ellis, starting for the door. "If both of you go, you can cover the ground more quickly," put in Damisa.
"I will stay to watch over our bride."
When they had gone, Selast paced about the enclosure. She picked up the white linen shift, and then the blue gown, made of linen from flax they had grown themselves and dyed with native woad. It was not quite the blue worn by the priestesses of Karatra at home, but close enough to make Damisa uncomfortable. To don that blue was to offer oneself to the service of the mother. Damisa felt a little ill at the thought of Selast's slender body swollen with child. "Are you nervous?"
"Nervous?"
Selast answered with the quick turn of the head that Damisa had learned to love.
"A little, I suppose. What if I forget my lines?"
Damisa did not think it very likely. They had been trained in memorization since they were chosen for the temple as children.
"Nervous about being married, I mean." "To Calaran?"
Selast laughed.
"I have known him since I was 9 years old, even before we were chosen as acolytes, though I have to admit I didn't think much about him until that night last year when we were looking for Iriel. He always seemed so angry with everyone. It wasn't until then that I realized how guilty he still feels for surviving when Kalhan and Laneth and the others were lost. That's why he's so sarcastic sometimes. He's trying to hide his pain." "Oh, is that the reason?"
Damisa heard the sarcasm in her own voice and tried to smile.
"Are you marrying him from pity, then, instead of duty?"
Selast stood still finally, staring at her with a frown.
"Perhaps a little of both, and at least we are friends. Does it matter? This day had to come. In Atareth, yes, but here?"
Damisa rose suddenly and gripped Selast's slim shoulders.
"We have no temple, and little remains of our priesthood. Why should we ruin our lives in order to breed up more?"
Selast's eyes widened, and she lifted her own hand to touch Damisa's hair.
"Are you jealous of Calaran? It won't change anything between you and me."
But it already has, thought Damisa, staring down at her friend, wild-eyed.
"You will sleep by his side, and care for his home, and bear his children, and you think you will not change?"
She realized that she was shouting as Selast recoiled.
"You don't have to do this," she pleaded. "Remember Tarot's tales of the island to the north where the warrior women train? We could go there and be together."
Selast shook her head sharply, and with an abrupt movement slipped from Damisa's grasp.
"And to think that I was always the rebel, and you the proper priestess with her nose in the air. You don't mean what you're saying, Damisa. You are Tiriki's acolyte." "Calaran needs me," Selast continued. "That night on the mountain, he told me that after the sinking he lost all faith. He could no longer feel the unseen powers. But when we clung together, lost and shivering, he realized that he was not alone." "I need you," Damisa exclaimed, but Selast shook her head. "You want me, but you are strong enough to live without me. Do you think it was so we might seek our own pleasure that we were spared when so many others died?" "Damn those who died, and damn Tiriki too," muttered Damisa. "Selast, I love you."
She reached out to take the other girl in her arms again, her heart full of everything she couldn't say. She let go quickly, as the gate swung open, and Iriel and Ellis pushed through, their arms filled with flowers. Face flaming, tongue-tied, Damisa fled the bride house, and only the sound of laughter followed her. The wedding procession was coming, curving around through the forest and starting up the path that led up the eastern slope of the Tor. Tiriki glimpsed their bright robes through the trees as the chime of bells was carried through the wind. Carefully, Chayden lit a waxed splinter from the lamp and thrust it into the kindling laid on the altar stone. The wind whipped the spark into flame and fluttered the draperies of the priests and priestesses who waited within the circle of stones. The weight of necklet and diadem felt strange to Tiriki, who for so long had worn no ornament at all, and the silken draperies oddly smooth to one who had become accustomed to leather and coarse wool. "I will remember," thought Tiriki, as the wedding party crested the rim of the hill. "But I will not weep.
I will cast no shadow on Selast and Caloran's day.
Tiriki and Micail had been married in the temple that crowned the Star Mountain, the most sacred precinct of Atarath. Their union was witnessed by Deoris and Reota and the senior clergy of the temple, and blessed by the old guardian Rajasta in one of the last rites he had performed before he died. Now it was Chayden who stood to welcome the bridal pair, with the sacred symbols that adorned his tabard gleaming in the sun. Instead of the Star Mountain, their temple was this rough circle of stones atop the tor. But though this sanctuary in the marsh lacked Atarath's majesty, Tiriki had learned enough in the past 5 years to suspect it might be a match in power. Micail had been resplendent in white, the band of gold across his brow no brighter than his hair, and she had for the first time donned the blue robe and fillet of Karatra, though she herself had been little more than a child.
Did I seek to begin bearing too young? She wondered then. Was that why I could never birth a living child? Until we came here, she added, as Kestel and Damara came dancing ahead of the procession, strewing the path with flowers. But Selast had reached her 20th year, and life in this wilderness had made her healthy and strong. Her babes would thrive. Damara emptied her basket of flowers and came running to her mother's side. Tiriki gathered her up gratefully, delighting in the child's warm weight and the wildflower scent of her red hair. Micail is lost to me, but in his daughter, a part of him lives still. Her preoccupation had kept her from hearing Chayden's words of welcome. She had been so excited at her own wedding, so completely focused on Micail, that she had scarcely heard them that first time either. Already the mage was binding Caloran's right wrist to Selast's left, and passing them, still linked, over the flickering flame. Then, still bound together, the couple processed sunwise around the altar stone. Chayden led them through the formal oaths in which they promised to bring up their children in the service of light, and act as priest and priestess to each other. There were no words of love, Tiriki noticed now, but for herself and Micail, the love had been there already. "The stars themselves foretold our union," her heart cried, released by the stress of the moment from the control that had enabled her to survive. "So why were we torn apart so soon?" Caloran's voice wavered, but Selast's responses were loud and firm. They had respect for each other, and perhaps, in time, the love would grow. As the lengthy oaths were finished, Chayden lifted his hands in benediction and faced them across the fire.
"To this woman and this man grant wisdom and courage, O great unknown. Grant them peace and understanding. Grant purity of purpose and true knowledge to the 2 souls who stand here before you. Give unto them growth according to their needs, and the fortitude to do their duty in the fullest measure. O thou who art both female and male, and more than either, let these 2 live in thee and for thee."
This part Tiriki remembered. Bound wrist to wrist, she had felt Micail's warmth as her own, and in the invocation, something further, a third essence that enfolded them both in a power that united them, even as it transcended. She could sense that sphere of energy now, even though she stood on its fringes, aware for a moment not only of the link between Selast and Caloran, but of the web of energy that connected everyone in the circle, and beyond that, the land around them, resonating into realms she now knew existed within and beyond it, but could not see. "O thou who art!" Tiriki's heart cried, still thinking of Micail. "Let us all live in thee." It was strange, thought Chayden, as he set down the deer rib he had been gnawing, how scarcity changed one's attitude to food. Watching Tiriki and the others tuck into the feast which the folk of the lake village had created to honor the newlyweds, he remembered how, in the ancient land, the priesthood had seen food as a distraction from the cultivation of the soul. But in the sea kingdoms, whatever land and sea might lack, the trading ships could supply. In Alconath, Not so many years ago, Chaden had been on the verge of becoming portly. He could count his own ribs now. There had been times, particularly during the winter months when the only thing left to eat was millet gruel, when Chaden had wondered why he fought so hard to keep the body alive. But even the temple had recognized that the pleasures of the table and the marriage bed helped reconcile men to incarnation in physical bodies, whose lessons were necessary to the evolution of the soul. And so he chewed slowly, savouring the interplay of salt and fat and the flavours of the herbs with which the roast had been rubbed, and the juicy red meat of the deer. "That was a beautiful ceremony," Liala commented. "And the power in the Tor is even more than we had thought, is it not?" She had been ill for much of the spring, but she had refused to miss this celebration. "I suppose someone must have known that, even here, because they build the circle of stones to focus the power," observed Rendano, who was sitting on the other side of the table. He frowned, as if doubting that these primitives could manage such a feat. "We are not the first of our kind to come here," said Alyssa in a flat voice. "The temple of the sun that stood beside the river Naradek on the coast of this land is in ruins now, but the wise woman of these people is an initiate of sorts." "Of sorts," Rendano said disdainfully. "Is that all we will leave behind us? What will her children know of the greatness of Atlantis?" He gestured toward Selast, who was attempting to feed a piece of bannock to a laughing Caloran. "Atlantis is lost," Chaden said quietly, "but the mysteries remain. There is much for us to do here." "Yes. Do you remember the maze below the temple on the Star Mountain?" Tiriki asked then. "Was it not intended to teach the way to pass between the worlds?" "Only in legends," Rendano scoffed. "Such devices are a training for the soul." "That night when Iriel was lost," she struggled to find the right words, "I walked the maze in the heart of the hill, and came to a place that was not this world." "You wandered in the spirit while you slept on the mountainside," Rendano said with a thin smile. "No, I believe her," objected Liala. "I followed her into the passage made by the waters of the White Spring, and went back to the entrance to wait for her when my hip pained me. She did not emerge that way, and we found her on the top of the Tor." "Then there was another exit." "The acolytes have scoured that hill by daylight and found none," observed Chaden. "I have myself explored the passage to the spring without finding the tunnel. I believe it is there, though I find no rationale for it. You have spoken much with Tarot lately." Chaden turned to Alyssa. "What does she say?" Washed, combed, and dressed in her ceremonial garments, the seeress seemed to have recovered some degree of mental and emotional stability. They might as well take advantage of her fleeting moments of clarity. "Much that I may not tell," answered Alyssa, with a smile that reminded them of the woman they had known in Atarath. "But I have seen—" Her voice wavered, and Liala put out a hand to steady her. "I have seen a crystal hill with the pattern of the maze gleaming with light." She shuddered and looked around as if wondering what she was doing there. Liala cast an accusing glance at Chaden, and then handed Alyssa an earthen mug of water. "Thank you, Alyssa," Tiriki said softly, patting her shoulder. "That is what I was trying to say." She turned to the others. "Perhaps it was some rare conjunction of the stars that opened the way, or perhaps it was only meant for me. But I wonder, if we were to cut the pattern of the maze upon the outside of the hill, somehow I feel that we might learn how to reach the other world by walking it. And who knows what we might learn then?" "Fancies and notions," Rendano muttered, not so softly. But Chaden frowned thoughtfully. "For so long, our work here has been directed toward mere survival. Is it time now to build on that foundation, to gather our singers together and create something new?"
Do you mean we should raise stones and build a great city around the Tor? I do not think the marsh folk would be very comfortable there, Liala said dubiously.
No, Chayden murmured. Cities arise for a reason. I think this place will never be able to support such a population, nor should it. I am beginning to glimpse something different. Perhaps let us begin by simply tracing the maze upon the surface of the hill and learning to walk that spiral path. I think that what we have been granted is an opportunity to create in this place the kind of spiritual harmony that once existed on the Star Mountain. A new temple? Asked Rendano doubtfully. Yes, but it will be unlike anything that has gone before.
Young Otter is a furry snake. Ay-ya, ay-ya-ya. What a hunter he will make. Ay-ya-ya.
A dozen voices joined in as Otter rose from his bench and gyrated around the circle, pretending to pounce on one or another feaster as he passed. In honour of the wedding, the marshfolk had brewed a quantity of something they called heather beer. It was only moderately alcoholic, but as the Atlanteans usually abstained from alcohol, and the natives drank only at festivals, even a little went a long way. Though she had at first grimaced at the mix of herbal flavours only slightly lightened by a hint of honey, Damisa had progressed to an expansive enjoyment that kept her going back to the skin that hung from the oak tree for more. After cup number 4, she had stopped counting.
Ellis digging in the mud. Ay-ya, ay-ya-ya. Tell us if you find some food. Ay-ya-ya.
She noted without surprise that the singers had run out of villagers to tease and were starting on the Atlanteans. Such foolishness would never have been tolerated at home. Nor would there have been so public a celebration after a mere wedding. It was a measure of the degree to which the new and the old inhabitants of the Tor had become one community that the villagers had offered to prepare a feast for the newlyweds in the broad meadow by the shore. Tiriki and Chayden had accepted only after some serious debate with the others. In Atlantis, the matings of the priestly class had been occasions of high ceremony, not of bad jokes and strong drink. But why should I care? Damisa asked herself, as the buzz in her ears grew louder. Neither by the old custom nor the new will there be a mate for me.
Liala in your gown of blue. Ay-ya, ay-ya-ya. Won't you tell us what to do? Ay-ya-ya.
The game required that the person being honoured get up and dance around the circle. Liala, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright, made a slow circle, and then, to the accompaniment of enthusiastic cheering, bestowed a hearty kiss on the leader of the singers, a grey-bearded elder, who was the closest thing the villagers had to a bard.
Say, lust, like the wind you run. Ay-ya, ay-ya-ya. Won't you stop and have some fun? Ay-ya-ya.
Not any more, thought Damisa glumly. She'll be hobbled now, at Caloran's beck and call. The brilliance of the long summer's day was softening now to a luminous twilight. Tree-tops edged the clearing with an interlace of branches, black against the shell pink of the western sky. But eastward, the long slope of the Tor still caught the light. For a moment, it seemed to Damisa that the glow came from within. Or perhaps it was only the drink, she told herself then, for when she blinked and looked again, all she could see was a dim bulk above the trees.
Caloran taught us how to row. Ay-ya, ay-ya-ya. Teach him how to top his dough. Ay-ya-ya.
Someone called out in the marshfolk tongue, and was answered by cheers and laughter. It took Damisa a few moments to realize they were calling for volunteers to escort the bridal couple to their bedding. She allowed herself one look at her beloved. Celast's flower crown was askew, her eyes bright with mingled excitement and apprehension. "Go with your husband," she muttered, lifting her cup in ironic salutation. "And when you lie in his arms, may you wish that you were still in mine." The escort returned, and the dancing started up once more. Rydell had taken over one of the drums. His teeth flashed white in his dark face as he grinned, his fingers flickering above the taut skin. She observed, a little resentfully, that he seemed to be having a good time. Some of the sailors whirled by, hand in hand with village girls. Iriel was sitting with Ellis on a log at the edge of the clearing. Otter stood by them, and as Damisa watched, Iriel laughed at something he said and allowed him to lead her into the dance. As Damisa got up to refill her cup, she encountered Tiriki, who was getting ready to leave the celebration, holding a sleepy Damara by the hand. Chayden and the other senior clergy had already gone. "It is well past her bedtime," said Tiriki with a smile, "but she did want to see the dancing." "It certainly is different from the way we celebrated things in the temple," Damisa answered sourly, remembering the exquisitely prepared meals and the stately dances. "But you can see why. Survival is so uncertain here. It's no wonder that when people have food and fire in abundance they revel in it. It's an affirmation of life for them, and for us as well. But now it's time for sleep, isn't it, my darling?" Tiriki added as Damara yawned. "Will you walk with us back to the tor?" Damisa shook her head. "I'm not ready to seek my bed." Tiriki eyed the cup in Damisa's hand and frowned, as if considering whether or not to exert her authority. "Don't stay here and brood. I know that you and Celeste were close, but it is possible to live unmated, you would say? Like you?" Even as Damisa spoke, she knew the beer had betrayed her. Tiriki straightened, eyes flashing, and Damisa took an involuntary step backward. "Like me?" Tiriki spoke with quiet intensity. "Pray to the gods that you never know the joy I had, lest you also one day feel my pain." She turned abruptly and strode away, leaving Damisa staring stupidly. Events after that became a little hazy. At one point she looked up to see Otter and Iriel heading for the bushes, arms entwined. She got to her feet, blinking. Only a few people were left beside the fire. Rydell was one of them.
"My lady, are you well?"
He came quickly toward her.
"Can I help you back to the House of Maidens?"
"Well, very well." Damisa giggled and steadied herself against his shoulder. He smelled of heather beer and sweat. "But I'm a little drunk." She hiccuped and laughed again. "Perhaps we'd better wait a while."
"Walking will help,"
he said firmly, tucking her arm in his.
"We'll take the path that circles the tor."
Damisa was not entirely sure that she wanted to lose the warm buzz of the beer, but she had noticed before that Rydell's arm was strong and comforting. Holding on to him did make her feel better, and when they sat down to rest on a grassy bank with a view of moonlight on the water, it seemed natural to rest her head against his shoulder. Gradually her dizziness began to ease. It took a little while for her to notice that fine tremors were shaking the hard muscle beneath her cheek. She straightened, shaking her head. "You are trembling. Are you cold, or was I too heavy for you?"
"No."
His voice, too, seemed strained.
"Never. I was foolish to think that you would not know."
"Know what?" He released her abruptly and turned away, his body a dark shape against the stars.
"How hard it is for me to hold you and do no more."
"That heather beer has loosened your control too," she thought then, "or you would not dare to say so." But why should she deny him, she wondered then, since Celeste was lost to her? "Then do it," she said, grasping his arm and drawing him back to face her. Rydell came closer in a single, smooth movement that took her by surprise, one arm tightening around her waist, while the other lifted to tangle in her hair. In another moment he had pulled her against him, and his lips sought hers, at first tentative, then hard as her own need responded to his. The stars whirled overhead as he bore her down upon the grass, his hands first questioning, then demanding, as lacings and pins gave way. Her breath came faster, as a slow fire that owed nothing to the heather beer began to burn beneath her skin. In those moments when his lips were not otherwise busied, Rydel's voice was a whispered accompaniment of wonder and adoration. "This is not right," thought Damisa, in a moment of clear thought as he released her in order to pull off his tunic. "I am only driven by lust, and he by love." But then Rydel rolled back, and his wandering hand found the sanctuary between her thighs. Desire descended upon Damisa like the coming of a goddess, melting all her thoughts of restraint, and she welcomed his hard strength as his body covered hers. Tiriki lay wakeful upon her narrow bed, but sleep would not come. She could hear the drumming from the fire circle, like the throbbing pulse of a man and woman in the throes of love. Her lips twitched with wry amusement. There had been gasps and laughter from among the bushes as she carried Damara back to bed, and she had been grateful the child was not awake to ask her what was making the noise. Weddings were celebrated at times propitious for matings, so it was no wonder if others found themselves stirred by the same energies. Unfortunately, she could feel that yearning as well as anyone else, and she was alone. She could imagine herself in Micail's arms, but the stimulation of memory was no substitute for the exchange of magnetism that took place with a physical partner. "Oh, my beloved, it is not only my body that longs for yours. When our spirits touched, we remade the world." From beyond the curtain, Tiriki could hear Damara's regular breathing, and an occasional snore from Metia, who still served as the child's nursemaid. Moving softly so as not to wake them, Tiriki got up and pulled a shawl over the shift in which she slept. She would go and see if Tarot, who customarily kept late hours, was also wakeful. The older woman's wisdom had supported her through many crises. Perhaps Tarot could teach her how to survive the endless loneliness of the coming years. "Will it be permitted? Do you think they will let us marry?" Damisa came back to full awareness with a start, as she realized that Rydel was talking to her. He had been speaking for quite some time, actually, words of love which she had ignored as she tried to understand just what had happened between them and why. "Marriage?" She looked at him in surprise. Rydel had always seemed so self-contained. Who would have suspected he had so much passion dammed up inside? "Did you think I would have dared to touch you if my intent had been dishonorable?" He sat up, shocked. "Do you think that if mine had been honorable I would have let you?" Damisa bit back the bitter words, remembering that she had wanted this as much as he, if for different reasons. She sat up in turn, reaching for her gown. "The matings of acolytes are ordained by the stars." "But I am of the priesthood now, so surely—" "Nothing is sure," snapped Damisa, driven beyond patience suddenly. "Least of all me. Do you consider what we just did a commitment? I descend from the princes of Alconeth, and may not mingle my blood with any lesser breed." "But you lay with me," he repeated, uncomprehending. "Yes, I did. I have needs just like you." "Not like me." Rydel drew a long, shuddering breath. She felt a twinge of compunction as she realized he understood her at last. "I love you." "Well," she said when the silence had gone on too long, "I am sorry." Rydel grabbed his tunic and belt and got to his feet, slinging them over his shoulder, as if disdaining to hide his nakedness. "Sorry. I could find a cruder word." But he did not say it, and by that she understood that what he felt for her was indeed love. For a moment she saw the graceful line of muscled shoulder and tapering hips stark against the stars. Then he turned and strode down the path, leaving her alone. "I spoke truth," she told herself. "I don't love him." So why, she wondered, was her last sight of that departing figure suddenly blurred by tears? 16. The evening is cold, and the wind plucks at hair and garments like a mischievous child, but Chayden's travel cloak keeps him warm. His body is young again, responding to every command of his will. Grinning, he lurches through rough-leafed high hedges, following a deer path downhill. The sudden cry of a bird of prey rips through the silence. Scurry! The falcon is at once behind him and above him. Instinctively, Chayden ducks, but there is no attack. After a moment, he moves forward toward the glowing ring of standing stones. 5 great trilithons loom through the mist, and in their shaping he recognizes the touch of Atlantis. But the statue of a dragon stands between him and the stones. He pauses, listening, as a voice, thinned by pain but oddly familiar, keens, "Tiriki! Tiriki!" "Are you there?" Chayden sings. "Micail, is it you?" But the dragon has become a falcon with Micail's face, beating against the grey mist with shining, dark wings. "Oh, Cinnamon, you would disguise yourself here?" "Scree!" The same savage cry is his only answer. "Wait!" Chayden calls, but Micail's spirit has flown into a darker dreamland, and though Chayden is mage and great in power, he dares not follow. "This is why you have failed to find him." Chayden turns, but sees only the glowing ring of stones. "He will not recognize you. Though he needs your counsel as never before, you can no longer guide him. Least of all here. He believes you are dead. He fears you bear a message that he does not wish to receive. But it does not matter. The test is for Micail. By his own deeds he must endure or fall. You cannot prevent him from fulfilling his fate." "Who are you?" Chayden sings, commanding. "Reveal thy truth." "Alas, I cannot be revealed to one who will not see." "When you can see," the voice murmurs, "you shall." But men are never so entangled in the past as when they glimpse the future. The voice becomes a hurricane, hurling him head over heels away from the ring of stones. "Go back, Chayden," the voice commands. "When the time comes for you to pass on your legacy, the way will open. You will not wonder who or when or why. You will know. But until then, go back. Complete the work that you must do." Chayden woke sweating in his rough blankets, his mind still reeling from images of standing stones dancing wildly, whirling away in the mist. "Micail!" his spirit cried. "Where are you?" Since coming to the Tor, he had dreamed of Micail often. At times they were back in Atarath, or even in the ancient land. They would be walking together, or sitting over a carafe of Hellenic wine, indulging in the kind of far-ranging conversations both men loved. Chayden was half aware that the talks were a kind of teaching. As if in sleep, he was trying to pass on all the wisdom he had not been given time to impart in the waking world. Where, he wondered, was all that information going? He knew that Tiriki, in her secret heart, believed her beloved was still alive somewhere in this world. But Chayden knew that it was equally possible he had been meeting with Micail in his dreams to prepare Micail's spirit for rebirth in this new land. Yet this last vision, if that was what it had been, was different. He felt the same sense of release that always followed trance, and though Micail had fled from him, Chayden had been able to contact him. But I was young again. The memory of that vigor still filled his awareness, and yet, with every moment, his body reminded him more painfully that it had served his soul for more than 70 years. And the 5 years that had passed since they arrived at the Tor had been hard ones. He would not be sorry to lay down this aching flesh and fare to the halls of Karma, even though it meant he must face judgment. He shook his head ruefully. "Complete the work that you must do," the voice had said. At this moment, Chayden would be doing well to get out of bed.
Perhaps it was a promise, he thought hopefully.
A brisk wind stroked across the plain, flattening the new grass beneath the stalks bleached by winter, then letting the blades spring back one by one, green, silver, and green again. The afternoon sun had warmed the air, but the day was fading, and the hope that had lifted Micail's heart contracted like some winter-chilled bloom. A memory of the dream that work had driven from his head returned. He had been a dragon or a hawk, some creature fierce and wild, struggling wildly to escape the stones. And once more, Chayden had been there. Micail eyed the men working before him ruefully. Challen's dream was, he now realized, simply to create something that would outlast them all. But there were times when the 5 great trilithons seemed to project an arrogance beyond even the imaginings of a prince. The unfinished Sarsen was less daunting, at least to Micail, perhaps because it was incomplete. 24 uprights had been raised around the trilithons, including one shorter stone that allowed even casual users to sight down the avenue to the point of the midsummer sunrise. The 6 missing stones would be hauled in next summer, by levies which would probably be drawn from the Blue Bull tribe. 6 more lintels had already been brought in, and 2 of them raised to better suggest the final effect, a sun wheel 100 feet across. Finding and transporting the remaining 24 stones to complete the pattern might take another year of labor. Thanks largely to the efforts of Timur and Elora, the king had survived the wound's fever, but the javelin blow had permanently ruined his shoulder. Qatar would never again wield any battle-axe, of bronze or of orichalcum. There was talk, mostly from the younger warriors, that he ought to abdicate as High King and allow Kensu to take his place. But only the matriarchs could make that decision, and the women's side had conspicuously refused to decide. Did they too fear Prince Challen's spearmen? There were times when Micail himself felt uneasy with the continual display of Alconan potency, yet he had to admit that Challen's show of strength might be necessary. Until Qatar's ability to rule was proven, the Red Bull tribe had declared they would provide no further assistance. So far, the other tribes had not joined the rebellion, but Micail knew that they could not rely on their full support.
They think we have only 100 swords to defend ourselves, and it is true, for now. Luckily for us, the tribes want to see the henge completed too. When the last stone is set in place, they will make their move, but it will be the worst time for them to do so. They cannot begin to imagine what powers we will be able to draw on once the circuit of force is closed. "Lord Prince, dark is coming," said the old man, who acted as foreman for the White Bull work gang. "We go back to our fires." "Yes, it is time," Micail nodded. He sat down against one of the half-polished stones and watched the men walk away, one by one, toward their camp by the river. He would not have to go far either to find food and shelter and the company of his own kind, but he found himself reluctant to move. Too much speech. That was the problem. The petty bickering, the constant maneuvering for status, was driving him mad. He continued to sit, half watching the cryptic play of twilight and clouds, thinking that if he came in late enough, he might persuade Cleta or Elora to bring him some food in his hut, away from the others. It occurred to him that he rarely felt any need to be on his guard against the acolytes, not even after Elora had told him that if the king became too insistent that he take a mate, she herself was willing to bear him a child. But she had not pressed him, and now as he sat alone in the sunset, he found himself beginning to actually consider her offer, if only because it distracted him from the disturbing memory of how Annette had felt in his arms. Just thinking about her lithe dancer's body lit a fire in his flesh. He frowned, the half-illicit visions washed away by the sudden memory of a native legend that he had recently heard,
in which the stones in some of the older circles were said to wake with the darkness, and even dance at the times of the great festivals. The stones here were already moving toward awareness, the whispers ran. The original ring of stones had obviously been part of a simple cremation cemetery, like the earthwork that had so frightened the acolytes on their journey here. Most of the other circles had apparently been built for that purpose as well. Yet it could not be denied that nightfall always made this place seem a little more distant, and at the same time a bit larger, turning it into a looming presence that made it difficult to think about other things. Sighing, Micail got to his feet, and, trying not to think at all, began the long walk back across the plain. That night, sleep was slow in coming, but in the still hour before the dawn, his troubled dreams yielded to a vision of far green hills and a golden pathway, whereon he saw Tiriki approaching, robed in blue light. Spring was always a time of hope in the marshlands, when the earth grew green and the sky clamoured with the cries of migrating birds. Whenever the waterfowl settled on the pools, their muted calling turned even more musical, as if the wind gods themselves were singing hymns for the earth. It was a time to gather eggs and tender new leaves, and the increased food supply renewed the confidence and the energy of those who lived around the lake. It was a time of fair weather and improved circumstances, but it was also a time to get back to work on the spiral maze, which after the wedding feast for Caloran and Celast they had started to cut into the tor. Tiriki straightened, digging the knuckles of her left hand into the small of her back to ease its aching, while she rested the antler points that tipped her hoe on the ground. The priest's caste was never bred for such labour, she thought ruefully, surveying her segment of the new pathway of the spiral maze that they were making around the hill. The shadow she cast was, she observed, quite slender, and what flesh she had, she knew, was mostly muscle. It occurred to her that she was probably healthier than she had ever been. The same was true of the rest of them. Ahead and behind her, she glimpsed other diggers, bending and rising as their hoes dug into the soft ground. She and Chayden and a few of the others had sung to the earth along the track and loosened it a little, but she doubted that even an experienced stand of singers could have shifted so many particles at once, though they certainly could have moved that boulder by the foot of the path much more easily. Just ahead of her, Damisa stabbed her digging stick into the ground and laughed. She had turned 5 the preceding winter, and a recent growth spurt had stolen away the plump sweetness of babyhood forever. Now Tiriki could glimpse the child she was becoming. Not the woman, thank the gods, that was still far in the future, but the slim, leggy youngster with the mop of red curls. She is going to be like Micail, thought Tiriki, tall and strong. The adults might complain about the seemingly unending regimen of strenuous labour, but the children were in their element, happy to dig until they were muddy from head to heels. If only the youngsters could have been depended upon to stick to the work, the elders could have left the job to them, thought Tiriki, as the divots flew. But even Damisa, who was so insistent on helping in every grown-up task that they called her little priestess, could be distracted by a butterfly. As Tiriki hacked into the earth again, she felt something give. The bindings that held the antler tine to the stalk were loose again. She sighed. "Damisa, my love, will you take this back down to Heron and ask if he can fix it?" When the child had started down the hill, Tiriki picked up a bone shoulder blade and knelt on the path to smooth the earth and shift the displaced dirt to the downhill side. Soon it would be time to stop. She had cleared a full length this morning, and had almost reached the point where Caloran's section began. Except for Liala and Alyssa, who were sick, and Celast, who was pregnant, everyone in the community was working on the maze, even the lake folk, although they found this kind of exercise as foreign to their normal lifestyle as did any Atlantean priest or priestess. Chayden had been forbidden to work. Of course he had protested, saying that inaction would only make him feel worse. but she knew how his bones pained him. He had done his part, and more, she had told him, when he had taken the image of the pathway through the hill from Tiriki's memory and translated it into the pattern of an oval maze that wound back and forth along the slopes of the tor. Starting as if it meant to go straight up the spine of the hill, the way led sunwise around the middle slope and then dipped and turned back. It circled Widdershins almost to the beginning before dropping again and skirting the base of the hill, only to turn and start upward again a little above the initial path. From there it wound back and forth to nearly touch the summit, but instead doubled back in another curve that brought it at last to the stone circle at the crest. It had taken a year's effort to dig out the full 3-foot width of pathway for the initial circuit alone. Now they were working down and around on the first return course. The rest of the way was carefully marked out by sticks thrust into the soil, but already it had been trodden often enough to wear a narrow footpath, scarcely wider than a deer trail, into the ground. Tiriki swayed with a faint sense of vertigo as she visualized the maze. Even Chayden's first sketches had dizzied her, reminding her of a symbol or inscription she was certain she had seen before, though she could not remember where or when. The mage had assured her that its shape was unlike any character or hieroglyph that he was familiar with, and Anatraza, who was even more widely read, echoed his conclusion. Yet the notion continued to haunt her. Ancient or new, the pattern worked. She and Chayden had walked it more than once, and each time felt the proximity of another world and touched the inner spirit of the land. This was not the temple that the prophecies had described, but its power was profound and manifest. When the path was completed, anyone, she was sure, would be able to follow it, and they would find a blessing. Tiriki scraped the bone blade across the soil again, breathing deeply as the rich scent filled the air. Here, beneath the trees that clothed the base of the tor, the earth was rich with the humus of many centuries of fallen leaves. The digging would be more difficult on the grassy upper slopes, where the rocky substrate was barely covered with topsoil. She rooted her fingers in the earth and felt its strength flow up into her, as if she were herself part of the complex of life on the tor, growing from wind and rain, sun and soil. Drink deep, reach high. We will survive the storm. Startled, she lifted her hands, and the eerie voice silenced. Storm? Wondered Tiriki, gazing at the cloudless sky. But the old ship gong was ringing to announce the noonday meal, and her belly told her it would be welcome. Long red rays from the westering sun slanted through the trees above the hedges. To the east, a sliver of moon was rising over the tor. Damisa stood in the pool of the red spring, ladling water with her hands, and then letting it pour down over her body. The iron-rich water had passed first through a shallow pool, where it absorbed some slight heat from the sun, but its chill still set goosebumps in her flesh. Tarot had taught them to seek the spring, weather permitting, on the day after their monthly courses were done. This, too, was a rite of passage. "Women are like the moon," the wise woman would say. "Every month we start new." Damisa hoped it was true. Sometimes she felt she would like to start her whole life over. It was all wasted anyway. She had been born into the luxuries of Alconan nobility and trained to serve the Temple of Light, not to work herself ragged in the gritty world of hoes and cookpots. For a time, at least, she had found some hope for joy, or at least a little happiness, but that was plainly over now. Not only was Celeste lost to her, fixated on her approaching child, but Damisa herself had driven Rydell away. She liked to think that it was honor that kept her from seeking him out again, when all she had desired was the comfort of someone's arms. But in all this time, she had found no one else to whom she was willing to turn. She dribbled more water over her head and watched the drops catch like jewels, twinkling red and gold in her long auburn hair. On impulse, She turned and kissed her hand to the slender rind of pearl that floated in the twilit sky. "New moon, true moon, bring me new luck soon." A silly child's rhyme, Damisa thought with a smile, wondering what the moon would have wanted to teach her today. A sudden burst of wind stirred the tree-tops, and she shivered. As she turned toward the bank where her clothing waited, she remembered that she had promised to bring Alyssa some water from the spring. She stretched to hold a ceramic jug beneath the little waterfall that fed the pool, then climbed out and began to scrub her skin vigorously with a woolen towel. By the time Damisa reached the hut where the seeress lived, dusk was laying gentle blue veils across the land. She tapped gently on the doorpost, but heard no answer. These days the grey adept slept a good deal, but one or another of the Saji women who tended her should have been somewhere near. She was tempted to simply leave the jug by the door and go away, but as she bent, she heard an odd sound from within. Hesitantly, she drew aside the hide that curtained the door, and saw what she at first took to be a pile of grey cloth heaped beside the hearth. Then she realized that it was shaking, and from it came the strange noise. A swift step brought her to Alyssa's side. "Where are your helpers?" Damisa said, as she carefully plucked the cloth away from the old woman's face and tried to straighten her contorting limbs. It occurred to her that whoever had been here had probably already gone to summon assistance. "It's all right now. Be easy. I'm here," Damisa said, knowing even as she murmured the words that they were untrue. Alyssa was most definitely not all right. "The circle is unbalanced," the seeress muttered. "If they use it, they will die." "What? Who will die?" Damisa asked desperately. "Tell me." "The falcon of the sun runs like a serpent in the sky." Alyssa's eyes blinked open, staring wildly. "The circle is square, but the sun goes round, while the stone unbound grows round with sound." For a moment, then, Damisa saw a plain where 3 vast squared arches stood within a circle of mighty pillars, as if Alyssa had somehow transmitted the image mind to mind. Then the woman's head began to twitch, and Damisa had to struggle to keep her from battering it against the hearthstones. She heard muffled voices, and looked up in relief to see Virja pull back the curtain. Then Chayden came limping in, with Tiriki following.
"She has not wakened?"
the mage asked sharply. "She has spoken," answered Damisa. "She even made me see what she was looking at, but I couldn't understand it." The ruddy light cast by the fire on the grey adept's face created an illusion of health, but her closed eyes were sunken pools of shadow. She looked like a dead woman already, save that she was breathing. Chayden lowered himself carefully to a stool, and, leaning his weight on his carved staff, bent to take Alyssa's waxen hand in his own.
"Alyssa of Caris,"
he said sternly.
"Niniath, you hear my voice, you know me. Out of space and time I do summon you. Return!"
Virja was whispering to Tiriki.
All day she was sleepy. First I could not get her to eat, and then I could not wake her.
"I hear you, son of Nadwil." The words were strong and clear, but Alyssa's eyes remained tightly shut.
"Tell me, seeress, what do you see?"
"Joy where there has been sorrow, fear where there should be joy. The one who will open the door is among you, but look beyond him. Little singer." They all looked at Tiriki, since that was the meaning of her name. Quickly she knelt between Chayden and Alyssa. "I am here, Niniath. What would you say to me?" "I say beware. Love is your foe. Only through loss can that love be fulfilled. You preserved the stone, but now it becomes the seed of light. That must be planted deeper still."
"The Omphalos stone,"
breathed Chayden, as if unaware that he had spoken the words aloud. He had once said he still had nightmares, in which he alone had to wrestle it down to the ship. With all else that was lost, thought Damisa, why could not the stone too have slipped beneath the sea? You spoke of a foe, disguised as love, Tiriki was saying with confusion. I do not understand. What must I do? You well know. Alyssa's voice weakened. But can you risk all? To gain all? They listened tensely, but there was only a rasping as the seeress struggled to breathe. Alyssa, how do you fare? Jaden asked, after a little while had passed. I am weary, and Ni Terat awaits. Her dark veils wrap me round. Please, give me leave to go. The mage passed his hands above Alyssa's body, but his smile was sad. For a moment, dappled light swirled above the body of the seeress, then faded away. Stay but a little while, my sister, and we will sing you on your journey, the mage said gently. Tiriki touched Damisa's arm. Go now and fetch the others. As Damisa ducked through the door, she heard Jaden's voice begin the evening hymn. O maker of all things mortal, we call thee at day's ending. O light beyond all shadows, this world of forms transcending. For many hours the priests and priestesses sang in shifts to ease Alyssa's passing, but Jaden and Tiriki stayed with the grey adept until the end, hoping for another moment of clarity. Even when they were not seers, the sight of those who stood on the threshold of death often extended far indeed. But when she did speak again, Alyssa seemed to think she was on the Isle of Caris, where she had been born. It would have been cruelty to call her back again. They agreed that Alyssa's body would be burned the next night, on top of the tor. Until then, work on the path had been suspended. Damara was sent off with the village children to gather wildflowers to adorn the bier. It relieved the child from the sorrow of her elders, but Tiriki thought the house seemed very silent without her. With no other duties to keep her occupied, Tiriki decided to join Liala on her afternoon visit to Tarot's hut, slowing her swift steps to match the careful progress of the other priestess, who could not get around these days without a walking stick. "We have suffered other deaths, of course," said Liala heavily as they made their way along the path. "But she is the first of her kind to go." Tiriki nodded. She knew what the older woman meant. Even poor sad Malera had been only a simple priestess, with no special talents or powers. Alyssa was the first seeress to die in the new land. Would her troubled soul find rest, or continue to wander, caught between the past and the future? It was that last temple ritual, with the Omphalos stone. Without meaning to, Tiriki found herself glancing back toward the hut, where that egg of ill omen now lay. Something in her mind broke, even before Atarath did. After that, she was never the same again. Karatra rest her. Liala made the sign of the goddess on her breast and brow. Yes, she walks with the nurturer now, said Tiriki, but her thoughts were far away. She had thought to come along to help Liala, but now realized that she very much needed the comfort of Tarot's wisdom. The old wise woman had served the great goddess for longer than she could imagine. She would help them to understand. The door to Tarot's house was propped open, and as they approached it, they could hear her saying, in the tongue of the lake tribe, "You see, she is here now, just as I told you. Come in, my daughters," Tarot added. "My visitor has a message for you." Seated on the far side of the fire was a young woman wearing a short, sleeveless tunic of blue-dyed wool. She was slim and supple, and her dun-coloured hair was caught up in a tail at the back of her head. She had taken off her journey shoes and her feet were those of a dancer, high-arched and strong. Seeing the blue tunic, Liala offered the salute of one priestess of Karatra to another, as did Tiriki. The stranger's dark eyes grew wide.
"They both serve the mother, too. Yes,"
said Tarot, her bird-like glance darting between them.
"This is Anet, daughter to Io, sacred sister for the people of Azan. They send her with news they cannot entrust to other messengers."
Rising from her bench, Annette bent with liquid grace, in the salutation a neophyte makes to a high priestess. Tiriki raised one eyebrow. Did the girl think they would doubt her credentials, or did she have some other reason for wanting to impress them?
"Heralding stars, child, you need not be so formal,"
said Liala with a smile.
"I would not wish to presume,"
Annette replied, as she settled gracefully into her cross-legged pose once again. Tiriki had a sense that whatever had motivated that salutation, it had not been humility.
"The other sea people are very ceremonious, especially with us. Very proud."
Tiriki felt the blood pound suddenly in her ears.
"Sea people? What do you mean?" "The strangers,"
Annette said simply.
"The priests and priestesses who came in winged boats from the sea. People of your kind."
Tiriki barely stopped herself from seizing the girl's arm.
"Who were they? Can you tell us any names?" "When they first came, we thought the old shaman was their leader, the one they call Ardral."
Tiriki gasped.
"Ardral?"
she echoed.
"Not Ardral of Atalan, seventh guardian of the temple at Atarath? Adravanant?" "I have heard him called that, but we do not see him so much any more, since their prince,"
Annette grimaced,
"Chalan, with his soldiers, brought the other priests to sing up the stones. But I see now that you too dress much the way some of their priestesses do. Maybe you know them too. There is Timul and Elera."
"Elera?
It was Liala's turn to be excited.
Do you mean the acolyte Elera?"
"Yes, that is familiar."
Annette nodded slowly, eyes wide.
"And she's a healer? I knew it!"
Liala exclaimed with a grin.
"That's—"
Tiriki's voice wavered.
"You said there were other priests. What are their names?" "Oh, so many."
The girl paused, blinking prettily.
"There is Haladris, and Ocathril, and Imamiri. Many. I regret I did not get to know all their names, because my father so much wished me to marry their other prince to bring his blood into our line."
Annette gave Tiriki a sidelong smile.
"A tall and handsome man, with hair like new fire. Lord Micail."
It was a pity, thought Chayden, that this news should come just now. Poor Alyssa had not even received their full attention at her funeral. It did not take long to call the community together, nor much longer to hear what the Aesir girl had to say about the Atlanteans and their plans to build a great circle of stones in Azan. Tiriki wanted to set off on the journey at once, and when they sought to restrain her, she had collapsed. It was ironic, considering how well she had coped with their countless perils, that she should be undone by joy. But it was often so, he remembered, after a long period of mourning. Once Tiriki had been put to bed, and the guests settled in shelters for the night, Chayden sat for many hours before the council fire. The heavens wheeled above him, revealing both familiar and still unknown stars in the unusually clear night sky. Tiriki had been given herbs to make her sleep, but one by one the others came to join him, minds too awhirl with speculation for speech. By the time the fire had sunk to a smoulder of coals and some white curls of smoke, each face could be clearly seen, for it was dawn. "We must join them," Rendano was saying, "and the sooner the better. These Aesir tribes clearly command more resources than the natives here.
we would have some hope of re-establishing our own way of living.
The glance he cast toward the rude structures, whose thatched roofs could just be seen through the trees, was eloquent of disdain.
I am not so sure, Liala put in. Before Alyssa died, she spoke of danger from circles and stones. Now we learn our compatriots are just on the other side of those hills, building a circle of stones. Is it not possible that the danger Alyssa warned of will come from them?
From our own people? Exclaimed Damisa in amazement.
Not to speak ill of the dead, but we all know Alyssa was crazy.
Bidel echoed her. At this, Chayden looked up, but he bit back the words. Rydell had made great progress, but he understood nothing about the strange forces a seeress must contend with. No one who had not walked that path could truly understand.
"Since when did madness ever prevent one from seeing the truth?"
asked little Iriel, who, Chayden suddenly noticed, was not so little any more. In the past 6 years she had become a woman. At home, he mused, all of the acolytes would have been advanced to full priest or priestess by now.
Alyssa lived in her own world,
Iriel continued.
but when we could make sense of her ravings, there was usually some truth in them. So I think Liala's right. What if these plains people are forcing our priests to build for them? Tarot says they are a powerful tribe.
I think that girl did not begin to tell us all she knows,
Forelin put in unexpectedly.
Her father is the king. If Prince Challen has really taken over, how does that sit with the other tribes? If one of them wanted to revolt, we would be valuable hostages. Something of the sort happened on a trade route I used to travel when younger. I am as eager as anyone here to go somewhere more civilized,
Forelin went on earnestly.
But we shouldn't rush in. Things are not so bad here.
Yes, life is hard, but we are secure.
Celast laid a protective hand over her belly.
And I can hardly go a-wandering just now.
Chayden stroked his beard, thoughtful. He was willing enough to let the others speculate on danger from the natives, but Alyssa's words still echoed in his memory. She had not spoken of danger from people, but from the stones themselves. The others had grown quiet. Looking up, Chayden realized that they had been watching him. He looked from one face to another.
I sense we may be moving toward some sort of decision, he observed. But if experience has taught me anything, it is that someone always has a last word.
Damisa's frown had been growing.
Well, no one has asked for my opinion, she said sharply. How can we not go? Not only are these our own people, but Micail and a lot of other guardians are there. Surely whatever they are building is part of the new temple, just as it says in the prophecy that everybody used to make so much noise about. Do you really believe a lot of savages could control so many adepts and priests, especially if Challen is there to guard them? Or is it Challen you are worrying about? He will protect us too. Or don't you trust anybody who isn't from Atarath?
No, 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 Chayden said soothingly. Dear Damisa, where does this come from? Celast and Calaran are hardly Atarans. Indeed, I am Alconan myself, you might recall. No, for good or for ill, my friends, we are all Atlanteans together in this new land.
It is not Prince Challen we doubt, said Calaran, but the people between us and him.
Liala nodded. Forelin made an important point. If Challen has enough men to threaten the tribes, the natives may indeed think of using us as a shield against them. And if Challen is not strong enough to deter them, need I say more? Why not send a few to make contact? Liala suggested. Some of the younger folk who can go swiftly. If all is well, the prince can send an escort for the rest of us. After so long a separation, surely we can wait a little longer to rejoin our friends and countrymen?
I have been thinking much the same thing, Danatraza nodded. So it seems that most of us agree, observed Chayton. Perhaps Damisa should be one of the party, since she is familiar not only with the ways of the local wildlife, but is also Challen's cousin. Damisa, what do you say? I will go with some of my men to guard her, Rydell offered, when he saw Damisa's eager nod. But should we not send someone more senior? Asked Rendano. I hope you don't mean me. Chayton shook his head. Do you wish to go? Besides, Damisa is the eldest of the chosen 12, and thus under law has rank and standing in any Atlantean court or temple.
But what about Tiriki? Asked Damisa. She'll want to go.
But she should not just now, I think. She needs time to recover, Chayton responded.
Alyssa's words still bothered him, and it would hardly be tactful to point out that the High Priestess was not expendable.
But somehow I doubt that she will agree with me. I suggest that you and Rydell gather some men and supplies and leave, soon as possible, he added wryly, preferably before she awakens. I do not wish to have to tie her up to keep her from following you.